What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei met Sona and Serafall early and lost his memories. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time no changes in the genders. Now, let's get into part 2. Issei. Tell me Ravel, how do you know me? He repeated again upon seeing her silence. Ravel. I'll be honest with you Issei-sama, one day you arrived at the Phoenix territory and as some who saw how you moved carefully thought you were a criminal spy, they took you to my parents and besides them there was my older brother Ruvel and I. She finally told him the facts that she didn't remember. But after testing several things, it was proven that you were not a spy, so they decided to let you go. Issei. Do you know me that way? He asked, doubtful that was all since there would be no explanation for his behavior when he saw him in the occult club. But seeing her shake her head was enough to make him understand that the story did not end there. Ravel. Call it a coincidence or whatever you want, but just as he was about to leave there was an attack. He recounted, recalling that moment. In a room with too many objects worth a fortune was a blond man with a good physique wearing a black suit. This man had such a hostile look that it made the young brown-haired man in front of him tremble a little while he was on one knee on the ground. That blond man was standing in front of the brunette without saying anything, and next to him, in an individual armchair, was a rather beautiful blonde woman with two drill-like pigtails and a body that would make any man drool. This woman was calmly drinking tea while watching the situation the brunette was in. While in another armchair sat a blonde boy who seemed to be the age of a teenager, and next to him was a blonde girl with a small drill-like hairstyle just like the adult woman. They both looked at the situation that arose a few moments ago when a man who was a guard entered the room and said that the brown-haired boy who seemed to be the same age as the blonde girl was a spy and that he was caught among several. That blonde man still standing was known as Lord Phoenix, the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, the woman drinking tea was his wife, and the two blonde men in the other chair were two of the 4 children they had, the boy being his eldest son and the girl being his youngest daughter. Lord Phoenix. First, who are you? What were you trying to get by infiltrating us? The secrets of our Phoenix powers. Kidnap someone. Tell the truth or your life is over this instant. She said threateningly emitting some Phoenix fire from her right hand. Issei. My name is Issei Haidu, I wasn't trying to do anything suspicious I swear, I was just walking and ended up entering your clan's land, I'm telling the truth. He replied without preventing his body from shaking a little at the pressure emitted by Lord Phoenix. Lord Phoenix. I see. Then die. He said and pointed his hand at him ready to burn him with Phoenix fire. Lady Phoenix. Honey wait. She said suddenly stopping what she was about to do while she left a cup of tea on the table in front of her. You told him to tell the truth and that's what he did. She said showing a smile to the brown-haired boy. Lord Phoenix. He could have lied. Lady Phoenix. Or he could have told the truth. She replied, standing up. Under everyone's gaze, Lady Phoenix walked towards the brown-haired boy and to everyone's surprise, placed both of her knees on the ground. Can't you see that he's just a child who starts to tremble just by being in front of him? She asked her husband while gently stroking the brown-haired boy's head, making him stop trembling. Issei. What? What are you doing? He asked, looking at her face and feeling her caress his head. Lady Phoenix. Isn't it obvious? I'll pat your head. Issei. Why are you doing this? He asked, confused by the woman's action. At that question and the brown-haired boy's eyes looking up and seeing his hand there made him think that maybe he was asking him that question, since it was the first time he was asked that. Lady Phoenix. Before I answer that, where are your parents? She asked him, stopping to caress his head to stand up and take the brown-haired boy's hand, making him get up. Issei. My parents. The only thing I remember about them is that they died years ago. He answered without stopping looking at her face. Lady Phoenix. Oh I'm sorry about that. Tell me Issei how old are you? Issei. I think. I'm 8. He wondered since he didn't pay attention to his age. Seeing that he didn't even seem to know his age and that he was only 8 years old made her know that he had been alone for years. Lady Phoenix. So that's why she didn't understand why I petted her head. She thought sadly knowing that the brown-haired boy hadn't received his mother's affection at least from what she remembered. You said that as long as you can remember your parents have been dead, right? So could you tell me how long ago you remember that? Issei. I didn't witness their deaths or see their bodies, some people told me that they found me next to the corpses of a woman and a man. Lord Phoenix. And where are those people? He asked, still suspecting the brown-haired boy, receiving an angry look from his wife. Issei. They were servants of a family who raised me with their permission, and when I was old enough I also became a servant of that family. Lord Phoenix. Servant. The only ones who can have servants are noble demons or demons that belong to one of the remaining 34 clans. What is the name of the family you serve? Issei. Actually, the correct word would be served, and I don't want to say the name, he said, looking away with an angry expression. Lord Phoenix. And why not? He asked, believing that this would reveal his lies. Issei. Don't get me wrong, it's not because I don't want them to know who I served, but because I hate them. That's why I don't want to associate with them, not even say their names, he said, putting on an expression of anger and contempt, which surprised the four since at such a young age, he was already capable of using an expression of pure hatred. Seeing those emotions on the brunette's face were enough for Lord Phoenix to tell him that he was not a spy, and that he apparently only wanted to get as far away as he could from those he served. Lord Phoenix. I understand, seeing how you express yourself when talking about them is enough for me to realize that you are not a spy. You can leave now, and if you want you can live in our territory, he said, making his wife happy by letting the brown-haired boy go. Issei. Really? Lord Phoenix. Yes, or do you want us to lock you up? Issei. No, of course not, he exclaimed, bowing his body instantly. And when he was about to leave, the door explodes, surprising everyone. It seems that everyone is present. From among the dust and smoke caused by the explosion, a man's voice was heard, and when the man's figure could be seen, several men could also be seen, all of whom had weapons and armor. Lord Phoenix. What does this mean? He asked them without feeling fear or worry. Man 1. It happens that today will be the day you die, damn old man, said the same man holding a sword. Lord Phoenix. Do you really think you can kill me? Man 2. That's right, only you yourself will give us your life. But that said, two men moved quickly. One of them grabbed Issei, while the other managed to grab the youngest daughter, although in the process he was burned thanks to the flames of the first son who attacked him right away. Lord Phoenix. I see that you want to die, he spoke, letting fire out of his body as he witnessed his daughter being taken hostage. Man 1. Hahaha, if you want your daughter to come out alive we can solve it with an exchange. What's the exchange? Well, it's easy, give us your life and we'll let her go, he said without removing his smile from his face, while he took a dagger from his belt and placed it near the blonde's neck. Your name is Ravel, right? He asked a girl who was very scared when she felt the cold edge of the dagger. Man 3. Hey, seeing how pretty she is at such a young age, what will she be like when she grows up? Said the one who was holding Ravel. Man 4. Haha, she must have an erotic body like her mother, he said, looking shamelessly at Lady Phoenix's enormous boobs and butt. Lord Phoenix at this point was holding back his anger as he saw his daughter being held hostage and as those men looked lustfully at his wife's body. But he did nothing because if he were to release his fire they could hurt Ravel, so he was thinking of a way to solve that problem. Man 5. Hey, what do we do with this kid? He asked, holding Issei with a dagger to his neck as well as Ravel. Man 1. Something just occurred to me, if you want your daughter then give your life in exchange, old man, and if you want this child to be freed too then let your wife come with us, he said, pointing at her while looking at those huge breasts. Lady Phoenix. Scum, she said, feeling disgust towards those men. Man 1. I even wonder if either of them will be able to sacrifice themselves to save this child, he said, putting a hand on the brown-haired boy's head and caressing him. Lord and Lady Phoenix didn't say anything, but that didn't matter to Issei, he didn't even pay attention to that. Right now his attention was on the feeling he had when he felt the man pass his hand over his head. Issei. It's different. This hand is not warm, he thought as he remembered the pleasant sensation that the Phoenix matriarch made him feel. Issei looked sideways and saw the men's expressions, and that Ravel was scared with small tears falling down her face as she felt the dagger on her neck. In that she turned her head slightly and stared at him with eyes that showed fear and asking for help. After seeing him she looked at her parents again and closed her eyes. That look made the brunette make a decision, that and also because it bothered him too much that man had his hand on his head. Issei. Take your filthy hand off my head, he said, surprising the Phoenixes with the tone in which he spoke. Man 1. Oh. What did you say? He asked, putting his hand on the brown-haired boy's head. Issei. I said that, he said, grabbing the wrist of the man holding the dagger to his neck with his left hand and breaking it with the force he used in the grip. Get your hand off my head, he exclaimed, grabbing the dagger in his hand and stabbing it into his shoulder. Man 1. Ah. Damn kid, he cursed, removing the dagger from his shoulder after taking 2 steps back. But when he turned his gaze to the brown-haired boy his eyes widened and showed some fear. That's because the brown-haired boy's left arm was now covered by a red gauntlet with a gem on the back of the hand. Boost. That was what was heard from the emerald-colored gem, which confirmed the suspicion of everyone present in the room. Issei. And also, let her go, he said, jumping and arriving next to Ravel. Out of fear and shock, all those rebels stood still like statues, so Issei was able to jump to Ravel's side, and as soon as he arrived he grabbed the arm of the man who was holding the dagger on the blonde's neck, and in the next second, without that man noticing, he had taken his sword, so he cut off his arm, freeing her. Without stopping, he wrapped his arm around Ravel's waist and jumped back, standing next to Lady Phoenix, who was still in wide-eyed shock at the sight of the red gauntlet. Lord Phoenix. Looks like they lost their trump card. Lord Phoenix didn't take a second longer, and before they could escape the room, he used his magic and incinerated them in such a short time that not even their ashes remained, to the brown-haired boy's surprise. After finishing off those men, Lord Phoenix looked at the brunette and his gauntlet. Lord Phoenix. So you are the Sekiryu, that means you are a human. Issei. Is there a problem with that? He asked nervously, since he didn't know if she would do something to him now that she knew he was a human. Lord Phoenix. Are you fully human or half human? Issei. I'm just human, both my parents were humans, and no one reincarnated me. He said, being on guard for anything. Lord Phoenix. I see. Thank you for saving my daughter. He said, surprising the brown-haired boy since he wasn't expecting that. Issei. No problem. Ravel. Excuse me, but can you let me go? She asked, embarrassed as she was still held by the waist by the brown-haired boy's arm. Issei. Oh yeah, sorry. He said, a little blushing at that, and let go of her. So. Can I go? He asked, remembering that she had let him go before. Lord Phoenix. Since you are now alone, since you have come here and defended my daughter, how do you feel about being her personal guard? Issei. What? Lady Phoenix. What? Ravel. What? Ravel. Oh, I didn't expect that one. He commented for the first time with a smile. Issei. Boo. But aren't I too young to be his personal guard? I mean, we're the same age, right? Lord Phoenix. That's right, they are the same age, but I still want you to be her personal guard. Seeing that you are the Sekiryu, I think she will be safe with you, that way we all win. You have a place to live and eat, a reason to be stronger, and I will rest assured that my daughter is in good hands. He said, showing his reasons behind the proposition. Issei. But I don't know. He said, hesitant to accept, then Lady Phoenix approached him. Lady Phoenix. Accept Issei-kun, okay? She said, showing him a smile that showed him affection that warmed the brown-haired boy's heart. Issei. It's okay. I accept. He replied, turning his head with red cheeks so as not to continue seeing that smile. It's a very pleasant sensation. Ravel. Boo. But what about my opinion? Lady Phoenix. Are you saying that you don't want Issei-kun to be the one who always protects you? Besides, that way something might happen between the two of us. She said, whispering in his ear, making him blush. Ravel. Mother. He said loudly, hitting her weakly. Lord Phoenix. Does that mean you also accept? He asked his wife, to which she affirmed. Well then, Issei Haidu, from today you will be my daughter's personal guard. I hope you protect her with your life, because if something happens to her, you will have to deal with me. She said at the end, showing her flames in her hands, scaring the brown-haired boy. Lady Phoenix. Honey. She called him in a very sweet way, making him tremble. Don't scare Issei-kun, he's just a child. Lord Phoenix. Okay. He said with sweat on his forehead as he felt the danger had passed. Ahem. Then Ravel guides Issei to the guard's rest area so they can give him a room and teach him the rules of the place. He told her, to which she nodded. Ravel. Understood, father. Come, Issei sent, try not to lose sight of me or you will get lost. She said, and with that she left the room. Issei. Goodbye, lady and Lord Phoenix. With that he left and began to follow Ravel. Ravel. And that's the story of how we met. After that you spent almost the entire day as my guardian, making sure I didn't get hurt by anything, since my father's threat really scared you. Issei. That much? He asked, doubtful of the extent to which he protected her. Ravel. Seriously, even when I hurt myself with a rose thorn you turned as pale as a sheet, and all day you tried to keep my father from seeing me. Issei. Wow, I must have been really scared of your father if I acted like that. He replied with a laugh as he found it funny to have acted like that. Ravel. Yes, but in the end my father found out, and when he did, you begged for forgiveness on your knees and even said that you were no good as a personal guard, so you would leave. He said with a drop of sweat, remembering that moment. Issei. That's something I didn't expect. When you tell me that, it's like if I were someone else. Tell me, Ravel, what happened for me to leave? He asked, since if he was so protective, why would he leave? Ravel. That's what I wanted to know. He said, confusing the brown-haired boy. From one day to the next he had left, all his belongings had disappeared, and he hadn't even left a letter. He said, showing a sad expression. Issei. It seems that no one will know. He said, disappointed that she also does not know the reason why he left. but at least now we meet again," he said, now showing a smile. "Ravel. Don't think I'm happy to see you again," she said, looking away. Issei. "Yep, she's at Sundeer," he thought, confirming his suspicion, earning a laugh. "Ravel. Why are you laughing? Hey, tell me," I asked him over and over again, only making him laugh harder. Issei. "Well, then we just have to get to know each other again. What do you think?" he asked, stopping laughing. "Ravel. I guess there's no other way. After all, it's not fair that only I know several things about you, but you don't know anything about me," he said, showing a smile of pride and happiness. Issei. Sure, in that case why don't you tell me some things about when I was your personal guard until the time of the wedding?" Ravel. Well, then to refresh your memory I have no choice but to tell you, let's go to a room to talk comfortably," she said, starting to walk forward without wanting him to see her smile of joy. Finally I'm back with you, Issei-sama." Issei could never have foreseen that in his past he met and interacted with the youngest daughter of the Phoenix, but for some reason he felt a pleasant and comfortable feeling in his chest. A feeling as if he had recovered something he had lost. It was something similar and at the same time different from what he felt for Serafall. But since he didn't feel disgust towards that feeling, he didn't care to continue feeling it, since it was as if he had recovered a part of himself that had been lost, and all of that was thanks to the blonde who walked in front of him, that even though he couldn't see her, he knew she had a big smile. The hours passed and the night came, and with it the grand wedding between Razor Phoenix and Ria's Gremory was about to take place. In the ceremony hall were several demons from important clans. Among those demons, on one side was the nobility of Ria's Gremory, with worried faces and feelings of helplessness at not being able to do anything to prevent that wedding. "Saji. Isn't there any way for Butchu not to marry that guy?" he asked, looking at the brunette. "Bekeno. The only way was to defeat him in a raiding game, but we lost, we can't do anything now," he said, annoyed, clenching his fists tightly. After a few minutes, Razor appeared from a call of fire in front of a large door wearing a white outfit, leaving his chest somewhat exposed. "Razor. Welcome everyone and thank you for witnessing this great union between two of the strongest clans." Razor continued to say various things about the ceremony, and when he finished speaking the door behind him slowly opened, only to show Ria's in a beautiful white dress. Upon seeing Ria's, the applause was not long in coming along with their smiles. "Razor. Well, let the wedding begin," he said, as if he were the organizer of the ceremony. But then the front door was opened. "Sorry I'm late, this place is like a maze, so I got lost for a few minutes." When they saw who the brazen one was to interrupt, they only saw an unknown brown-haired boy, although he was known to some, and they were surprised to see him arrive right at that moment. Sona, who was next to Akeno after saying a few words to her, took on a serious and angry face, since when she arrived, the brown-haired boy was supposed to be with her for being part of her nobility, but he never got to meet her, even when she called him through a magic circle. She was about to go towards the chestnut tree, but had to stop because of some words coming from his mouth. "Razor. What are you doing here?" he asked him with hostility. With that, it was clear that he definitely hated the brown-haired boy. Issei. "Well, I'm part of Sona-sama's nobility, so I have permission to be here," he said, using his name so that everyone knows who he served. "That and because I have a special matter to do," he said as he continued walking towards him. "Razor. So you are from Sona's nobility, then there is no problem, but what business do you have in this place? If you haven't noticed, I will marry Ria's." Issei. "That's exactly the reason why I'm here," he said, confusing some people who didn't understand what he meant. "I'm here to prevent that wedding." As soon as he said those words, exclamations erupted in the room. "Sona. What?" she asked without knowing the reasons for what the brown-haired boy did. "Baruko. Does Issei-kun like Ria's senpai?" she asked with a bit of panic on her face, infecting Sona with that panic. "Momo. I don't think that's it, as far as I know, they have never spoken, and if they did it must have been once or twice." "Ira. So you have something up your sleeve when you make that statement." "Momo. Maybe if he avoids the wedding he can achieve something he was planning, or Meguri. Or what?" "Momo. Or someone asked her to do that," she said, causing an idea to come to the brunette's mind. "Sona. Did Surzicha-sama ask him to?" "It's quite possible since he knows that Issei is the Sekirute." "Razor. Avoid the wedding. And how will you achieve that?" he asked with a smile. "Issei. In a simple way. I will defeat you in a fight. If I win there will be no wedding, but if I lose then you can marry her without any problem." "Razor. Just that if you lose. Since you're challenging me, it's not enough. If you win, like you said, the wedding is cancelled, but if you lose, in addition to cancelling the wedding, you'll be my servant for, let's see, for eternity," he said out loud, looking into the brown-haired man's eyes. "Sona. Issei, wait, don't accept," she said, arriving at his side. Issei. I'm sorry Kaichu. Was the only thing he said before turning his gaze towards the blonde. I accept Razor, if I lose I will be your servant and I will listen to everything you order me to do. He said, causing a gasp in Sona, Ria's and the nobility of both. Razor. Hahaha, I don't know why you want to avoid this wedding so much, but you've only condemned yourself. He said, laughing loudly. Serziches. Issei-kun, are you sure about this? He asked, appearing out of nowhere. Issei. That's right Serziches-sama, I have no intention of losing, much less being your servant. He replied with a smile. Sona. Issei, you're crazy. Why did you do that? She said a little frantically. Do you like Rias? She asked him, speaking in his ear. Issei. No, not at all, I swear. He said, denying it, forming an X with his arms. Sona. Then why did you challenge Razor? Issei. It's a secret. He told her with a smile that made her blush slightly and look away. Serziches. Since both of you have accepted this fight, then it will take place in a few minutes, so that things are ready. He announced and then left there to prepare the dimension where they will fight. Razor. You don't know how much I'll enjoy exploiting you when you're my servant. He said maliciously, watching as she retreated with Sona and the others. Issei. If I were you I wouldn't be so sure I could win. He said, turning his head slightly and looking at him with cold, sharp eyes, making the big smile Razor had disappear as he sensed danger in the brown-haired boy. After a few minutes the preparations had been completed and the dimension where Razor and Issei would fight. The place where they would fight was a fairly large coliseum with all the demons who went to the wedding as spectators and several more who, upon hearing the news, rushed to see the fight in person, and since there was no problem, everyone went. The news spread like wildfire in just a few minutes, and among those who went to witness the fight on a balcony were, to the surprise of many, Lord and Lady Phoenix who for some reason were not present before. And apart from them, sitting next to them were Lord and Lady Sitri who, upon hearing that someone from their daughter's peerage challenged Razor, made both of them go see the fight and study if that boy was worthy of being in their peerage. But of course neither Razor nor Issei knew that those four were present since they were both inside the coliseum, waiting for the signal for the fight to begin. Razor. Before we start, can you tell me the reason for defying me and wanting the wedding cancelled? He asked while cracking the bones in his hands. Issei. As I told Kaichu, the reason is a secret. He answered with a serious face. Damn. Why did he have to accept Serachan's request to prevent the wedding from taking place? He must love Rias a lot if he wanted to cancel this wedding so much. He thought, letting out a sigh. Graphia. Welcome everyone, I am Graphia Lucifuge, Queen of Serziches Sama. In the middle of Razor Sama's wedding with Rias Sama, a member of Sona Sama's peerage challenged Razor Sama to a fight in order to cancel the wedding. If Razor Sama loses, the wedding is cancelled, but if he wins, the wedding will take place, and Sona Sama's servant will be her servant forever. She explained what they bet if each one won without saying the brunette's name. If everyone has already understood the reasons behind the fight, I declare that the fight begins. Razor. I hope you're tolerant of pain because I'll burn you so much that your flesh will be nice and crispy. He said something super twisted, causing a grimace of disgust on the brown-haired boy's face. But that said, Razor used his flames and launched them in the direction of Issei, who dodged them by going to the sides, jumping and crouching. Razor. You seem to be quite agile, but I don't think you can dodge this. With his words, he made a large sphere of fire that he threw at her without caring whether she survived or not. Issei. I think I told you, right? He said without moving from his spot while the sphere of fire approached him quickly. If I were you I wouldn't be so sure of winning. But that said, an emerald light emerged from his left arm, and before anyone could see what caused that light, Issei hit the sphere of fire with that arm, or so it seemed, while saying something that no one heard. The fire sphere disappeared and was replaced by a red beam of energy that headed straight for Razor. But he reacted quickly, creating wings of fire and rising up, successfully dodging the attack. The energy beam crashed into the wall, leaving a large hole, surprising several people with the power of that attack. When Razor turned his gaze towards Issei as he descended, he was greatly surprised to see his left arm. And not just him, all the spectators gave a gasp of surprise when they saw the boosted gear, in other words, they saw the new Sekiryuite. After that simple demonstration of power, Sona's eyes were wide open, and it was no wonder since a few days ago she had witnessed how the boosted gear had awakened. Sona. How? How could he achieve that when he woke him up just now? Is something wrong, Sona? The question made him wake up from the shock he had, and he looked at the person who had just spoken to him. Sona. It's nothing, father. She replied to the one who was her father. Lady Sitri. Hey Sona, what's that boy's name? I never expected you to have the Sekiryuite in your peerage. She said, showing a smile. Sona. Him. Well, his name is. I didn't know what to say since a huge problem could arise if I said his name. Lady Phoenix. Sona, could you tell me the name of that boy? I feel that he looks familiar, she said, causing Sona's nervousness to increase. Ravel, who was next to his mother, had a big smile, imagining the great surprise and happiness he would have when he found out who the brown-haired boy was. Of course Ravel didn't know anything about Issei's past with the Sitri, so she didn't know that she shouldn't say his name in the presence of the black-haired girl's parents. Lady Phoenix. Seeing that smile, I can tell that you know it, Ravel, right? She said, noticing how the blonde smile grew wider and without noticing that Sona's heart was about to stop. Ravel. That boy's name is Issei. Do you remember him? She said, causing not only her mother and father's eyes to open in surprise, but also those of Sona's parents. Lady Phoenix. Issei. Is it Issei? She asked quite happily. How nice to see him again, he's a man now. Ravel. Mother, don't you remember when he saved me using the boosted gear? Lady Phoenix. It's just been so long that I forgot I had a sacred gear. She said, a little embarrassed. Sona. No. She said in a low voice, seeing the death-filled look her father was showing. While they were having that conversation, Razor attacked Issei again with large bursts of fire to overwhelm him and make him surrender. But Issei dodged or hit the fire with his left arm, destroying the fire attack. Issei. Is that all the powerful Razor Phoenix is capable of doing? He provoked after dodging a large number of fireballs and managing to get close to him. Before Razor could respond or act, he received a blow to his stomach that knocked all the air out of him and lifted him a few inches off the ground. Issei then spun around and hit him in the face with the heel of his left foot, sending him crashing into a pillar. That pillar, which was quite large, thick and tall, began to develop cracks and finally collapsed, raising a large cloud of dust. Issei. Are you still alive, fried chicken? He asked out loud, the new nickname that just occurred to him. From the dust a great flame of fire emerged, and from it flew Razor, who was full of anger. Razor. Dare to call me that again? He told her while her wounds healed instantly. Issei. TSK, at this rate I'll never win, I'd forgotten how annoying the regeneration of the Phoenix is. He said, moving his head from left to right, making his neck crack. Seeing that continuing like this would lead nowhere, he decided to use something special that would surprise everyone. Issei. It's time, Drake, it's been a while since we used it. What are you saying? He asked, confusing everyone by not knowing who he was talking to. Drake. It's about time, this fight was too boring. He spoke, surprising everyone upon hearing the Red Dragon Emperor for the first time. But that said, an intense red aura full of power surrounded the brown-haired boy, and then he said something that froze the blood of many. Welsh dragon. Balance break. But those words, Issei's skin was covered by red armor with emerald-colored gems. Razor. Impossible. Did you reach balance break? He asked with fear in his voice. Issei. Now do you understand? You never had a chance to win. As soon as he said that, his aura rose, scaring the blonde. Everyone was in shock seeing that the new member of Sona Sitri's peerage turned out to be the Sekir'Yuete, but seeing that she could even use balance break made their minds explode since they recently investigated and she was supposed to have awakened the boosted gear a few days ago. While that was happening between the demons watching the fight where Sona and Ravel's parents were, they were serious while Sona's mother watched with interest and Ravel's mother watched with excitement and joy. Lady Phoenix. It seems that Issei-kun really became strong. She said, remembering how he was before he disappeared. Ravel. I never said it, but Issei-sama once showed me his balance break before it disappeared. She told her mother, surprising everyone. Sona. Wait a minute. She muttered, remembering what the blonde said a few minutes ago. Ravel-san, you had said that Issei saved you before using the boosted gear, right? She asked, fearing the worst. Ravel. MMH. Yes, that's right, when Issei-sama came to our territory he was 8 years old, and just when my father interrogated him believing he was a spy, some men came in and used me as a hostage to kill him, but in that they also used Issei-sama as a hostage, but he took care of freeing me using his sacred gear, and with that my father took care of those traitors. She said proudly even though she hadn't done anything. Sona. No. It's not possible. Then he. She thought without realizing that her complexion turned pale. Ravel. Is something wrong, Sona-sama? He asked, seeing how pale she was. Sona. No. It's nothing. She answered, fixing her gaze on the brown-haired boy who gave off a great aura. He recovered his memory. There is no other explanation. If he awakened his sacred gear years ago, then that event he showed us never had to happen. He knew we were demons, so he acted so we would reincarnate him into one, but with what objective? Why did he decide to become a demon if his memory could have returned? Did he only do it to get to the underworld? While Sona was thinking all that, worried that the moment had arrived and that her peerage was looking at the brunette with admiration for reaching his balance break so quickly, Issei, who stayed in place seeing Razor's expression as he pretended not to be scared, decided to move at once. Everyone saw how Issei used something like a propellant from his back arriving in front of Razor in an instant, and with that he gave him a strong blow to his stomach. But then a beam of red energy emerged, engulfing Razor in it completely, until it reached a tower piece that was on one edge, destroying it in half. "Razor. I'm fed up," he roared, flying away quite injured, but eventually he healed. "Issei. How many hits like that can you take before your regeneration becomes useless?" he asked while on the ground. "Razor. As if I were going to let you hit me again. Now feel the sacred fire of the phoenix and burn yourself to death," he said quite angry, throwing a gigantic wave of fire that could easily char someone. "Issei. Then I'm sorry to disappoint you because you will receive a much worse blow," he said while taking out a pair of dragon wings to everyone's amazement. Issei flew towards the fire without hesitation, seeing that made Razor laugh, thinking that he decided to commit suicide so as not to lose his dignity. But that laughter went away when he saw that his fire was moving as if it were a tornado and that at one point it headed towards him, forcing him to dodge. "Razor. What the hell is going on?" The fire tornado made another turn towards the direction where the blonde was, and when he dodged he felt that the speed of it had increased both to reach him faster and the speed at which it was spinning. Since he was attacked twice in the same way and there were no signs of the chestnut tree, he attacked the tornado with more fire to stop it, but he only managed to make it bigger. "Issei. You're an idiot." Issei's voice came from the tornado, surprising Razor to know that he was inside the fire. And before Razor could dodge the fire again, it reached him, but it didn't do much damage since it was the fire that he manifested. But the blow that Issei gave him in the face while he was still inside the fire was something else, and it was worse when a red light began to come out from where it hit him, almost making him fly away. "Issei. Dragon shot." As he said those words, a torrent of energy carried Razor to the ground, raising a large cloud of dust. Issei descended out of the cloud of dust waiting for it to disperse, but since it would take a long time due to the quantity, he flapped his wings, and with that the dust left, revealing how Razor was healing his face and his torso along with his arms a little but slowly. "Issei. You lost," he told him as soon as he reached his side, only to see how he fell unconscious after receiving that super concentrated attack that erased his arms and almost his head. "Grafia. The winner is Sona Sama's pawn, so as agreed before, Ria Sama's wedding is cancelled," she announced the instant Razor fell unconscious. Hearing Grafia name the winner made the demons upset since Razor Phoenix had just lost to a newly reincarnated demon, but despite having recently reincarnated, he showed a power that surpassed several demons, something they did not like. When everyone left that dimension that was created just for the fight, Issei stayed in a room with armchairs, tables, chairs and other things, so he could rest well for a moment. "Issei. I wonder how much Sarah-chan was surprised when she saw that I could use the balance break." He spoke only with a smile, imagining how much she must have been upset. Then he heard the door open and thought it was Serafall, so he was going to call her as he usually does, but just when he said the first letter of her name, he was speechless when he saw that it was the wrong brunette. "Issei. S. Sona Kaichu," he said, fixing it by adding the nickname at the end. "Sona. Issei. Answer me without lying," she said without looking at his face while she clenched her fists tightly. "You. Do you remember?" she asked him with a trembling voice without receiving an answer. "Please tell me and don't lie. Do you remember everything? Do you remember the moment, Issei, in which you betrayed me, abandoned me and tried to kill me?" he asked, completing the sentence but adding a few more things. Hearing those words, the brunette couldn't help but tremble, knowing that the brown-haired boy already remembered everything. She knew the time would come, but she didn't want it to be so soon. "Sona. I still haven't achieved anything. Why now? Why couldn't you remember it later?" she thought while biting her lower lip and feeling the tears threatening to come out, something she didn't want. "Issei. Please don't cry, Kaichu," he said, surprising the brunette with those words, so she raised her head and saw that the brown-haired girl did not have a look of hatred towards her as he looked elsewhere while scratching the back of his head. "If the girls see you like this they will suspect and could end up discovering our past, so try to calm down," he said, surprising the brunette even more, who had already stopped holding back her tears. "Why are you crying? I don't really hate you, or at least I don't hold as much resentment against you as I did before, so calm down," he told her nervously as he felt someone approaching. "Kaichu, someone is approaching, please act normal." And just as he saw who was entering that room, Issei's skin color turned pale, and he took a step back without wanting to do so after all. The one who had entered was none other than Lord Sitri, Sona and Serafall's father, being accompanied by Lady Sitri, Lord Phoenix, Lady Phoenix and Ravel, who was nervous about Sona's father's death gaze. Sona quickly wiped away her tears and was already wearing her typical expression, so when everyone entered, no one saw anything strange. Issei. Ravel. What a surprise to see you here, why don't we go talk somewhere else alone? He said nervously, wanting to get out of there immediately. What the hell is Lord Sitri doing here? With that look, it's obvious that he still believes that I tried to poison him and that he wants me more than dead. He thought, seeing the man's sharp gaze out of the corner of his eye. But that attempt to escape was useless against that man who did not take his eyes off her. Lord Sitri. Hi to Issei. Issei. Why? Yes, Lord. Lord Sitri, is there something that requires my help? He said, ultra nervous, since now that he was dating Serafall, this man who seemed to want to kill him, and it seems that he tried to kill him, could now be his father-in-law. Lord Sitri. We haven't seen each other since that day, it seems you've become quite strong. He said seriously and in a cold voice, managing to elicit a sigh from his wife. Issei. Do you still believe that I did that? He asked, sweating bullets at the pressure he felt just facing his future father-in-law. At his question, the place became so silent that it was suffocating. Sona and her mother looked at Lord Sitri, waiting for his answer. Lord Sitri. Since you have appeared again just to interrupt that wedding, I can only say that I no longer believe that you did that. He said without changing anything at all. Issei. And what's wrong with him? Why does he look at me with such hostility if he thinks I'm innocent? He wondered without knowing why so much hostility towards him. Then. Why does he look at me with such hostility? Lord Sitri just looked at Sona, then at the brunette and then at her without saying anything. Sona, upon realizing what her father was thinking, turned red, and just when she heard the first words from her father's mouth, she interrupted him. Lord Sitri. Are you? Sona. Don't say it. She screamed with a red face, watching her mother laugh with a hand on her mouth just like Lady Phoenix. Lady Sitri. Dear, I think it's better to leave, you still have work to do. She said, taking his right arm. Lord Sitri. You're right, goodbye Sona. And with that he left with his wife. But before disappearing from everyone's sight, Lady Sitri smiled at her daughter and said, you can, just by moving her lips, which made Sona's face turn like a tomato because of the color. Issei. That was unexpected. He said, sitting down on the floor to notice the other two visitors. Lady Phoenix. Are you okay, Issei-kun? She asked him with a smile, holding out a hand for him to get up. But even though he accepted her hand, he saw how her face seemed bewildered at the sight of her. Issei. Thank you, but who are you? At that question, Lady Phoenix was shocked to realize that what her daughter told her was true about him losing his memory. Issei. Wait. That hairstyle. He said, giving hope to mother and daughter that he had remembered something. It's similar to Ravel's, so. You are her mother, right? Lady Phoenix. That's right, Issei-kun, I am Ravel's mother. She said, sad that he doesn't remember her since she considered him as a son. But to everyone's amazement, they saw Issei lean his body forward. Ravel. Issei-sama, what is it? Issei. I thank you for giving me a home, food and possibly also love even when I was a stranger. Thank you for taking care of me those years that I was with you. I can't remember anything about the time I was with you, for reasons that I don't know, but Ravel has told me a little, so I have nothing else to say thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hugged by Lady Phoenix, while unknowingly she put the brunette's face between her breasts, causing him to blush massively when he was between those big breasts. Ravel. Mom. He scolded her with a shout, making her let go of the poor but lucky chestnut. Lady Phoenix. Sorry Ravel, but I was quite moved by your words. She said, wiping a tear from her eye. Lord Phoenix. I'm glad you're back, hi to Issei. He said, exerting great force with his hand on Issei's left shoulder, as if he wanted to break it. Issei. I'm also glad to be back. He said, enduring the pain in his shoulder while looking at the veins that stood out on Lord Phoenix's forehead. Is he jealous because I ended up in his wife's breasts? He thought, firmly believing that. Lady Phoenix. Well, Issei-kun, we are leaving, just like Sona-sen's parents, we still have things to do, so I hope we see each other soon. She said as she walked her husband out of the room. With his retreat, the ones left in that place were Sona, who was to the right of the brown-haired boy, and Ravel, who was to his left. The brown-haired boy was nervous, since he perceived the stern look that both gave each other, and just when he was thinking how to solve that, the problem got worse. Serafall. Issei, explain right now how you can use balance break. She said out loud, entering the room in her famous magical girl outfit. As she entered and stopped in front of Issei was when she noticed her little sister and Ravel, so she instantly didn't get nervous. She got jealous, thinking that he was already flirting with others while she was away, since no one would visit him if it wasn't for something special. Maybe Sona would do it, but several minutes had passed since the fight, so he should be alone, but she found him with two girls alone, and one of them was his cute little sister. Seeing Serafall's gaze darken, Issei cursed as he was trapped by 3 girls and his back against the wall, since there really was a wall behind him. Issei. Ravel on the left. Sona on my right. And Sera-chan in front. Anything else? Oh yeah, and the wall behind me. Help, I don't know how to escape from this. He asked, unable to think of a solution to escape. Sona. One-sama, what are you doing here? Serafall. I came to ask Issei-chan why he never told me he could use his balance break. Ravel. Excuse me Serafall Sama, but why would Issei Sama have to tell you that? Serafall. That's not important. Ravel. Of course. Sona. Ravel, don't talk to One-sama like that, remember that she is a Mayu, even if she doesn't look like it. She said looking at her magical girl outfit. Serafall. So Tan knew you loved me, thank you for defending me. He said happily hugging her. Ravel. But Sona-sama, aren't you curious as to why your sister came to ask Issei-sama for an explanation if they've only known each other for a short time? In any case, he should explain it to you since he's your king. She said, looking suspiciously at the brunette. Sona. You have a point there Ravel, being that way, why should Issei give you an explanation of why he can use the balance break when One-sama? She asked Serafall who got nervous not knowing what to say. Serafall. Well. That's because. She said taking steps back while the other 2 took steps towards her. Serafall being in trouble looked at Issei asking for help with just her gaze, something he understood instantly. Issei. Excuse me Kai. Ravel. Issei-sama, please do not interrupt. She said in a serious tone. Issei. But. Sona. Issei silence. She said just as serious as Ravel. Serafall. Issei-kun you are useless. She exclaimed in her mind when she saw that she could not contradict either of them. Sona. Can you answer me One-sama? Serafall. That's. Because. She repeated the same words without knowing what to say, which made her seem more suspicious. Issei. It's because when we were talking alone I told him I was the Sekiruyute, but I never told him I reached balance break. He said suddenly after burning his brain cells on how to save his girlfriend. Ravel. Was that it? For a moment I thought that Serafall Sama's attitude was like that of a girlfriend who had just discovered a secret, thank goodness it wasn't that. She said, letting out a sigh of relief along with a smile. No. It's not that I care that she was your girlfriend Issei-sama, and if it were, I wouldn't worry at all. She said, showing her tsundere attitude. Issei. Of course I know that Ravel. He said, finding her tsundere attitude cute. Sona. What One-sama is going out with Issei. I can believe anything about her, but I don't think she would be able to go out with him. After all he already has a girlfriend. She said sadly at the end. Issei, Ravel. What? They shouted at the same time quite loudly. Issei. How does he know that? Wait, if he doesn't know that Sera is my girlfriend then. Am I that obvious? Since when does he know then? Ravel. Issei-sama has a girlfriend. Girlfriend. She repeated that word in her mind as if she were in a trance. Sona. Issei, sometimes you are too easy to read. She told him somewhat annoyed since she didn't like to remember that he had a girlfriend. Now that you already know that I have known for a long time that you have a girlfriend, can you tell me her name? With her question, Issei saw a kind of aura surrounding her that gave him chills. But with Sona's question, Ravel stared at him waiting to hear from the girl who made him fall in love, and Serafall also stared at him to hear what he would answer, and that it wouldn't be anything suspicious. Issei. I'm sorry Kaichu, but I can't say it. Sona. Can I at least know where you study? Issei. Sorry again but no, she asked me not to tell you anything, I can only tell you that she knows about the supernatural, that's why she asked me that. He said surprising the 3 but more Serafall for the lie that occurred to her instantly. Serafall. Her expressions and tone are very normal when she lies. Has she ever lied to me like that? She wondered, narrowing her eyes in suspicion, much to the brunette's confusion. Sona. Okay. Then answer me 2 more things, when did you regain your memory, and when did you awaken the boosted gear? Issei. I did it a little after classes started this year. He said surprising Sona by letting her know that he had remembered her for a long time. Ravel. Excuse me Sona-sama, but what do you mean by recovering your memory? Sona. That's right, you don't know that, when Issei arrived a year ago at the school where I'm studying in the human world with Rias, he didn't remember anything about the supernatural, but with his demonstration of how he achieved his balance break, he made me realize that he recovered his memory, and that the act that his sacred gear had just awakened a few days ago was just fake. She told him highlighting the final part. Ravel. And how do you know he forgot everything about the supernatural? He asked her, beginning to feel resentment towards her. Sona. That's because when Issei spent some time living as a servant in Sitri Castle when he was a child. She told him as Ravel's suspicions became real. Ravel. So it was you. He muttered with his eyes closed but with a frown and exerting strength with his fists. Issei. Ravel. Ravel. So you were the one who betrayed Issei Sama and almost got him killed. He said out loud, pointing at her, surprising everyone upon learning that she knew that information. Issei. Ravel, tell me right now, how do you know that? He said, taking her by the shoulders. Ravel. You told me Issei Sama, but you never told me the name of the person who did that to you. She said, looking resentfully at Sona. Sona. That's right. I was the one who did that to Issei. She said, claiming to have done it. Ravel. If you admit it, don't you dare say Issei Sama's name. She told him while getting upset. Issei. Ravel, calm down please. Sona. But that's exactly why I've hated myself every day for all these years, and when I met Issei again, I wanted to fix my mistake and apologize to him. But he didn't remember anymore. Can you imagine how I felt knowing that I couldn't apologize for what I did to him when he didn't even remember it? I was never going to be able to apologize, that's why I decided to do things better, and I wanted to get along with him, and if I ever got my memory back I would apologize for what happened. She said to Ravel almost out loud, trying not to cry. That's why. I ask you to forgive me, Issei. Forgive me for not believing you even when you trusted me to explain to me that it wasn't you when you could escape a long time ago, and also for almost making me kill you. You don't know how much I've hated myself since then. I couldn't continue with this feeling inside me of not having asked for forgiveness, and even if you don't forgive me, at least I won't torment myself anymore for not being able to apologize. She said, accidentally shedding a few tears at the thought that he wouldn't forgive her and that he would begin to hate her. At her words, Ravel calmed down as she looked at her in surprise and remembered how when Issei had disappeared she felt bad since she thought it was because of something she had done, so she could understand her a little, but only a little, since Sona's situation was much stronger. Serafall was sad to hear those words from her little sister, but somewhat calm to see that she could finally take off that weight of never being able to apologize to the brunette. Then she looked at the brunette, who also saw her but a little out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that their eyes met, he just smiled at her. Issei. Sona. He said, surprising her by suddenly changing his way of calling her and with that making her look up. I forgive you. He said to her great relief. It's been a long time since I held a grudge against you, back then we were just children, and I can understand that when you heard that I tried to kill your father, you believed it since you loved him, but it still hurt me. But as I grew up I stopped holding a grudge against you. I was just waiting for you to apologize sincerely, just like you just did. Sona. So. Issei. But you can't wait for us to have a relationship like before again. Besides, I think there must still be some demons who think I tried to kill your father. Sona. That detail can be fixed instantly, don't worry, and before anything else happens, can you answer my second question? She said instantly with a tender smile. Issei. About when I woke him up. Well, it was after I escaped. He said without wanting to go into details. But then a few words changed the topic of conversation completely. Ravel. A. Relationship like before. He repeated the words in shock. Issei. Wait, Ravel, what are you imagining? He asked her, slowly shaking her to wake her up from the shock, while Sona blushed a little, but the smile she had did not disappear. At that, two veins stood out on Serafall's face when she heard what the brunette had just said to her sister about that relationship, and how Sona seemed to have a change of attitude just because of that word. Serafall. I think we've been here for too long. How about we each leave? She said with a forced smile. Issei. You're right, Serafall Sona, we must return to the human world now, it's already quite late, so the girl's parents must be worried. He said, referring to the parents of the other members of Sona's nobility. Sona. That's true, in that case follow me, Issei, to go where they are and then return. She said, not wanting to erase her smile. Ah. Here you are, girls. Hearing that scream, the three of them focused their gaze on the door, which was never closed, only to see how the rest of Sona's nobility entered, while Haruko, who had screamed, had jumped to give Issei a hug and thus throw him to the ground. Haruko. Issei-kun, you were amazing in that fight. She said, still hugging him while standing on top of him. Serafall. It's that dwarf, let go of Issei. He's mine. She screamed in her mind, wanting to freeze the brunette. At that moment the rest of the girls arrived with them. Ira. Haidu, that fight was incredible, you are quite strong for someone who awakened his sacred gear. She told him with a smile that the brown-haired boy read as if she were telling him that she wanted to fight. Issei-kun, are you this strong just because you're the Sekiryuite? Issei. I think so. He lied since it would be too complicated to explain the real reason. By the way, can you move, Haruko-chan? He asked a little nervously when he saw that the brunette's face was close to his. Haruko. I'll only do it if you give me a kiss. She said, leaving everyone open-mouthed and speechless. And to everyone's surprise, Issei gave her a kiss on the cheek, which made her happy that even if it wasn't on the lips, at least he gave her a kiss. Serafall looked at Issei with dead eyes, and only he noticed that, and seeing her like that without showing a hint of her smile, made him realize that he had made the wrong choice to kiss the brunette. "Ria. Haruko, don't keep it to yourself," she said, surprising everyone as she appeared next to Issei and gave him a kiss on his cheek. "That's your reward for winning, and this is for not getting hurt," she said, approaching the brown-haired boy's lips. "Or maybe I'll give you that reward another time," she said, stepping back, showing how she was laughing at the brown-haired boy's red face. "Haruko. Kusaka-senpai didn't do that," she reproached him without noticing how her king was holding back from strangling the two of them. "Ria. But if you did something similar," she replied. That with it an argument started between the two of them. Issei saw Serafall again after Ria almost kissed him, and what he saw made him want to break the ceiling and escape. "Issei. Sarah, you're too scary with those eyes, please stop looking at me like that, it wasn't my fault, I swear," he said in his mind, believing that she would read his mind. "Sona. Well, since everyone is here, it's time for us to return to the human world," she said, listening to how everyone agreed. "Well, goodbye Wani-sama," she said, bowing along with the other girls, but when doing that they didn't notice Serafall's chilling gaze towards Issei. But that, all of Sona's nobility returned to the human world. And it was at that moment that Ravel looked at Serafall and froze at the deathly, soulless look she had. "Ravel. What happened? It's too scary," she thought, taking slow steps towards the door, but then the brunette looks at her. "Serafall. Ravel-chan, how about you tell me about how you know Issei-chan? On the way I met your parents, and from what I heard you've known him for a long time," he said, walking towards her with a smile while Ravel trembled with a nervous smile. "Ravel. I have important things to do, I'm sorry, I can't," he said, turning around to leave, but the doors finally closed, to his terror. "Serafall. If I say it's my order, I don't think there will be any problems, right?" he asked, opening his eyes, which he closed as he walked towards her. And when he opened them, Ravel saw again those soulless eyes that seemed like they would only calm down if they obtained the blood of the one who gave them birth. "Ravel. Issei-sama, help." Once Sona and her peerage returned to the student council room of Kuo Academy, everyone went home to rest, especially Issei, who after that fight wanted to take a shower and go to sleep. But as soon as he got home and went into the living room, he met a certain black-haired girl who loved Mahu Shoujo. "Issei. Serafall Sona, what are you doing here?" he asked, realizing that he had forgotten his formal way of speaking to her. Serafall got up from the chair she was sitting on and walked towards him without saying a single word. She just stared into his eyes without showing a smile. "Issei. Sarah-chan. Serafall. Issei. Do you love me?" she asked him, standing in front of him looking away with her hands on her chest. "Issei. What question is that? Of course, I thought the previous problem had already been cleared up," he told her, quite regretful and believing that she had gotten bored of him. "Serafall. So if you really love me, tell me. Do you also love Sotan's other pawn?" she asked him, surprising him without looking at his face. "Issei. It will be. Serafall. I'm not going to get mad or anything, so I want you to tell me if you like it too." "Issei. Well, I'm not sure," he said, scratching the back of his head. "Serafall. You're not sure?" she asked him, this time looking at his face. "Issei. I'm not an idiot, so I could deduce that Haruko likes me. Only an idiot wouldn't realize that, considering that she blushes when she grabs my hands, hugs me, when she feeds me some cookies, when she asks me to pet her head if she achieves something, or when she asks me to give her a kiss," he said, listing them with his hands. After finishing telling each thing the brunette did, she looked up at Serafall, and what she saw almost gave her diabetes. Serafall stood with both cheeks puffed out as she glared at him angrily with her fists clenched. "Issei. Sarah-chan." He spoke to her a little nervously, unable to contain himself when he saw her in such a tender way. "Serafall. HMPH. Issei-kun, you are nothing more than a womanizer who prefers that girl over me," she told him, speaking with a swollen cheek but looking away with her arms crossed, not knowing what made her breasts quite noticeable. "Issei. There wouldn't be any problems if I took her to bed, right?" he thought, maintaining the little rationality he had left. "Sarah-chan, you're wrong, I only love you, I still don't know what to think about Haruko." "Serafall. Why? It's not that I want you to love her back, but why don't you know what to think about that?" "Issei. If I'm honest, I think it's because I don't fully trust her or the others," he revealed, surprising the brunette with his answer. "Serafall. But isn't she a fellow member of the nobility and the student council? Isn't it strange that you don't trust girls?" "Issei. I think without knowing it, I'm afraid that the same thing will happen as before," he said with his hand on the back of his neck, looking somewhere else. "Serafall. What do you mean by that?" Issei. I don't want to feel like I'm being betrayed again. He said, looking into her eyes with a sad expression. At that Serafall could only hug him, burying her face in his chest without saying anything. Serafall. Do you feel that with me? She asked him, feeling herself surrounded by the brown-haired boy's arms. Issei. No. Not at all, I've never felt that way since I met you. He told her to the great joy and happiness of the brunette. And I'm pretty sure of it since I fell in love with you as soon as I saw you walking through school. He commented, looking her in the eyes after lifting her face with his hand and being centimeters away from joining their lips. Serafall. You know, since you fought Razor at my request and you ended up winning, I decided to give you a reward. But now that I've heard how much you love me, I decided to improve the reward. She told him, being an inch away from joining her lips with the brown-haired boy, so that by being like this, each one could feel the other's breathing. Issei. Oh really? And what's my reward then? I hope it's quite nice. He told her, bringing her closer to him, while his hands, which were on the brunette's back, began to move down her body. Serafall. Well, I have a suspicion you like it quite a bit. Issei was already about to kiss her, and on top of that, his hands were already reaching Serafall's butt, and as soon as they got there nothing would stop him. Issei. Then how about you give me that reward in my room? As soon as he finished the sentence he heard Serafall give a small moan because his hands grabbed her perfect butt, and with that they both began to kiss, desiring each other. Issei lifted her with the strength of his hands that were still on the brunette's butt while she, feeling the brown-haired boy lift her, used her legs to hug the brown-haired boy and her hands behind the brown-haired boy's head. Feeling that she was well held, Issei began to tighten his grip, causing the brunette to moan without wanting to separate from his lips. They continued like this until they went up the stairs, arriving at the brunette's room, which was opened with a kick from him. And as soon as he saw the bed, he placed the brunette's body there, and when he did, they separated from the kiss for a few short seconds to start again. With their bodies hot to the limit, nothing mattered anymore, they just wanted to give themselves to each other and make it clear how much they love each other. But just as they were about to do so, the doorbell rang, causing them both to stare at the bedroom door. Issei. Why at this moment? He asked himself, quite annoyed at having to interrupt such an intimate moment that he had been longing for so much. The brown-haired boy got up and, much to the brunette's dismay, got dressed while fixing his hair. Serafall. What? No, wait, don't pay attention to the bell. She told him in her mind, not wanting that moment to be interrupted at all. Issei. Sorry Sera-chan, it will be a moment, and when I come back we will continue without interruptions. He said, leaning down to give her a long kiss since she was still on the ground. Serafall. I'll wait for you. She said sweetly, not wanting to let him go. But that said, Issei left the room and went down the stairs towards the door, while calming himself down and fixing himself so as not to look suspicious at all. Issei. Who is? Sona. He said the name of the brunette with nervousness and fear. Sona. Hello Issei, can I come in? She asked him, adjusting her hair behind her ear. Issei. She spoke to him again as she saw how he had frozen. Issei. Ah. You know I was about to leave, so how about we go for a walk and talk while we're at it? He proposed, showing a nervous smile. Sona. It will only take a second Issei, and I also don't want anyone to hear what I'm going to say to you. She said seriously as always, cornering the brown-haired boy so he couldn't refuse again. But that done, Issei let her in while his worry and fear were at their peak. After all, up in his room was Sona's sister in her underwear, waiting for him to come back and continue the sexual act that they had almost started. Issei. What did you want to talk about, Sona? Sona. I came to warn you, you have to be careful if you are out at night alone. I was able to find out thanks to the girls that there are some humans who have made a contract with them that have died. I don't know who it is, but if they know that they made a contract with a demon they can surely identify us, so you have to be very careful. She said, looking at him seriously, to which the brown-haired boy nodded in understanding that. Issei. Is that all or is there something else? Sona. Well, there is something else too. She said, but suddenly she looks at the stairs, scaring the brunette because of that. Issei. What's wrong, Sona? Sona. No. It's nothing, I just thought I noticed something familiar. She said, somewhat confused. Why are you so nervous, Issei? She asked him, noticing how his body tensed up and how he was barely sweating. Issei. What do you mean? I'm not nervous. Sona. Issei, normally when someone is tense, stutters and sweats a little, it is because they are hiding something and do not want anyone to see or discover it. She said, looking back at the stairs and managing to see out of the corner of her eye how the brown-haired boy's smile disappeared. At that, Issei stood between her and the ladder with a smile. Issei. There's nothing I have or want to hide, don't worry, and as I was saying, I was about to leave, so how about we go for a walk together? he asked her, trying to get her out right away. But to his terror, she ignored him and began to climb the stairs, and although he tried to stop her, she did not pay attention to him. They continued like this until they reached the chestnut's room, which was obvious because it had the chestnut smell, which was noticeable thanks to the demon's sense of smell. But when Sona was about to put her hand on the doorknob, she was prevented by Issei's hand, who won, preventing that door from opening. Issei. Sona, seriously, I'm not hiding anything. Besides, I think it's too much even for you to barge into someone's house like that, he said, attacking the brunette's morals so that she would apologize and leave. Sona. I don't care, and if you're not hiding something, then I would like to see your room, just to calm down, she said, putting her hand on the brown-haired boy's hand, holding back her blush as she did so. Issei. Why do you insist that I hide something from you? Don't you trust me? He said, speaking a little loudly. Sona. To start with, I do trust you, but your attitude from the moment you saw me at the door to the way you insist that I don't see your room makes me suspect that you're really hiding something. But apart from that, I felt a perfume in the air. A perfume that I don't think is for men, she told him, looking him in the eyes, making him afraid that he would discover everything. At that moment, when she relaxed the strength of her hand, Sona took advantage and opened the door, but immediately Issei tried to close it, so both fought to open and close the door until Sona began to put her leg and arms in, so Issei had no choice but to let her in and discover everything. Sona. Is this what you didn't want me to see? Issei stood with his eyes closed and his fists clenched tightly. Sona. Why didn't you want me to see your room even though it's clean? That question surprised him, so he opened his eyes and looked inside and noticed that Serafall was nowhere to be found, neither her nor her clothes, even the sheets on her bed were neatly laid out. At that, an idea came to his mind, and he looked towards a closet where he had nothing but hangers with coats or shirts that had a door with small spaces. He stared at that closet, managing to see how the door moved, opening a little, but something closed it immediately, making his suspicions clear. When Issei turned his gaze to see what Sona was doing, he found her on one knee on the floor, giving him the sword without knowing what she was doing. Sona. Issei. She spoke to him in a super serious tone. What is this? At his question, she stood up and turned around to show him something that froze the blood of both him and the one hiding in that closet. What was in Sona's hand was exactly the hat or cap from the Serafall Mahu Shoujo cosplay. Issei. What's that doing there? He asked himself, terrified as he witnessed Sona getting closer to the truth. That. Well. It's something I found in a box I had stored. He told her the first thing that came to mind. Sona. Oh really? She said, not believing a single word he said. Well, it's a bit strange that you've kept this, but if that's the case, I'll believe you. Now answer me with the same honesty. Why does this have the same scent I smelled before? And why does it look so much like one of the most expensive perfumes in the underworld? She asked, seeing how the brunette looked at the hat and at her with fear. Issei. Really? I never noticed it, he said, not knowing what to say. But why do you pay so much attention to that? I notice you're quite upset, he said as soon as it came to his mind. Sona. I don't know. Maybe because there's someone I know who uses this same perfume, she told him, smelling the perfume better. Issei. Please don't refer to you. He thought, praying that he would confuse the person. Can I know who? Sona. Who? Well, no one but one Isama, she said, referring to Serafall. Issei. So I didn't know about Serafall Sona, he said, trying to sound convincing. Sona. Issei, tell me, why does this have the smell of one of the most expensive perfumes in the underworld? This perfume, for your information, is for women, so it seems too strange to me that if this was in a stored box, it would have this perfume. Can I see the box? She asked him, putting no option to defend herself. Issei. The box. Too bad, I threw it away yesterday and it was already picked up, he said, racking his brain to find ways to keep moving forward. Sona. I see. So if all this was pure coincidence, then I'm leaving, she said, greatly relieving the brown-haired boy. Oh right, Issei, I've tried to contact one Isama, but I can't. Can you by any chance contact her? She said, looking at her cell phone. Issei. She doesn't answer you? That's strange, considering that from what I heard she even gets excited talking to you, he said, grabbing his cell phone and pressing the keys, falling into the brunette's trap. Sona. Issei, how do you plan to call one Isama if I never told you her number? She asked him in a cold voice that was beginning to seem soulless. Issei. Huh? It was the only thing he said when he realized that he made a serious mistake, and that was that he was about to call Serafall without even asking her number. Sona. You were about to call her, right? Why do you have her number registered? I don't think she gave it to you just because you two met recently. She rarely uses her cell phone, since we can communicate with anyone through a magic circle. Issei. That's it. Before Sona could continue or Issei could continue thinking about what to say, a small noise was produced, and when they both turned their heads they were staring at the wardrobe. "Sona. Issei, are you alone?" she said without stopping looking at the closet. "Issei. Why? Yes. Sona. So what was that noise?" "Issei. It must have been a rat," he said without thinking about what to say. "Sona. If that's the case then I'll take care of killing her," she said walking quickly towards the closet. "Issei. No, he's going to discover everything," he thought, about to intervene. But suddenly he feels that he couldn't move his feet, so when he looks down, he sees that a small magic circle with a Sitri crest had trapped his feet so that he couldn't move even a millimeter. The brunette looked up and saw how Sona forcefully opened the closet door, revealing several shirts and coats on hangers. But there was something strange, and that was that there were legs sticking out from behind the clothes. "Sona. I knew it," she said angrily with glassy eyes. Then he reached out and tried to pull back the clothes covering the person behind him, but that person prevented him from doing so. "Sona. Show yourself," she yelled at her, trying to throw away those clothes while she saw how her legs moved to stand firm and not move back. "Stop hiding, One-Sama," she yelled at her, causing the clothes that were being thrown from one side to the other to break, showing Serafall with a face full of panic and in her underwear with her clothes in her hands, covering herself as much as she could with it. Seeing how her sister was, she was shocked and hurt. "Sona. You," she said, taking steps back when she understood why her sister was only in her underwear, so she turned to look at the brunette and approached him with long strides and moved the collar of his shirt roughly. "So it was true. You were a couple," she said, confirming her fear when she saw kiss marks on the brunette's neck, which was covered by the collar of his shirt. "Serafall. Sona, calm down, okay?" he said, approaching her, already changed thanks to a magic circle. "Sona. Don't come closer," he shouted at her, looking at her with hatred, which shocked her quite a bit. "Do you think I was so stupid as to not discover this? For how long? How long have you been lying to me about being Issei's girlfriend?" he told her with tears in his eyes. "Serafall. Sona, wait, listen to me first," she told her, trying to make her listen. "Sona. I won't listen to anything coming from you, I hate you," she screamed as loud as she could and retreated through a magic circle. "Serafall. Sona, wait," he said, trying to grab her hand, but she was already gone. No, please." Issei, who remained silent, just approached her and hugged her, making her use his shoulder to cry on, since hearing the sister you love so much yell at you that she hates you was a strong impact on Serafall. After Sona left in a magic circle, Issei hugged Serafall, who fell to the ground on her knees, making her use his shoulder so she could cry without holding back when she saw that she was already crying. "Issei. Serafall, why didn't you get dressed? Maybe that would have lessened Sona's anger," he said without letting go of her. "Serafall. I didn't have time. When I knew Sona was here was when I wanted to enter the room, so I grabbed the clothes as quickly as I could and hid just in time before Sona opened the door and came in," she said with a trembling voice, trying to stop crying so she could speak properly. But remembering that angry face and the words he said to her before leaving made her attempts vanish. "Serafall. What will I do now, Issei?" she asked him, raising her head to look him in the eyes. That sight of the smiling and cheerful Serafall, who was now broken with tears in her eyes, made him feel horrible. So to calm her down at least a little, he hugged her again. "Issei. Don't worry," she said it because she was shocked to find you here. "It will be difficult, but if we explain things to her she will calm down, and by the way, why did it take you so long to hide?" "Serafall. Huh? Well, because I," she said, starting to blush. "Issei. You were able to use a magic circle to change, right?" "Serafall. No, I couldn't. If I did, the light from the circle would have given me away, and if I hadn't, the trail of magic that would remain if I used it would." "Issei. Then why did it take you so long to grab your clothes and hide? Couldn't you at least put on a piece of clothing while you were hiding?" he asked her, seeing her blush, making her squint her eyes. "Serafall. Serafall. Are you going to make me say it?" she asked embarrassedly, playing with her fingers. "Issei. Yes. Serafall. Okay. Issei-kun, you are very naughty for saying it," she told him with a very red face. "I was waiting for you under the sheets completely naked. Are you happy?" she yelled at him with her eyes closed, about to release smoke from her head from embarrassment. "Issei. You were. Wait then. No wait. Then," he stammered, letting it be understood that his brain had melted from the short but gigantic information. "Serafall. Issei." She spoke to him worriedly when she saw that he kept his gaze on nothing. "I think I really shouldn't have told him." "Issei. Very well, then we will go right now with Sona to fix this," he said, for some reason quite animated and energetic. "Serafall. Do you think he'll want to see me?" she asked, lowering her head. Issei. If she doesn't want to, then we'll bother her until she does. He said, grabbing her hand and making her get up. And after fixing your relationship with Sona, I hope to find you like that in my bed later. He said with a smile. Serafall. What? Issei, wait, this is not a time for. Issei. Was my reward just kisses? He asked her, approaching her face, but she didn't take a step back. Serafall. No. They weren't. She answered with her face completely red. Issei. Well then we have to go quickly before Sona asks herself thousands of questions in her mind and her hatred towards us increases. Serafall. Actually, his hatred would be directed towards me. She said sadly. Issei. Then all the more reason to talk to her as soon as possible, let's go. He said, taking a few steps forward holding one of her hands. The brunette smiled at him and felt really happy that he was the man she fell in love with. Inside a certain apartment there was a good-looking black-haired woman knocking worriedly on a door while talking loudly. Aichu, please open the door. What happened? Sona. Leave me alone, Tsubaki. Please leave me alone for a moment. The one knocking on the door was Tsubaki Shinra, the queen of Sona. She was already in the apartment waiting for Sona to arrive, and as soon as she saw her appear through a magic circle, she was going to greet her with a greeting, but she stopped when she saw that she was crying and was grabbing the edge of her skirt tightly with one hand, while with her free hand, she tried to wipe away her tears. Tsubaki. Kaichu. Calling her name, Sona looked at her for a second before running off to her room, and as soon as she closed the door, she locked herself inside. She was very worried and had been trying to get him to tell her the reason why she was like this, or at least to let her in, so he could be alone by her side and help her in some way. But all she heard were the sobs she tried to contain and the words she told him to leave her alone. He didn't know what else to do, and it was at that moment that he heard someone knocking on the apartment door. She wasn't in the mood when she was going to open the door, since all her thoughts were on what happened in those minutes when they were separated. It was then that she remembered the reason why she came back first. It was because Sona was going to Issei's house. Tsubaki. Hi do Issei, I don't care, Kaichu loves you, you surely provoked this, and I won't forgive you. She said in her mind, opening the door ready to get rid of whoever was behind the door to go find Issei. But she was pleasantly surprised to see her target right in front of her, so without delay, she lunged at him and began to strangle him, falling to the ground in the process. Tsubaki. No wonder you came right now. What did you do to Kaichu? He asked, exerting more and more force in crushing his neck. Serafall. Tsu-chan, wait, please don't kill Issei-kun. It was because she spoke that Tsubaki noticed her, because due to her anger towards the brown-haired boy, she didn't notice anyone else. Tsubaki. Leviathan-sama. What are you doing here? Serafall. I'll tell you, but first please let go of Issei. She told him, worried and nervously, because even though the brunette noticed her and spoke to her, she was still strangling the brown-haired boy. Tsubaki. You're saved for today. He said, approaching her face with clear hatred. As soon as she separated from the brunette and stood up, she saw how the Mayu approached the brunette and made sure he was okay being too close to his face, but no one seemed surprised by the closeness. Serafall. Are you sure you're okay? Your face is very red. She said, seeing how red it was where the brunette was holding it. Issei. I'm fine, really. He answered, giving him a smile to calm him down. Tell me, Tsubaki-senpai, is Kaichu inside? As soon as he asked her that question, she cringed as she received a death glare, implying that yes, she didn't like what she saw. Tsubaki. She's inside. What did you do to her, Haidu? She appeared crying in an incredible way for being the first time I see her like that. She told him, making the two in front of her feel bad. She locked herself in her room and doesn't want to come out. Serafall. Oh no, not again. She thought, remembering when the brown-haired boy had left and she had locked herself in. Issei. Fine, then I'll talk to her. He said, taking a step forward, but was intercepted by his dear girlfriend. Sarah-chan. Tsubaki. Sarah-chan, don't tell me that the cause of the Kaichu state is. He thought, hitting the target on the first try. Serafall. The one who should talk to her is me, Issei. It was my fault for keeping our relationship a secret for so long. She told him, noticing out of the corner of her eye how Tsubaki's eyes opened wide and her mouth slightly. I'll talk to her in the meantime, you wait here, can you? She asked him without noticing that her hands were shaking a little since she was holding the brown-haired boy's left hand. Issei. It's okay, you have my support. Good luck. He said, giving him a kiss on the cheek. But that said, Serafall turned around, seeing how Tsubaki had the typical expression of not believing what she had just seen or heard, and since she was going to explain it to her little sister, it was also good that she listened to her. Serafall. Come Tsu-chan, you should hear this too. He said, grabbing her hand, making them both go inside and close the door, leaving the brunette outside. Serafall, already inside, followed Tsubaki to Sona's room door which was still locked while small sobs could be heard inside, which hurt Serafall internally, as it made her remember the time when Sona was a child, and remembering how she saw her that time hurt her too much. Stretching out his arm he knocked on the quiet door to let her know someone was there. Sona. Tsubaki, I told you to leave me alone. Serafall. But you didn't tell me. As soon as she spoke, they both stopped hearing a noise inside for a long time, something that was already beginning to worry them, but they never expected the first words after speaking again. Sona. Is Issei there? Serafall. No, he's outside the apartment waiting. She replied, and at that moment she heard how the door key was taken out, and with that the door opened. The next thing they saw was Sona with her hair disheveled, her eyes red and tear marks on her face, and of course with her glasses which she had just put on. Sona. What are you doing here? He asked her with a frown, looking at her hostilely. Serafall. I came to talk to you. Sona. What are you going to tell me? That you were dating and sleeping with Issei behind my back, even though you knew I loved him, and that I'd been looking for him for years. But those words alone, Tsubaki's mind exploded upon learning that the brunette was dating and sleeping with a Mao Leviathan, who was coveted by many. Serafall. I admit we were dating, but we didn't sleep together. Red said quickly. Sona. You were in your underwear when I arrived. They were clearly going to do it if I didn't arrive. She said, raising her voice, angry and sad, knowing that the brunette was going to sleep with her sister. Serafall. That's right, that was the first time we were going to do it. She told him, stating that she was about to have sex with a brown-haired boy. Tsubaki. Excuse me for butting in, but how long have you been with Issei? She asked, no longer able to contain her desire to know. At that question Sona stared at her sister, impatiently waiting for the answer. Serafall. Since last year. She said, watching her sister open her eyes wide. Sona. At what point did he start loving you? Serafall. It's hard to say but. She told her, but seeing Sona's expression that said she needed to know she had to say it. It was on parents' visiting day. Sona. Tsubaki. What? Sona. But wasn't that day when you saw him for the first time? She asked him, speaking quickly, incredulous that from that moment on Issei like Serafall. Serafall. He told me that as soon as he saw me he fell in love with me. Tsubaki. So it was love at first sight? She asked, quite surprised. Sona. That explains why from then on he was always smiling. She said, falling to the ground. One-sama. When did you start to like Issei? She said quite dejectedly, which hurt both brunettes. Serafall. That day when the parents' visit ended I met him in a store that sold manga, and after talking a bit he invited me out on Saturday. She told her since Sona needed to know all that. When we went out I was determined to tell him that I didn't like him since when you told me that he didn't show a smile, I realized that he liked me since with me he smiled and even got nervous. But after spending the whole day with him I couldn't tell him, and when we said goodbye for some reason I gave him a kiss on the cheek, and when I got home and to my room, I realized that I had fallen in love with him. She said with her face blushing at having to tell that to Sona and Tsubaki. Tsubaki. Didn't you fall in love too quickly? She asked him since they had only known each other for 2 days, and they both liked each other. Serafall. It might be partly because he gave me the last manga I wanted that day, and the day we went out he took me to a store that had an ultra mega figure that was impossible to get. She told him, grabbing one of his pigtails and starting to comb it with her hands. But even if I hadn't fallen in love back then, I surely would have done so in the future, after all Issei is the man I've been waiting for. She said without knowing that she had put on a smile. Sona. But why did you keep it a secret for so long? I can understand keeping it a secret from the demon community, but couldn't you at least tell me knowing that I love him? Serafall. Issei told me that we should tell you, but I was afraid. I was afraid that you would react badly, and that even if I explained it to you, you would still end up hating me for taking away the man you love. She told him, quite sorry about that fact. Sona. Don't you remember when I told you that I didn't mind not having his full attention? That I just knew that he loves me and that I was enough for him? Also, One-sama, don't you remember that we devils practice polygamy? Serafall. I know the last thing, but I didn't remember the other thing. Wait. So you forgive me? Sona. I wouldn't do it if you hadn't told me all that. It's painful to know that you've been lying to me for a year, but knowing that Issei was the first to fall in love simplifies the damage. I think. She said, being doubtful of even her own words. Serafall. Thank you so Tan. He said, hugging her as he stood up. Sona. Stop hugging me, I have to get ready because I must be a mess, and don't call me so Tan. At the sisters' interaction, Tsubaki let out a sigh of relief when she saw that Sona seemed to be doing better. She then remembered that a certain individual was still outside waiting for news, so she headed to the door, and as soon as she opened it she didn't see anyone, which made her wonder. She looked around to see if he was around, but she didn't see him anywhere, so she decided not to give it any more importance and was going to close the door. Issei. Is something wrong, Tsubaki-senpai? To the brunette's surprise, Issei appears with a jump on the edge of the wall that is there, so that no one falls since she and Sona were on one of the highest floors. Tsubaki. Where were you? He asked her, seeing that she was in perfect condition. For a moment I thought something happened to you. Issei. Haha, sorry, I saw someone I knew downstairs so I went to talk to him. He said, scratching the back of his head. Leaving that aside, how did it all turn out? Tsubaki. Come in and see for yourself. She said, showing him a smile as she opened the door wider for him to enter. Issei. It's okay. He approached the door and when he was about to pass by the brunette, a spider fell out of nowhere in front of the brown-haired boy, scaring him, making him step on it as soon as he fell to the ground, but due to the scare he lost his balance, ending up falling on Tsubaki, who, not being prepared for something like that, couldn't stop the brown-haired boy, making a loud noise with the fall. Sona. What was that noise? She asked, going out to see something she would consider impossible, her mouth hanging open. Serafall. What's wrong, so? Issei, what are you doing? She yelled, totally angry when she saw what her boyfriend was doing. Issei after falling on Tsubaki, for some reason Tsubaki's legs were open having Issei's body in between, while Issei had one of his hands on one of her large breasts, and his lips ended up joining those of the brunette. Faced with that, the only thing Tsubaki could do was faint from the shock and embarrassment that the brown-haired boy ended up kissing her out of nowhere. Issei. Tsubaki-senpai. He called her as soon as he separated his lips from hers, but without noticing anything important. Serafall. Stop groping her chest. She said, watching as the brown-haired boy's hand pressed on the brunette's chest. Serafall walked over to him and pulled him off of Tsubaki by his ear. At that, Sona, who was still in shock, sees something fall from inside Issei's clothes. When she got closer she saw that it was a photo. Sona. This is. She said, her eyes starting to shine. Serafall. What is so tan? She asked him, approaching to see what he had in his hand while still pulling the brown-haired boy's ear. And to her surprise she sees that in that photo was Sona as a child with a big smile, wearing a light blue dress, and next to her a brown-haired boy in a butler's suit with a blush on his face, as you can see how Sona was holding his hand. Sona. This is. She said with a small smile and shining eyes. In that photo she had in her hand, she could be seen as a child with a big smile and a light blue dress, while holding the hand of a brunette of her same age, who was standing next to her wearing a butler's suit and who was not looking straight at the camera. He was looking slightly away because he had a blush on his face, and from the expression he had, it was clear that he was nervous and embarrassed to be holding the brunette's hand. Issei. Why do you have it? He asked suddenly. Hearing this, the two sisters look at him and see that he was trying to find something among his clothes. Sona. How did you get it? There were no copies of this photo and the only one was destroyed. She said, standing up without taking her eyes off the photo. Serafall. It's true, I remember, our father, as soon as he discovered that you were keeping it after the incident, he destroyed it in front of you. Where did you get it, Issei? She asked him quite curiously, seeing him getting nervous. Tsubaki. It must be. The person he saw before gave it to him. Sona. Tsubaki, you woke up. Are you okay? He asked, helping her up. Tsubaki. Yes. She answered him, and as soon as she looked at the brown-haired boy her face turned completely red, remembering that he had kissed her, so she quickly turned her head to the other side, trying to hide the blush, which was impossible. Serafall. What man? At her question, the three of them saw how the brown-haired boy became more nervous and began to take 2 steps back. Sona. Who gave you this photo, Issei? She asked him with a little tone of desperation. Issei. No. I can't say it. He commented, moving forward to take the photo from her hands, but the brunette couldn't since she hugged that photo. Sona. Issei, please tell me, this photo was supposed to be destroyed and they got rid of it, who gave it to you? Serafall. Ice-kun, please tell us. She asked him, grabbing one of the brown-haired boy's hands while making puppy eyes. Issei. No. Don't make that face. He told her, seeing how her gaze became more powerful. Ah, okay. I can't fight you, Sera-chan. Serafall. So who gave you that photo? Issei. Your father. He said, leaving the 3 black-haired girls in shock. Sona. Serafall. Our father. They shouted in unison, almost breaking the brunette's eardrums. Shut up. Said one of the neighbors, who after opening the door to say this, closed it again. Issei. Why don't we discuss this another time? Other neighbors might come out. Understanding her point, the two sisters knew she was right. If they continued like this, other neighbors would come out and complain, so they reluctantly agreed to leave it for another time. Issei. Well then I'm going home, I'm quite tired. He spoke as he looked at the photo in Sona's hands. If you want you can keep it, I'd feel weird if I kept it. Sona. Thank you Issei. She said looking at the photo with a slight smile. Serafall. Thank you Issei-kun. She said hugging him by the neck and giving him a kiss on the lips without being bothered this time that they see her. Sona. Wani-sama. Serafall. You hadn't accepted what we had. She asked him with a smile while continuing to hug the brown-haired boy by the neck. Sona. Yes but. Issei. Sarah, don't bother her. He scolded her by giving her a karate chop on her head. Serafall. Issei-kun, you're bad. Now I won't reward you for that. She said, causing a blush to appear on the faces of the other two brunettes. Issei. No. Well, okay. He said turning around and taking a few steps. See you on Monday Kaichu. He said waving his hand. Serafall. Huh. Wait Issei. She shouted and with that she began to follow him. Tsubaki. I still don't believe that these two are a couple. Sona. Me too. She said with a tone of jealousy and anger. And I also still don't believe that you kissed him before me. She spoke with her eyes half closed looking at her. Tsubaki. It wasn't because I wanted to. She replied, completely red in the face with embarrassment. Sona. Could it be the breasts? She commented, seeing the huge difference in size. Tsubaki. Kaichu. Sona. Okay, don't shout or they'll get mad at us, let's go inside because I'm tired too. By the way, could you help me tidy up my room? Let's just say that when I got there I started throwing everything around. She said, embarrassed for having acted that way. Tsubaki. Sure, no problem. She replied and with that they both entered the apartment. 2 days passed after that and so came the beginning of another week of classes, although one would think it would be normal, it will actually be quite special. Issei was entering the academy grounds with a big yawn, and when he finished he heard someone behind him calling his name, so he was going to turn around to see who it was since from the voice, he deduced that it was a girl. But before he could do so, he felt as if his spine had broken as that person rammed him and threw him to the ground. Issei. My back. He exclaimed in his mind as he felt a lot of pain and how that someone was on his back. Baruko. What are you doing to Issei-kun? She arrived quite angry when she saw her beloved on the ground. Issei. First of all. Can I get up? He asked wanting to know once and for all who was on top of him. When the girl on his back stood up and the brunette helped him up, he turned around and got a big surprise. Issei. Ravel. He asked pleasantly surprised to see the blonde in the Kuo Academy uniform. Ravel. Good morning Issei-sama. She greeted him by bowing and giving him a beautiful smile. Issei. What a surprise to see you here Ravel. From that uniform I see that you'll be studying here too. Isn't it a little late to start? Ravel. Don't worry about it Issei-sama, I'm quite intelligent for my age, so I won't have any problems with classes. She said without stopping smiling. Issei. In that case I'm glad to hear that. He commented, stroking her head, making her laugh slightly. Baruko. Issei-kun. Who is she? She asked with a twitch in her eye. First Kaichu's sister and now her, I hope I don't have any more competition. Issei. This is Ravel Phoenix, I thought you already knew her, she was watching my fight against Razor. Baruko. Oh, that's true. She said, looking at the blonde with annoyance. Ravel. Why is he looking at me like that? She thought nervously upon receiving the brunette's sharp gaze. Issei. Don't look at her like that. He said hitting her on the head. Baruko. It's okay. Issei. If you understood it then and you won't do it anymore then. He approached her and before he realized what the brunette was doing, the brunette felt a kiss on her cheek, causing a huge blush. Issei. Then you will have that. He told her also caressing her head while she looked down. Haidu gave Nomura-san a kiss. So Nomura-san is the bride who no one knew who she was. Damn you Haidu, I too would like to have the student council as my harem. Shut up, pervert. All the girls who were there shouted at the black-haired man with glasses who was crying next to his bald friend. Ravel. Issei-sama. Is she your girlfriend? She asked him feeling like her heart would stop at any moment. With the words she heard in Ravel's question, Baruko knew she had to take advantage of the situation. So without fear or shame she hugged the brunette and while she listened to the girl's scream she said to the blonde. Baruko. That's right, Issei-kun and I are dating, we were planning to announce it soon, but I think it would be ideal now. What do you say Issei-kun? Should we declare it now? Anyway, the rumor will spread, and if we say it later it won't be much of a surprise. She said looking at the brown-haired boy who was in shock. Issei. The day has barely started and I'm already in trouble. How am I supposed to say no? Although it will be a problem to explain it so that they understand, I must say that we are not a couple. He thought, ready to tell the truth. But he never expected someone else to speak up right at that moment. That's right, Ruruko-chan and I are a couple and we love each other very much. Issei. What? Drake, you damn lizard, faked my voice. He screamed mentally while listening to the dragon die of laughter like he had never done before. I confirmed it. How lucky Ruruko-chan is. If she were just a year less capable, she would be in the same class and I would have won. Damn Haidu. These and other cries of joy and disappointment could be heard everywhere. Drake. Haha, suffer more, hahaha. He told him to continue laughing. Issei. You'll pay for this, lizard. He declared, determined to screw him over somehow. Bravo. Issei-sama. She called him with a few small tears that wanted to come out of her eyes, and after that she ran inside the building. Issei, helpless to do anything, just watched her leave. Ruruko. Issei-kun. You make me so happy. She said, hugging him lovingly. Issei. Wait, Issei-kun. Hearing that word, a huge shiver ran through his entire body in a horrible way, and because of that he was afraid to turn around, but he did so, and by doing so he wanted to never do it again. Serafall. Could you explain to me what you just said? She asked with a beautiful smile, but with an aura of death so great that all the students who were making a fuss fell silent and backed away in fear. Issei. Hello. Sera-chan. He called her affectionately, trying to diminish her desire to kill him. Serafall. How about we talk at the student council? She asked, walking towards him in a very normal way with that same smile, but with her death aura increased. Issei. Yes. He answered, totally scared. But that said, he was practically dragged along with Ruruko, while everyone who saw that could only pray that the brunette was okay. In the student council were almost all the girls of the Sitri nobility, including Sona. Sona was in her seat with her queen Tsubaki on one side and the others on the other. They were all waiting for the arrival of the demon queen Serafall, as it seemed that she and Sona were going to announce something important. Rya. Excuse me Kaichu for asking, but how much longer will Serafall Sona take? Sona. He should be here already, but don't worry, I can tell you that we had a meeting about important school issues, and that way you won't have any absences. She told him, knowing why he asked her that question. Ira. By the way, Kaichu, don't you think that Ruruko and Issei are also taking too long? Sona. If they don't arrive before One-sama does, we'll have to wait for them. She said, massaging her eyebrows. Then you hear someone knocking on the door, although the knock sounded strange. Sona. Go ahead. She said, thinking it was one of the two chestnuts. When the door opens, everyone sees Serafall enter while dragging Ruruko and Issei in each hand, the latter having a red forehead. Serafall. So, I'm here. She greeted him, moving her left hand in the air from side to side, causing Issei's head to fall to the ground with force, as he didn't expect her to let go. Sona. Why do you bring both of them like that, One-sama? As soon as she asked him that, she didn't know that Issei had suffered a great chill upon receiving the queen's gaze. Serafall. You see Sotan, something very interesting happened at the entrance. He spoke without letting go of the brunette's shirt collar for a second. Sona. First stop calling me Sotan, second, what happened? Serafall. Issei, could you repeat what you said to this dwarf before? She asked him, putting the brunette on her feet in front of Issei, who was standing up. Issei. But if I don't? Drake, don't you dare. He said, mentally feeling a bad feeling. Drake. But if I can't help but say how much I love Ruruko-chan, my love for her is quite strong, it even surpasses the one I feel for you, Sera-chan. He said, perfectly imitating the brown-haired boy and manipulating his lips against his will. When he finished speaking, the room fell silent, no one said anything, and it didn't even seem like they were breathing. Serafall. Oh. So you love her more? She asked, letting out a little of her aura, putting pressure on where she was standing. Sona. Could you explain that, Issei? She asked him with a fake smile along with a huge tick on her right eyebrow. Rya. Sniff. Ruruko beat me, even though she doesn't have big breasts, she beat me. She said with fake tears. Momo. I didn't know you felt that way about Ruruko, Issei. Issei. Damn lizard, I swear you'll pay for this. He mentally yelled while listening to the dragon dying of laughter. Brag. But if I do you a favor, this way you can be with that girl and don't lie that you don't want her as a partner. He said, wiping a tear from his eye. Issei. I don't think that way. He shouted, embarrassed. Serafall. Answer at once, Issei. She said, waking him up from their mental communication. Issei. I can explain it seriously, who said that was? Ruruko. Was it the Sekirute? She asked, interrupting him, surprising everyone that he came to that conclusion. Before answering with a yes, Issei noticed how a grimace of sadness and sorrow formed on the brunette's face. Issei. Yes. But even though I saw that I couldn't lie or I would hurt her more. Serafall. So you still love me more? She asked, surprising Ria, Meguri, Momo and Yura. Issei. Of course Ira-chan. Meguri. Wait a minute. What did they have to tell us? Serafall. That's right. She said, confirming with a big smile. Issei. The great and all-powerful Serafall is my girlfriend, he said, embarrassing her by the way he introduced her. Yura. When did this happen? I'm just surprised that Serafall Sona is dating you, no offense Issei, since many men were trying to achieve the same thing. Issei. Well. It all started at last year's parents' visit when I met Sera-chan. Several things happened where we ended up falling in love and well, as you see, we are a couple. Upon hearing her story, the four of them turned to look at their king, since they thought it would be a strong blow for her, since she had known for a long time about her feelings for the brown-haired boy. But he was pleasantly surprised to see that she was normal, although it was noticeable that she was a little jealous on her face. Issei. By the way, Tsubaki-senpai and Kaichu already knew. He informed them, seeing how they stared at the brunette. Momo. Haruko, you don't seem surprised. She said, making everyone notice how the brunette didn't look surprised. Haruko. I deduced it a while ago. She said, drawing the attention of Issei and Serafall. Sona. A while ago. And when was that? Haruko. It was that day when Issei-kun had to clean his classroom after class. When Momo and I went, we found them alone. Momo didn't suspect anything apparently, but I did. She explained, causing Sona to look at both of them with her eyes narrowed. To see if I was right, I would get too close to Issei-kun, and Serafall Sona would end up getting angry, even though she thought he wouldn't notice her. Serafall. I knew you weren't as good as you seem. Haruko. I used that moment as an excuse to get closer to Issei-kun. She said, making a sad face again. Issei. But I didn't dislike Haruko-chan. He said suddenly, stroking her head. Haruko. Really? She asked him, wanting to make sure she heard correctly. Issei. I told Sarah before that I didn't know what to do about your feelings for me. He said, scratching the back of his neck. Haruko. Wait. How long have you known I love you? She asked him with a red face, since she thought he had found out with what had happened at the entrance. Issei. I'll repeat to you what Kaichu told me before, you're easy to read sometimes. He said, smiling a little, embarrassing her more and making her cover her face with her hands as she felt her face hot. Tsubaki. Does that mean you think romantically about Nomura-san? She asked him while raising her glasses a little. Greg. My partner won't admit it, but if he thinks that way about the girl. He suddenly spoke, surprising everyone. Serafall. Ugh, it was only a matter of time. She said immediately after hearing the dragon speak. Haruko. Huh? Does that mean Issei-kun does like me? She asked, looking at the brunette's face. Issei. Well. I do love you, but I don't think I'm in love yet. He said, sadly, thinking that she would be sad. But instead he saw a big smile appear on her face, and then he felt and saw her hug him. Haruko. Then let me tell you that I will make you say that you love me. And it will be a greater love than yours. She said, challenging Serafall, who was dying of anger towards her. Serafall. Keep dreaming about that, dwarf. He said, looking at her face. Haruko. Issei, Serafall Sona scares me like that, I feel a lot of enmity from her. She said, standing behind the brown-haired boy. Issei. Sarah, please don't bully Haruko-chan so much. He told her while caressing the brunette's head. Serafall. But. She tried to tell her something, but stopped when she saw the brunette smile, which was still hiding behind the brown-haired boy. He does it on purpose. She exclaimed, pointing at her with a finger. Looking at Haruko, Issei only saw that she was shaking a little and had her eyes closed due to the scream. Issei. Calm down, Haruko-chan. He told her without stopping, stroking her head. Haruko. I feel safe with you, Issei-kun. She commented, hugging him again. And without him being able to see her face, he showed the brunette a smile of victory, but he hadn't counted on something. Sona. Haruko, can you stop hugging Issei so much? She asked him a question, although in reality she was demanding and ordering him to stop. Haruko. Of course, Kaichu. She said, releasing the brown-haired boy with clear fear towards the black-haired girl. Sona. Is something wrong, Wani-sama? She asked, seeing that she was on her knees with her hands on the ground. Serafall. Nobody respects me anymore, not even that dwarf. Issei. Come on, Seracha, don't take it seriously. He said, helping her up. And as soon as he made her stand up, he gave her a kiss on the cheek. Issei. Are you better now? Serafall. Yes. She answered, resting her head on the brown-haired boy's chest. Sona. Ahem. She coughed fakely with a tick in her right eyebrow. Even if you are a couple, please don't do that here. She scolded them with a serious face. Serafall. Oh. Is my dear Sotan jealous? He said, approaching her and hugging her. Sona. And. Don't say ridiculous things, Wani-sama. She said with a red face and unable to look the brunette in the face. All the girls except Serafall and Tsubaki were surprised to see Sona like that, even though they had never seen her blush, much less so embarrassed that she couldn't look up. Sona. And don't tell me Sotan. She said out loud, trying to make her question go away. Everyone go to class now, and you don't need to come back later during recess, you have the day off. She said out loud, forcing almost everyone to leave. Tsubaki. Is Kaichu okay? Sona. You can go to Tsubaki. She said, receiving an affirmation from her, and with that she left. You too, Issei. She said, looking at the brunette who was still standing in the same place. Issei. Okay, but first tell me something. Who enrolled Ravel in the academy? Sona. So you already met her. It was her mother who registered her. It was the same day of the rating game after we returned that she contacted me asking if I could register Ravel, and since there was no problem I did. Issei. And do you know which classroom it is in? Sona. In the same room as Kaneko. Do you know which one it is? Issei. Yeah, I met her in front of her classroom a few times when I was walking around. He told her with a slight smile. Thanks, Sona. After thanking her using her name, he left, leaving her blushing for having used her name. Serafall. Why don't you ask him out? She asked him, breaking the silence after the brunette left. Sona. I can't do that. He replied, standing up and moving away from her a little to stare at her. Serafall. But why not? If you don't, how will you make him say he loves you? Sona. But is it okay for me to do this? Serafall. Of course, if you keep thinking about the past, forget about it. He has already forgiven you and even calls you by your name when no one else is around. Don't you think there is progress in their relationship? At his words, Sona was lost in her thoughts. She knew that her relationship with the brunette had improved, but she wasn't sure if he would agree to go on a date with her. Serafall. If you don't, that dwarf will beat you. He said with venom in his voice when talking about her. Sona, why do you hate Haruko so much? She asked, laughing a little at her sister's attitude. Serafall. You just didn't see her. That brat was flirting with Issei right in front of me, and on top of that she was giving me a mocking and victorious smile. I said all this while taking her by the shoulders and moving her from side to side. Sona. I can't ask him out on a date anyway. She said, returning to the original topic. Serafall. Are you sure? Sona. Yes, I don't want to rush things too much, I want to completely gain your trust again first. She said with a slight smile. Serafall. If you say so, then I can't stop you. He told her, approaching her to hug her, which she accepted. Now I must go, I still have work to do, I like seeing you. He told her, showing her a smile and hugging her again. When the hug ended, she moved a few meters away, and beneath her feet, a magic circle appeared that rose up her body until it covered her completely and disappeared. Sona. If I could invite him, it would be very simple. She said once alone in the air, and then took out of a pocket of her clothes the photo of her with the brown-haired boy. It would be so simple if I could look you in the eyes and say that I love you, Issei. She said while hugging the photo against her chest. The hours passed and it was time for recess, so right now Issei was walking towards Ravel's classroom. Once she arrived, she saw how most of the girls surrounded Ravel along with some boys while asking her various things. Just by seeing Ravel's nervousness, she could tell that she was being bombarded with questions like any new student. But seeing that they continued to ask her so many things that overwhelmed her, she decided to appear. Issei. Hello Ravel, did your first classes go well? He asked, still at the door since he couldn't enter as if it were his classroom. At his question, everyone remained silent as they looked at him. They were surprised to see the brunette, knowing how he is when he talks to someone, but they were even more surprised when he spoke with such familiarity to the blonde. Ravel. Issei-sama. She named him, surprising herself, just like everyone else, by how she said it. Issei-sama. Was the question of everyone in the room. Ravel-chan, you should be careful when saying his name, you could get sick. Said one of the boys who hated him since he was not happy about the confession a few hours ago of a certain brunette with pigtails. Where do you know him from? A girl asked him, trying to make what the boy said go away. But before you answer, Haidu-san can come in. She said, ending up annoying the boy who spoke before even more. Issei. Thank you. He thanked the girl as he walked towards the blonde. Watching him approach and remembering the events at the academy gates made Ravel's heart beat faster and harder, making her feel as if it was going to jump out of her chest. Girl. Haidu-san, where do you know Ravel from? She asked him, clearly without any displeasure when talking to him. Issei. I met her by chance a while ago. The truth is that I was surprised to know that she transferred here. She didn't tell me anything because she wanted to surprise me apparently. He answered while seeing the blonde's nervousness. Ravel, could I talk to you alone? He asked her, wanting to clarify what happened before. Don't tell me that perverted beast is going for Ravel-chan, said a first-year boy from another classroom who was at the door. Issei. What if it's like that? He asked a boy with disinterest and a little cold. Boy. Just because you're on the student council doesn't give you the right to bully us. He told her, totally disgruntled. Issei. This boy fell in love with Ravel at first sight. It reminds me of when the same thing happened to me with Sarah. He thought, perfectly deducing the boy's situation. Too bad he won't achieve anything. What do you say, Ravel? Can we talk? He asked again, but in a gentle tone. Thinking about how the brunette spoke to the blonde and how she called him, those facts made several people think that Issei's girlfriend might have been Ravel. All the first years knew what the brunette's attitude was like for a long time. But hearing how last year he became much nicer, so much so that he smiled radiantly, meant that he had a girlfriend. And now it looks like that bride could be Ravel. You're making her uncomfortable, it's obvious, go away. The same boy from the other classroom spoke to him. Issei. If I'm making you uncomfortable then I'll leave. He said, also noticing that she was very uncomfortable at first glance. Ravel. Wait. She said loudly, standing up the moment she saw him leaving. The moment she did that she pleasantly surprised the freshman boy who liked the blonde. Issei. Does that mean we can talk? He asked her, turning his body and looking her in the eyes. Without answering, she lowered her head slightly and nodded. After doing that, she walked to the door and waited for him. A sincere smile appeared on the brunette's face, surprising several girls who had never seen him smile like that. With that, the suspicions that Ravel is Issei's girlfriend grew deeper. Issei. In that case, follow me, I know a good place to talk alone. He told her, taking her hand, causing enormous jealousy in the men. Of course, when he took her hand, Ravel's face turned completely red, causing the girls from both the first year and the older years, who were walking through the hallways, to squeal at the cuteness that her blushing face gave them. Issei walked through the halls holding Ravel's hand. Neither of them said anything, and Issei wasn't looking at her currently, so he didn't notice the smile the blonde had. Once they disappeared from the scene, Ravel's companions began to talk about what had just happened, while others began spreading the rumors. Ravel. Why did we come here? Issei. To talk more calmly, of course. He said, finishing closing the door to the roof. Luckily there is no one else. Ravel. Issei-sama. See. Could you let go of my hand? She asked him, unable to contain her embarrassment of holding his hand. It's not that I dislike it or like it, it's just that it's uncomfortable to talk like this. She said, acting a little sunnier. Issei. Really? Well. But I'm comfortable this way. He spoke without wanting to let go of her hand. And with his words he got what he wanted, a Ravel completely red as a tomato. Ravel. I'm a royal member of the Phoenix House, therefore I can't do this. Issei. Just because of that? He asked her, causing her confusion. Just because of that I can't take your hand. On the way you hadn't said anything. Ravel. It's not just because of that. It's also because you have. He repeated, not wanting to complete the sentence. Issei. A girlfriend. Ravel. That's right. He declared, feeling sad that another had beaten him. Issei. But Haruko is not my girlfriend. He confessed the truth instantly. Ravel. But about the entrance. Issei-sama, you yourself confessed that you loved her. Issei. About that. He said, looking at his left arm with disgust. It was Drake who said it, he faked my voice and said it. Ravel. Drake-sama was the one who said those words. She asked, pleasantly surprised and greatly relieved. Issei. Drake-sama. You don't need to call him that. He said, feeling that it was strange that they called him that and didn't call him by his title. Ravel. But he always called it that way. Issei. Ugh, forgetting a part of your life isn't nice at all. He complained, causing the blonde to become sad. Ravel. Do you really not remember anything? She asked, hoping that he would remember at least a few words. Issei. I'm sorry but no. He confessed, clearly noticing her disappointment. But that doesn't mean I can't remember again. I mean, with you by my side, I might be able to remember something, don't you think? Ravel. With you by my side. If only I could say the same thing I said at that moment using those 4 words, I would be extremely happy. He thought nostalgically. It might be true. Issei. And Ravel. This will be a little difficult to process, but I still want to be honest with you. He told her, seeing curiosity on her face. Although I said that Haruko is not my girlfriend, I actually do have one. He said quite nervously. Ravel. So you have a girlfriend then? he asked, feeling a discomfort in his chest. Who is it? Issei. It's the male Leviathan, Serafall Sitri. He declared at once. And instantly he saw Ravel stand with her eyes wide open, looking down a little and not moving, being completely in shock. Ravel. It was obvious that he wouldn't stay with me. Now that he doesn't remember me, he doesn't feel love towards me. If it was so obvious, why? Why do I want to cry? She asked herself mentally, holding back her desire to cry with all her might. When the time came, the bell announcing that the first recess was over was heard throughout the academy. Issei. Let's go, Ravel, we have to go back to class, he said, receiving a nod. After that, Ravel turned around and walked towards the door. Seeing his figure from behind, a thought crossed the brunette's head. Issei. I could not bear to cry, as I imagined, in the past she must have been my girlfriend or something like that, he thought, confirming at once a suspicion he had for a while. Why the hell don't I remember anything about my stay in her territory? It's frustrating to see how she expects me to remember something just to end up disappointing her, he told himself mentally, feeling helpless. After that he quickly accompanied Ravel near her classroom, separating from her near some stairs to go to his classroom before his teacher arrived. But he didn't know that when he was leaving, Ravel looked at him with too much sadness in her eyes, and with those emotions he walked back to his classroom. And just like Issei, Ravel didn't notice how someone who was hidden in the stairs leading to the upper floor had seen that deep look she gave the brunette. And seeing how the blonde disappeared from the place, he decided to go down and watch the hallway where she left. Only at that moment would one notice that this person was a beautiful woman in a magical girl costume that made her look even more beautiful. That woman was none other than Issei's current girlfriend, Serafall Sitri. Serafall. I didn't like that look at all. I think I'm going to help her. After all, it seems that she and Ice-chan had some history. Besides, this way I could make Sotan act. She spoke to herself, completely willing to sincerely help the phoenix. Hey Ice-chan, how did you manage to make us fall in love with you like this? She asked herself and then proceeded to invoke a magic circle on her feet and then moved to the underworld to think of some way to help. Both Issei and Ravel returned to their classrooms after the break with different thoughts and emotions. For Ravel, she came back with clear sadness on her face, which caught the curiosity of her companions to know what they talked about, while with the boys, they were somewhat upset with the brown-haired boy for having clearly been the one who made her so sad, something that someone so beautiful did not deserve to be so sad. And on Issei's side, he felt frustrated at not being able to remember the time he spent with Ravel. Because of that, he didn't pay attention to classes, which caused him to earn some calls for attention. After finishing classes he went home still thinking about what to do to recover those memories. He thought so much that his head was starting to hurt, so he considered dropping the subject for a moment. That way, when he got home, he entered and immediately felt a slight aroma of food that, just by smelling it, he knew that whoever was cooking was preparing something delicious. But when he thought about who could come into his house whenever he wanted and prepare his food, only one person came to mind. Issei. I'm back, Sera-chan, he said out loud, causing someone to be heard running, apparently approaching. And then a very beautiful black-haired woman with 2 pigtails appears while wearing an apron. Serafall. Welcome, Ice-kun, she replied with a charming smile and approached him to kiss him. Faced with these intentions, the brown-haired boy did not reject her, he also approached her to hug her and kiss her, and they remained like that for a few seconds, until the brunettes separated. Serafall. I can't stay kissing you for long or else the food will burn, she said, although she still had her arms behind the brown-haired boy's neck. Issei. Now that you mention it, I smell something burning, he said, causing the brunette to have a worried face and run to the kitchen. Serafall. Ice-kun, it's not good for you to deceive me, she shouted from the kitchen after making sure nothing was burning. Hearing that, the brown-haired boy laughed as he went up the stairs to get changed. Going downstairs, he went straight to the kitchen, and when he entered he was completely stiff and blushing enormously. The reason for this was something simple. Serafall was cooking with the same apron as always, but there was something different, and what was different was that since he saw her from behind, he could see her bare back and her round butt. Remembering how he had run into the kitchen a few minutes ago, he could remember how he saw that she was wearing clothes, but now she was only wearing an apron. Issei. Oh boy. Did the router flag of the apron as the only clothing activate the moment I entered? He wondered without realizing that he had spent too much time looking at the perfect figure from behind of the brunette, causing her to feel that look. Serafall. What are you doing standing there for so long? She asked, turning her head slightly and smiling. Seeing that smile, she knew immediately what he was doing. He was getting revenge for the lie he told her a moment ago. Issei. Although I think that instead of revenge it is a gift, he thought, taking a few steps towards the brunette who had returned to paying attention to the food. As he took about 3 steps, he heard her start humming a song and moving her body from left to right. Upon seeing this, he ended up approaching her and was 1 or 2 centimeters away from touching her body. He moved his right hand slowly, still admiring the brunette's movement while humming. And when he was about to turn her around and kiss her and then do other things, that's when she turned off the fire, and when she turned around she showed him the same smile she always had. Serafall. The food is ready. A few minutes passed and now they were both at the table eating Serafall's food, standing on opposite sides and facing each other. Although the food was delicious, the brunette had a slight problem, a problem called lust. Not only had he seen that beautiful side of the brunette's body, but he unintentionally remembered her body from the front when they almost made out before Sona arrived. And imagining the brunette's body being covered by that simple apron while she ate with a sweet smile, made him almost unable to control himself. Serafall. How's Ice-kun? Issei. Very tasty Sera-chan. Serafall. I'm glad, at least I wanted to make you lunch, since I'll be able to see you the rest of the day. She commented, surprising the brown-haired boy quite a bit. Issei. No. Are you going to leave me like this after provoking me so much? Serafall. But in that case I will enjoy these minutes. She commented, grabbing her spoon, filling it with food, blowing on it, and then stretching her body and arm, leaving the spoon centimeters from the brown-haired boy's mouth. Issei didn't pay any of his attention to that spoon, where his gaze was fixed was on those hanging breasts that were almost completely visible, thanks to the apron not being tied around her waist, causing the lower part to fall. But the worst thing was that in addition to not being able to see those breasts that he had so desired to see without something in the middle, his imagination played cruelly on that sacred section of the brunette. Serafall. Are you hearing me, Ice-kun? She asked him again since she told him to open his mouth twice, but nothing happened. Issei. Serafall. He spoke to her, grabbing the spoon and leaving it on her plate which was half finished. Serafall. Is something wrong? You don't usually call me by my full name very often. She said, sitting up straight again. Under Serafall's watchful eyes, Issei stood up and with a few steps reached her side. Seeing that she was still wearing only that apron made me unable to stand it any longer. In a quick movement, Issei took Serafall's arm to make her stand up and proceeded to surround her waist with one arm while he kissed her and invaded her mouth. But things didn't end there. As Issei used one arm to hug the brunette's waist, with his other arm he gave a good squeeze to Serafall's butt, causing her to moan a little. Separating a few centimeters from Serafall's lips, Issei said a few simple words. Issei. You provoke me too much, and now you will see the consequences, although I think this was what you were planning from the beginning. He said, seeing the pleasant blush on the brunette's face and the look she had of slight longing. With that, he attacked her sweet lips again and gave her down cheeks a squeeze with both hands, while Serafall surrounded his neck with her arms, and in this way he was able to lift her to walk in that position towards his room. Like break. Noticing his girlfriend lose consciousness from the pleasure forced him to take the sheets and cover them both, and then he brought her closer to him and hugged her from the front. While he was slowly falling asleep, he saw the calm expression and the small smile of the brunette. But that is the last thing he could have seen. He fell asleep, but not before throwing something at the light switch that turned it off. In this way, Serafall and Issei fell asleep hugging each other, not wanting to separate from each other, while their relationship had already taken the next step. The next morning the sun had already risen enough to sufficiently illuminate Issei's room. Due to the light coming through her window, if one entered they would perfectly see how the demon queen Serafall Sitri was sleeping very peacefully attached to the body of a brown-haired man named Issei, who was hugging the black-haired woman, keeping her close to him at all times. Once the room brightened a little more, the first to wake up was Issei, who rubbed the fingers of one hand over his eyes. When he opened them, the first thing he saw was the face of the woman he loves, completely asleep. Seeing her, he remembered everything they did yesterday, along with the words he had said to her almost at the beginning of all that action. Remembering how she kissed him while telling him how much she loved him made him smile, and then he hugged her closer and put his face close. But feeling the movements of the brunette, Serafall began to wake up little by little. So when she slowly opened her eyes she found the brunette's face very close. Issei. Good morning, Sera. He greeted her without the suffix with a smile, caressing one of her cheeks and then giving her a small kiss. Serafall. Issei. She named him, somewhat doubtful of why she was sleeping with him. Issei. Have you already forgotten everything we did yesterday? Serafall. Yesterday we. She said, starting to remember all the things they did, especially the positions she used to provoke him, causing him to blush immensely. Knowing that his face was all red, he hid it in the brown-haired boy's chest. Issei. Sera, you have nothing to be ashamed of. Serafall. I know, but I'm happy too. Issei. May I know why you are happy? Serafall. Because I could finally be closer to you and because I could give my first time to the man I love. She replied, raising her head to look him straight in the eyes. Issei. Damn, it's so adorable. I'm also glad that you were my first time. By the way, I didn't expect you to wear only an apron as clothes. He told him, remembering how sexy he looked just wearing that. Serafall. It's just that. I wanted you to relax. She commented, blushing suddenly. Issei. Relax. Serafall. I know you must have been thinking a lot about Ravel-chan. Issei. Were you at school secretly listening to our conversation? Serafall. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. She replied, embarrassed. Issei. Although thanks to that I had the best night of my life. He told her, lifting her head to kiss her and proceeding to move his hands on her body as well. Serafall. Issei. You have classes. Issei. Missing a day won't hurt me. He said, moving and staying on top of the brunette who was blushing. What happened in that room in the morning was something Issei enjoyed every second, and Serafall as well. Issei left the room with Serafall in his arms and in that way, entered the bathroom. Several minutes passed while both were inside the bathroom. By the time they came out, Issei was still carrying Serafall in his arms, bridal style. They entered the room again, and after a short while they were both changed, so they decided to go down the stairs. Although Issei helped Serafall since she had difficulty walking on her own. Upon reaching the living room, they sat on the large sofa where, without hesitation, Serafall leaned back on the brunette's body with a smile. Issei didn't try to get her off of him, but instead he made himself comfortable so that they were both more comfortable, and in that way, he proceeded to caress the brunette's head, face, her arms, something that she loved when she noticed that they were just caresses without any lust. Although it would be strange for them to have traces of lust considering everything he had done to her for hours in that room. Serafall. Issei. What do you plan to do with Ravel Phoenix? She asked him with her eyes closed, enjoying the caresses. Issei. I honestly don't know, I've been trying to remember, but I have no memory of arriving at the Phoenix territory. Tell me, Sarah. Is it possible to falsify memories? Serafall. Yes, but it's a bit complicated to do, that's why we always erase the memory. She commented, this time opening her eyes to look at his face. Issei. Why is it something complicated? Serafall. Because the one who will be affected must agree to the memory modification. It can be the amount that the one whose memory will be modified wants. The one who uses the spell only has to maintain concentration to change everything. She informed him of something that he never knew. Issei. Wait, Sarah, so you're saying that Are you saying that I asked for my memories to be altered? He asked, totally bewildered by that possibility. Serafall. I don't know, but don't think that just because you agreed is because you really wanted it. Issei. What do you mean? Serafall. If we consider that possibility, it doesn't mean that you wanted your memory altered from the beginning. Something may have happened, and you were blackmailed into having your memory altered, and since you had no other choice you accepted. That's one possibility. Another is that you were mentally manipulated in order to get you to accept, but doing all that is very complex, which is why erasing the memory is much easier, since it doesn't require one to agree or not, as long as the other is stronger, they could erase the other's memory. She finished, closing her eyes again and resting her face on the brown-haired boy's chest. Issei. Sarah, I think I'll have to go to the Phoenix territory to find out a little more. Serafall. What? She said, surprised, raising her head to look at him. Issei. I was Ravel's personal guard, and I'm also the security. I don't think anyone threatened me just to make me leave. Serafall. You're right, there was never any news of an attack on the Phoenix, so it's strange, so when will you go? Issei. Since I missed class today, I guess I could go today. Serafall. Huh? No, I don't want to, stay with me all day, you can go another day. She said as if she were a child, which caused her a little tenderness and a nervous laugh. Issei. Okay, I was joking, the truth is that I want to spend this day with you too. He told her, managing to calm her down. So, what do you think if after lunch we go out? Serafall. A date? She asked with enormous happiness and her eyes shining with excitement. Issei. Yes, a date. Immediately after, Serafall launched herself into kissing him for a few seconds and then hugged him. Serafall. It's been a long time since we've hung out. Issei. You're right, the last time was when I recovered my memory and almost left you. He said, causing the brunette to grab his shirt with a little force. Serafall. Ah. Sorry, it's just that I remembered that moment. She commented with a sad look. Issei. Good thing Drake made me see reason enough to come back before I regretted. Serafall. Did Drake do that? She asked, knowing the dragon's name from the brown-haired boy, but not about that. Issei. Yes. She told me that if I didn't believe you it would be the same as what Sona did to me when we were children. In the end, it all ended up being a simple coincidence, and for that I am very grateful. I honestly don't know how she would have acted with you if I didn't come back and see you again another time. She said, thinking about how she would have treated her, although she would never tell her that. Serafall. Then thank you Drake for what you did, you got me the best man I could ever dream of. At that moment, an emerald gem appeared on the back of the chestnut's left hand. Drake. It didn't do much, I just tried to make this fool not hate himself later for not believing you when you told him that you were innocent and that you never played with him. He explained the truth since he hadn't done it for her. Serafall. Thanks anyway. She thanked him again with a radiant smile, watching as the gem disappeared. Issei. Sir, can you walk better now? He asked her since they had been there for several minutes and he knew that she used magic to recover so as not to limp all the time. Serafall. If I wait a few more minutes, I'll be better. Issei. Well, then before you go buy things for lunch, how about you bring your things here? That way you won't have to come here every so often if you already lived here. He commented, seeing the shocked face she had and then seeing how she began to show a beautiful smile. Serafall. Can I stay here and live? Issei. Of course, you know I'm the only one who occupies this house so I feel somewhat alone when you have to return to the underworld. He commented, being immediately hugged by the brunette who was squealing with joy. Being a couple, having relationships and living together, we would only need 2 steps to be a complete couple. He said, causing her to separate to see him blushing in the face. Serafall. Are you talking about having? Issei. Children. That's right. He replied, about to say something else. But he fell silent when he saw how tears were coming out of her eyes without stopping. Serafall. Sorry. It's just that. I've always wanted, besides a man who loves me, I've also wanted to have children, but that dream was very far away, since no man came close to loving me. I always believed that I could never fulfill that dream, but now you propose that we have children. She said without being able to stop her tears of happiness. How do you want me to refuse that? She asked him with a warm smile, causing the brunette to kiss her and hug her, being reciprocated by her. Issei. Although you will have to wait a little longer since I am still in high school and I am a little young to be a father. He told him, somewhat embarrassed. Serafall. It doesn't matter, demons have a very low birth rate so we could try for years and I could only get pregnant once. I don't mind waiting as long as necessary. She said very, very happily. Issei. Now how about you go get your stuff and we do the living together part? Serafall. I'd love to. She said, jumping up and then leaving for a few minutes to prepare all her things. Once she left, Issei stood up but stared for a few seconds at where the brunette left. After those seconds he walked until he reached the stairs and climbed them. He continued walking until he stopped in front of a door that he had only opened once. Letting out a sigh, he entered the room, which was completely dust-free. There was only a double bed, 2 nightstands, one on each side of the bed, specifically next to the pillows, some large furniture to one side and a window. Issei walked to a nightstand to open a drawer, but without taking out or putting anything in. He then sat on the edge of the bed, leaving the drawer open and then taking something out of a pocket dimension that he learned a long time ago. From that he took out a photo in which he was, although he was a child of approximately 3 or 4 years old, next to a brown-haired man and woman smiling and hugging him, while he showed a big innocent smile. Issei. Although I have no memories of you because of the age I was then, I would like to tell you that finally after so many years. I am close to starting a family, there are still a few years left, but at least I am closer than before when I had nothing. If I ever have children I would have liked for you to meet them, although don't worry, I will make sure that they meet you. He said, shedding a tear after saying all that, and then proceeded to put the photo in the drawer, but not before putting a preservation spell on it, so that it does not deteriorate. I must also thank Lord Sitri again for getting me this photo in addition to Sona's, although I have no idea how he did it. The brown-haired boy remained silent for a few minutes with his hand on the drawer without closing it, while he continued looking at the photo. After a few more seconds he closed the drawer and immediately stood up, and when he reached the door he stayed there. He turned his gaze to see the room and, feeling the lump in his throat getting stronger, he went out and locked the door. He went to the bathroom, washed his face, and when he went down the stairs he met Serafall, who had some suitcases next to her that looked like they were going to explode. Seeing that made him smile, so he walked over to her and kissed her for a few short seconds. Then they both went out to buy things for lunch, and when they arrived they both cooked together, creating an atmosphere as if they were a married couple. After finishing lunch they changed clothes and went out on a date where they enjoyed every second. When they got home they both went to the chestnut's room where Serafall, using magic, modified the interior, making it look like an extra large room with a huge bed. Without saying anything, they both went to bed and ended up falling asleep without doing anything special that night. The only thing they did was enjoy each other's company and the warmth that each other transmitted, making the other sleep more calmly and comfortably. Throughout the day on Tuesday, Issei spent all his time accompanied by Serafall through the city without thinking for a single moment about classes and how upset Sona might be for missing them. On Wednesday he was reprimanded by Sona for missing class, and as punishment, he had to do multiple tasks to make up for it and to be an example for the rest so they don't even think about missing class. Despite that day when the chestnut ended up very mentally tired. On Thursday, well, she thought it would be a normal day. Before crossing the school doors, she noticed how Sona was talking to two girls who were wearing somewhat peculiar white robes. Since he didn't know who they were, he just continued on his way to the classroom. The next thing she heard about them was the next day when Sona notified her peerage that they belonged to the church and had fought Kiba a few minutes ago. Issei. Did you just come to fight? Sona. I don't know what happened to make them fight, but they came because they don't want us to get involved in the mission they have in this city. Momo. Did they say what they were asked to do? Sona. They didn't want to tell me, they just asked us not to get involved and to continue with our thing. Issei. Isn't that too arrogant? It's like we're being ordered to do nothing. Sona. Most exorcists have that attitude when talking to demons, so it's not a surprise. She informed him without taking that attitude seriously. It's possible that they told Riaz why they came, if so she'll tell me soon. Issei. I see. By the way, Kaichu, do you have any plans for me this weekend? Sona. Why do you ask that? Do you have something to do? Issei. Well. Something like that. He said a little nervously. Sona. I don't have anything for you, so there wouldn't be any problems, but for you to ask me it must be something important to you. Could you tell me what you're going to do or where you're going? She asked, leaning her back against the back of the chair while crossing her arms. Issei. I guess there's no point in hiding it. He commented, letting out a sigh and then looking her in the eyes. I'd like to go to the Phoenix territory. Sona. What? She asked instantly at the unexpected words, causing the rest of the nobility who were also there to be surprised. Why do you want to go there? She asked in a serious tone. Issei. Well, as you already know, apparently after escaping from almost killing Lord Sitri, I arrived at the Phoenix territory, became Ravel's personal guard, and then left overnight. Sona. Yes, I heard something like that from Wani-sama. Ria. Were you Ravel-chan's personal guard? You're full of surprises, Issei-kun. Issei. Although before I was one, they almost executed me for believing I was a spy. He joked, which made almost everyone's eyes open. Sona. Okay, I didn't know that information. She mentioned while massaging her frown. Please keep talking, Issei. Issei. As I said before, I was Ravel's personal guard for a few years, but I suddenly disappeared. But the thing is, I have no memories of coming to the Phoenix territory. Instead, ever since I left the Sitri territory, I only remember how I wandered through the underworld until I found a way to return to the human world. He explained with a serious face. Sona. They altered your memories. Why would they do that? It's too much work to stop you from remembering what you did back then. It would have been much easier to erase your memory. Meguri. Excuse me, Kaichu, but why do you say that modifying the memory causes too much work unlike erasing the memory? Sona. Because it is too complicated to modify the memory since the one who is modified must agree, although they can also be manipulated to accept or control to be willing, all that just to modify their memories when erasing the memory is much simpler, since it only requires that they be skilled with that magic, which is what all demons are like. She explained so that the rest of the girls understand. Meguri. But if they erase his memory, wouldn't he notice that his memories from those years were missing? Sona. No, the other quality of erasing memory is that that person will not notice the lack of memories, as was the case with Issei. Issei. My case is a little different. Drake, instead of erasing my memory, only sealed it and would only return it if I got involved in the supernatural again. But who would have thought that as soon as I sealed my memories to try to be a normal student, I would meet two heiresses of the most famous clans? He commented in a comical tone. Due to that memory alteration, I want to go to the Phoenix territory. I want to know a little more about what I was doing there and see if I can find out who modified my memories. Sona. And when do you plan to come back? I already told you that I have no problem with you going. Issei. I'll be back on Sunday night or Monday morning for classes. I don't plan on missing again. He said, remembering all the work he received just for missing once. Sona. Okay, so you'll be leaving tomorrow. Do you want me to take you or would you rather go alone? I know you're not good with transfer circles. Issei. I would like you to take me, Kaichu. If I go alone it means that I have to go on the train, but it takes a long time to get to Sitri territory. Gabaki. Do you know about the Issei-kun train? Baruko? Since when do you call Issei-kun Shinra-senpai? He asked, narrowing his eyes as he looked at her, which made her blush. Tsubaki. That's none of your business. She exclaimed, looking away with a big blush. Anyways, please answer my question, Issei-kun. Issei. Do you remember when I said that I found a way to return to the human world after years of wandering through the underworld? Well, it's thanks to the fact that I came across the train when some demons came out, so out of curiosity I got on it, and to my surprise I got here, although it took hours to realize where it ended, that train. Sona. Then go to my apartment early tomorrow morning. I'll contact Lord Phoenix to let him know. I don't think he'll mind the idea of you going. Now that this is over, you can go back to class, the bell will ring in 2 minutes. She said, checking the time on a clock on her table. Issei. Thank you, Kaichu. He said only before leaving. Tsubaki. Who do you think did that to him, Kaichu? He suddenly asked once the brown-haired boy left. Sona. I don't know, I don't think they want to hurt him. Ira. So why did they modify his memory? Sona. I guess. They did it because they didn't want him to be associated with the Phoenix. Ira. But shouldn't they do it with the Phoenix too? Why only him? I don't understand what they're planning. She commented the same thing that everyone else was thinking. Sona. That aside, didn't I tell you the bell would be ringing soon? Letting those words out, the bell rang 2 seconds later, which made everyone go to class, leaving her alone in the student council. The brunette was silent for a few seconds until a small magic circle appeared in her right ear. Sona. Excuse me for calling you unexpectedly, Lord Phoenix. I just wanted to know if Haidu Issei can go to your territory tomorrow to look for information about his stay there and find out why he doesn't remember anything. She said, getting straight to the point. No problem, you're more than welcome anytime. Was the only thing he said before hanging up the call. Issei. It was the scream the brown-haired boy heard before being tackled once he entered his house. Issei. It will be. My back. He said as best he could while resisting the pain in his back because that was where he tackled him. Serafall. Sorry. She said with shame since it was not the first time she did that. Issei. I know you're glad I'm back, but you don't have to get so excited all the time. He said, laughing a little, watching the brunette pout. When did you come back? Serafall. An hour ago. While I was waiting for you, I was thinking about what to make you for dinner. Issei. And what will the menu be? Serafall. Curry. He replied with great pride and a big smile. At her response, Issei smiled and commented that it was an excellent choice. But inside I was screaming and my hair was standing on end. And the moment Sarah returned to the kitchen happily, Issei's expression distorted with fear and terror. Issei. Why curry? Last time I almost died. He thought, remembering when he had to pretend to like it, but inside he was writhing. Serafall. How is so tan? She asked from the kitchen. Issei. Same as always. By the way, today I consulted him about the matter of going to the Phoenix territory, so tomorrow I will leave in the morning. He said, entering the kitchen. Serafall. So early? She asked, turning around. Issei. The sooner I know who and why my memories were altered, the better. Do you have any idea why they did that to me? Serafall. I've been thinking about it, and maybe it's because of your relationship with the Phoenix, that, or you did something serious to be willing to have your memories altered. Issei. Ah. I really want to know what happened. Serafall. Enough of that topic. Let's enjoy my curry made with love. She exclaimed happily as she served the curry on a plate. At that moment Issei set his gaze on the curry dish, which looked very normal, but he knew that it actually didn't taste as good as it looked. Issei. I think I won't be able to taste anything for a few days. He thought, crying inside. The sun had already risen a few hours ago, and Sona was having breakfast with her queen Tsubaki quietly while waiting for a certain person. Just when both brunettes thought that the brown-haired boy was already late was when they heard someone knock on the door. Tsubaki immediately stood up and walked towards the door. Once she opened it, she found the chestnut they were waiting for, although she noticed that he looked a little pale. Issei. Good morning, Tsubaki-senpai. He greeted her, remembering that she asked him to use her name like with the rest of the girls. Tsubaki. Good morning, Issei-kun, please come in. She replied, stepping aside to let him in. Are you okay? She asked him once she confirmed that he really was a little pale. Issei. Yes, it's nothing. He replied, embarrassed for not being able to hide it. Sona. Good morning, Issei. Are you okay? She said upon reaching the entrance and seeing the brunette's face. Issei. I'm fine, just. I ate something bad, sorry Sira-chan. Sona. Well then, let's not delay any longer. She said before creating a large magic circle with a Sitri crest under her feet. I'll be back in a few hours. I'll go visit my parents after leaving Issei with the Phoenix. But that the magic circle shone before starting to climb until they disappeared from the apartment. When Issei felt the ground again, he was in front of a huge castle, and a few meters in front of him were Lady and Lord Phoenix, and next to Lady Phoenix was Ravel with a smile that tried not to be too big and show how happy she was to see him again. "Sona. Thank you for accepting this request, Lord Phoenix," she said after walking a few steps and arriving near the man. "Lord Phoenix. There was no problem with that request. Issei is more than welcome here," he answered with a smile, as did his wife, who was happy to see the brunette there again. "Issei. I really appreciate it. Ever since Ravel said that I was her personal guard, I've wanted to know more about the time I spent here. She told me some things she did, but they were few. Lady Phoenix. If you want to know about your stay here, I will tell you everything you want, so come with me." The older blonde put her body in profile to indicate to the brunette to walk next to her, which made him smile at how close she acted with him. After saying goodbye to the brunette, he followed Ravel's mother with her, who stood next to him, and in this way they entered the castle, leaving Lord Phoenix and Sona behind. "Sona. If you'll excuse me, I'll be leaving. I'll visit my parents next," she said, formally saying goodbye to the man. "Lord Phoenix. Before you go, give this to your father," he commented, taking an envelope out of a pocket of his clothes and putting it in the brunette's hand. "I assumed you would pass by, and even if you hadn't, I would have sent it to him personally," he explained when he saw that she was surprised. "Sona. I understand, then see you, Lord Phoenix," she said goodbye again, creating a magic circle and disappearing from the place. Once he left, Lord Phoenix turned around and also walked towards the castle entrance, thinking about the letter he sent to Sona's father. "Lady Phoenix. Your room is ready in case you ever want to rest, Issei-kun." "Issei. Thank you for taking the trouble to receive me." "Ravel. It's no bother at all. By the way, how long does Issei-sama plan to stay?" "Issei. I was planning to come back tomorrow night or Monday morning before classes." "Ravel. In that case we can talk about many things in the meantime," she commented, showing a smile. "It's not that I want to do it," she said, replacing the smile with a red face. Seeing her daughter like this, Lady Phoenix let out a small laugh before continuing to walk with her eyes forward and letting the two of them talk to each other. The three of them arrived at a huge living room with several individual and group sofas. "Lady Phoenix. I know Ravel told you some of the things you did when you lived here, but he didn't tell you everything, or at least most of it." "Issei. Yes, he told me some funny moments, but I came because I would like to know more about those years I was here." "Lady Phoenix. In that case I'll tell you everything I remember. After all, we'll have 2 whole days for it." "Issei. I appreciate it." "Lady Phoenix. So how about we start by looking at this album?" she asked, a book that a maid approached to give her. "Issei. Album? Ravel. That's it. Mother, don't show him that," she exclaimed, blushing and embarrassed. But her mother ignored her words and proceeded to open the album and show her the brown-haired boy. "Lady Phoenix. This is from when you had been here for a week. Because Ravel was so shy with you, she would always blush whenever you were with her." Listening to what he was saying and seeing what he and Ravel were like when they were little made her smile and laugh a little when she noticed how red Ravel was in the photo. Seeing him laughing at that photo, Ravel wanted to crawl into a hole and never come out. In this way Lady Phoenix showed Issei the entire album while telling him details of each one. They gave the chestnut a tour of the house, and while they were having lunch, Ravel was still dying of shame, seeing how her mother continued to tell embarrassing things about her to Issei. In the afternoon, Ravel and Issei stroll through a huge garden while the chestnut tree admires the scenery. "Ravel. How does it feel not to be able to remember those years?" "Issei. I couldn't explain the feeling it provokes, but seeing and hearing about things I can't remember makes me think that the me now is a different person than the me back then." "Ravel. He's not a different person. Issei-sama is still the same as when he lived here and was my personal guard." "Issei. That calms me down a bit, thanks Ravel," he comments, patting her head and blushing. "Ravel. By the way, Issei-sama," she says after he stops patting his head. "I've had this doubt for a long time. You escaped from the Sitri guards with a smoke bomb, right?" "Issei. That's right, but how do you know that? I've never said it around you," he says, quite confused. "Ravel. My father informed me about it after his fight against Oni-sama." "Issei. Your father? After the fight against Riser?" At this point Issei is too confused about how Ravel's father could know that detail if he only told Serafall. "Issei. Is it possible that?" he muttered upon discovering a possibility. "Ravel. Issei-sama. Issei. Ah. I'm sorry, what was it you wanted to know?" "Ravel. Where did you get that smoke bomb? Because I doubt you could have made one as a little boy." "Issei. I have no idea who created it, but the day before the assassination attempt on Lord Sitri, that smoke bomb was on my bed with a letter saying it was a gift, as well as simple instructions on how to activate it and how long it would last." "Ravel. But it's clearly the one who left that is the real culprit. Issei. I know, in fact. I ran into him days after I escaped. Ravel. Did you find him? He asked, blinking several times. And who was he? Issei. He was the murderer of my parents. Lady Phoenix. How was your walk? She asked, watching as they both entered the room. Lord Phoenix. What's wrong, Ravel? The moment Issei and Ravel entered the room Lord and Lady Phoenix were in, they both noticed how Ravel seemed a little nervous. Lady Phoenix. Did something happen? She asked with a slight smile, believing that something happened between them. Ravel. And nothing. Nothing happened. She answered, totally nervous. However, from her reaction, the thought that something happened between them increased considerably, so he gave a small smile. Lady Phoenix. How was your day, Issei-kun? Don't you feel something familiar? Issei. I'm sorry, Lady Phoenix, but all this is new to me. Lady Phoenix. It's a shame, you made so many beautiful memories with Ravel that it's a shame you don't remember them. Ravel. Mother. What are you saying? Seeing Ravel reproach her mother with a red face made Issei laugh. But that laughter disappeared as soon as the door opened and Riser appeared. Riser. What's all this fuss about? Asking the question, he fixes his gaze on the guest. He blinks a few times until he identifies him, and the moment he realizes who it is, his expression twists and his complexion turns pale. Issei found that very curious since at first glance one would notice that Riser was extremely afraid of him. Lady Phoenix. What's wrong, Riser? Aren't you going to greet our guest? Next act, Issei watched as Riser leaned his body forward a little before speeding out of the room. Issei. What's wrong? Ravel. I'm sorry about that, Issei-sama. She said, shaking her head. Ever since he beat him, he's been afraid of you, so much so that he's even unsure of his strength, which is a problem. Issei. Just because I beat him once? Ravel. That's right. We've tried everything but it doesn't seem to change. Lord Phoenix. Let's leave that aside, Issei, come with me. Speaking suddenly, standing up to walk towards the door and call out to Issei made Ravel curious. The brown-haired boy followed Ravel's father through the long corridors of the mansion until he reached a kind of office. Issei. What does Lord Phoenix need me for? However, even though he asked that question and he called him to that place, Lord Phoenix did not say anything as he stood silently in front of the desk with his back to him. Issei. Lord Phoenix. Lord Phoenix. Issei. Issei. Yes. He exclaimed, surprised by the serious tone in which he spoke. Lord Phoenix. You came with the intention of finding out who modified your memories, right? Issei. Yes. He said, wondering why I asked him that. Lord Phoenix. Do you have anyone in mind? Issei. No, but since my memory was modified in this place I thought it would be better to start here. The moment he finished speaking, he heard Lord Phoenix let out a sigh before proceeding to sit down on the desk chair and stare at him. Issei. What's wrong, Lo? Lord Phoenix. I modified your memory, Issei. Without having the opportunity to finish speaking, he heard something that left him completely speechless for several seconds. She previously told Ravel that after escaping from Sona's house, she encountered her parents' killer. She later told him that it was possible that he was the one who altered her memory. But I never would have thought that Lord Phoenix, Ravel's father and the man who was perhaps as much of a father as he was the culprit. Issei. Why? He spoke with a trembling voice, not knowing how to deal with him now. Lord Phoenix just stared at him without changing his disinterested expression, causing the brunette to start getting angry. Issei. Why? Why did he do that? Wasn't I his daughter's personal guard? Why did he get rid of me? After shouting several questions at him, she began to breathe heavily, her anger increasing with each second that he remained silent. Lord Phoenix. Because you asked for it. Issei. What? Lord Phoenix. As you heard, you were the one who asked me to modify your memory and not erase it. Issei. Why? Why would I want something like that? Wasn't I happy here? He asked her, his mind in chaos. Lord Phoenix. That's right, you were happy, and you were quite happy being by Ravel's side. Issei. Then. Lord Phoenix. And it was precisely because of Ravel that you asked me that. Speaking up to this point, Issei's mind was in chaos, not knowing what to think, and not knowing whether to believe what he was told or not. Issei. If what you say is true, please tell me why I chose to do that. He said, wanting to know the answer at that moment. Lord Phoenix. Simple. When I asked you for a reason, you only answered one thing. I want to protect Ravel. He said, seeing the confusion on her face. You don't know this, but a few years ago, while you were still her personal guard, Ravel was poisoned. Issei. What? What are you talking about? He asked, surprised and upset. Lord Phoenix. It happened 2 years after you became Ravel's guard. Ravel. Where is Issei-sama going? Issei. I'll go to the kitchen for a moment, go ahead to the dining room, if your parents ask tell them I'll be there in a few moments. He replied, turning around. Ravel. Okay, I'll be waiting for you Issei-sama. He said, starting to run towards the dining room while turning his head to speak to the brunette. Issei. Ha. I'm supposed to be his personal guard, so he shouldn't call me that. It's been 2 years, but even though I always tell him that, he never stops adding the sama to me. He walked talking alone for a few seconds until he reached the kitchen. As soon as he entered the kitchen, the noise of the servants preparing the food became noticeable throughout the place, along with the aroma of the food. Issei. Excuse me. Is dinner ready yet? He said loudly so everyone could hear him. Chef. Oh Issei. Sorry for the delay, it will be ready in a few seconds. He said a little nervously. Issei. It's okay, as long as the food isn't raw or burned there won't be a problem with time. She replied trying to reassure him. But that said, Issei stood at the kitchen door waiting for the food to be ready for a couple of minutes. Chef. Here you go Issei, we had a problem with the ingredients, send my sincerest apologies to Lord Phoenix for the delay. He said placing a cart with several plates of food in front of Issei. Issei. As long as it's delicious I don't think she'll complain to you, I'm leaving, thanks for trying so hard. He said to the chef and the others. Normally, several servants take turns serving breakfast, lunch, snacks, and dinner. But sometimes Issei asks to be the one to drive the cart, even though Ravel repeatedly told him that it's not necessary for him to do so. Although Ravel told him several times in the past, Issei kept it a secret that he only did it to be close to her, and since he kept doing it, she decided to stop trying to get him to stop bringing them food. But even though he gave up on that, Ravel still feels uneasy because the reason she wanted him to stop was so that she could eventually invite him to eat with her and her parents, taking advantage of the fact that her siblings almost never eat with them. But if Issei doesn't stop bringing them food, it will mean that her status as a servant or guard of the family won't disappear, so she couldn't get any closer to him than she already is. Issei. With permission Lord and Lady Phoenix. At his words, Ravel turned her head only to let out a sigh of defeat as she watched the brunette enter the dining room with a food cart. Lord Phoenix. It's not normal for them to take so long, did something happen? He asked while the brunette placed the plates on the table. Issei. It seems they had a problem with some ingredients, the chef sends his most sincere apologies, but I can promise you that the flavor is spectacular as always. He replied with a slight smile before leaning forward slightly. Lord Phoenix. Okay, you can go now. He said before taking some cutlery. As usual, Issei retreats to stand next to the wall with several servants in case any of the three Phoenix needs something. Lady Phoenix. What's wrong Ravel? I see you're depressed. She said, looking at her daughter with her gaze down without touching any of the food. Ravel. It's nothing, mother. Lady Phoenix. Is it because of Issei-kun? She asked in a low voice and a smile that made her daughter blush. Ravel. It's not that. Lady Phoenix. Even if you deny it, it seems that is the case. She replied with a winning smile while having dinner. Ravel. That's not it. It's not. From speaking with complete confidence, he went on to lower the intensity and tone and speak in a low and depressed voice again. Lady Phoenix. Okay, Ravel, how about you eat something? I don't know if you noticed, but isn't that your favorite dish? I'm sure Issei-kun asked for it to be made for you, he really loves spoiling you. And just as he said, Issei had requested that said dish be made for Ravel, just so that she could eat her favorite dish from time to time. Ravel. Well. Yeah, he really did have my favorite food cooked for me, I guess I shouldn't waste anything. She commented taking the cutlery with a blushing face and eating a piece of the dish. Lady Phoenix. You are not honest at all Ravel. He said laughing before fixing his gaze on her for a few seconds. Ravel. He called her when he saw her holding the cutlery in the air after swallowing the first bite. Ravel. No. I feel. Suddenly his words died and then his body fell sideways straight to the ground, alarming everyone. Lady Phoenix. Ravel answers. She exclaimed desperately, taking her daughter in her arms. Lord Phoenix. How are you? He asked seriously and nervously. Lady Phoenix. He's not responding. He's not even moving. She said, still scared and desperate. Issei. We'd better take her to her room, we can't leave her on the floor. He spoke, arriving at her side immediately after seeing Ravel collapse. Lord Phoenix. Wait. Lord Phoenix's words drew attention, especially since he was standing in front of Ravel's plate. Then, without saying anything at all, he surrounded Ravel's plate with his fire, surprising everyone. A couple of seconds after doing so, a small part of the flame surrounding the food turned dark green for half a second, causing Lord Phoenix's expression to turn dark and fill with anger. Issei. What's hap? Og. Lady Phoenix. Honey, what are you doing? Suddenly Lord Phoenix attacked Issei, sending him a few meters until he crashed into the wall. Lord Phoenix. You had this food made for her and you brought it to her, so answer me, Issei. Why does Ravel's food have a lethal poison in it? Lord Phoenix. Explain right now why my daughter's food was poisoned. The moment those words were spoken, the room fell into absolute silence along with looks of shock. Failing to get Ravel to react and having heard from her husband that it was caused by poison, Lady Phoenix produced a cylindrical bottle using a magic circle. As soon as she opened the bottle, she poured the single drop inside into Ravel's mouth. The faint flame of yellow combined with a bit of green emerges from Ravel's chest for a few seconds before disappearing. Issei. Phoenix tear. He said in total surprise. The poison was so lethal that you had to use a tear. He asked himself without knowing that his complexion had turned pale. Lord Phoenix. Did you think I wouldn't be that strong? He asks him with a face that reflects pure hostility. Issei. You're wrong. I would never try to hurt Serafall Sona. He said quickly with great fear. I have no idea where the poison came from. I swear. Lady Phoenix. Ravel. Ravel, can you hear me? Hearing his voice, they both turned their gaze in time to see Ravel react with a cough before managing to sit up. Ravel. What? What happened? She asked, confused as she noticed her mother's worried face, her father's angry face, and especially, why is Issei Sona hurt? As he looked at the chestnut, he noticed a broken wall behind him, his slightly burned clothes, and a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth. In a quick movement, Ravel gets up and tries to help the chestnut. However, after taking a few steps he lost his balance, but before he fell to the ground again, his body was supported by his mother. Lady Phoenix. Ravel, you were poisoned, and it seems that even with a phoenix tear you couldn't fully recover. You better rest and don't move too much. She explained briefly. Ravel. Poisoned. She repeated the word with fear etched on her face. But why is Issei Sona hurt? Lady Phoenix. Because your father thinks he's the culprit. As soon as she said that, she felt her daughter break away from her grasp. Ravel. Impossible. Issei Sona would never try to poison me, and you should know that. She shouted before walking and standing firm in front of the brunette. Lord Phoenix. Ravel, get out of the way. Ravel. No. I won't move. Issei Sona would never try to hurt me, and you know that, Dad. He saved me 2 years ago, and now him trying to kill me would be weird. Lord Phoenix. Anyway, whether you like it or not, he will be locked up for a few days. So far he is the only suspect, so I have to lock him up. Now get out of the way. Due to the insistence and pressure she suffers to confront her father, her body began to tremble, something that Issei noticed when he had her close. Issei. Ravel Sona, thank you for defending me, but your father is right. He spoke, making me turn to look at him. I am the only suspect, it is normal that I am locked up. Ravel. But. Not convinced, she tried to contradict him and help him. But the brown-haired boy stood up and walked past him towards his father, who with a wave of his hand, some guards who were oblivious to the situation, finally approached and took the brown-haired boy to his cell. After that dinner, Lord Phoenix reinforced the security of the mansion and its territory, in case those who used the poison could not escape so easily. Lord Phoenix knew that it was impossible for Issei to have done it, he is too devout for him to try. What made him think for days is how they were able to infiltrate strangers without anyone noticing them. 2 years ago when those bandits infiltrated, the guards were after them, but they managed to lose them. But in this case nobody noticed anything strange, and that worried him. If they were able to enter and exit the kitchen or the mansion, it means it was someone using a particular magic or someone pretending to be a servant or cook. In any case, from that day on he was attentive to everything, as long as his daughter or his wife were not in any danger. Issei was locked away for a few weeks until it could be made clear that he had no apparent connection to the poison. When he returned to the Phoenix Castle, he took his position as Ravel's personal guard much more seriously, which made her a little sad since she couldn't talk like before. Although Lord Phoenix tried to keep the news from spreading, people will always know about it. One of the reasons why Issei works more seriously is thanks to the rumors that he was the one who tried to kill the fourth and only daughter of Lord and Lady Phoenix. Being considered a murderer was a great pain for him. After all, the memories of the attack on Lord Sitri and how he was blamed came back to him with force. But thanks to all that, he began to pay more attention to his surroundings, in case the culprit ever showed up to do something again. Unfortunately, after weeks of surveillance and being alert, no suspicious or unknown person even showed his face at the castle entrance. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, at least until one day. Along with other servants, Issei stood in the dining room with his gaze fixed on Ravel, his parents, and his brother Ruvel, who were about to have lunch. At times he noticed Ravel turning his head to look at him out of the corner of his eye, until he stopped doing so when the servants arrived with the food. Issei had no idea why, since he hadn't found anything strange in the past few days. With each passing day, he had a strange feeling in his chest that he couldn't describe. The feeling that bothered him even more once the food arrived. There was something strange, I knew it, but I didn't know exactly what it was. He studied the faces of the servants and they were all familiar faces. As the seconds ticked by, the feeling he had became a pressure in his chest, which increased as the seconds continued to tick by. The family began to eat while talking, but there was one of them who had not touched his plate. Lady Phoenix. Ravel. What's wrong? You haven't touched your plate. Ravel. I'm sorry, mother, I don't have much of an appetite today. He said with a half smile. By smiling like that she clearly showed her mother how depressed she was. Lady Phoenix. Is it because of Issei-kun? She asked in his ear. Ravel's face immediately turned red too quickly, which amused him. Ravel. Oh, of course not, who would care about someone like him? Lady Phoenix. Did I say something to make you worry about him? She asked, leaving her daughter speechless and very embarrassed. Lord Phoenix. Is something wrong? He asked them both after talking to his son and noticing the redness on his daughter's face. Ravel. It's okay. He declared before taking his cutlery, cutting and being about to eat. Hi. However, Issei suddenly appears next to Ravel, stopping her hand holding the fork. His unexpected action took everyone by surprise, especially Lord Phoenix who was frowning. Ravel. Issei-sama. She called him with a slight blush when she felt his hand next to hers. And to surprise them even more, Issei brought Ravel's food to his mouth to chew and swallow it before letting go of the blonde's hand. Lord Phoenix. I hope you have a good explanation for this. He commented, standing up. For a servant to do such a thing was like slapping him in the face in public or as if one had no respect for him. Issei. Lord Phoenix. He named him with his eyes on the plate before seeing it. Don't let Ravel taste it. Lord Phoenix. What? What? Issei then staggers taking a step back and falls hard to the ground, followed by losing all color. Ravel. Issei-sama. She screamed terrified trying to make him react. Lord Phoenix. Close the castle immediately. No one enters or leaves. All the servants left the place in order to carry out the orders as quickly as possible. Lady Phoenix. Ravel darling, get away. She said, drawing out a phoenix tear. He quickly poured the drop into Issei's mouth and watched as his body glowed for a few seconds. Seconds later the color slowly returned to the brunette's face although he was still unconscious. Lady Phoenix. Dear this. Seeing that Issei's condition improved but not to the point where he would wake up indicated that the poison was extremely strong. So strong that not even a phoenix tear would completely recover the one who consumed it, something that had never happened before. Lord Phoenix. It's certainly a complicated situation. Twice. They tried to assassinate Ravel twice. And that's something I'll never forgive them for. Ravel. Why isn't Issei-sama waking up? He's supposed to have taken the phoenix tear. She asked, quite scared. Lord Phoenix. The poison is so strong that it counteracts most of the phoenix tear's regeneration. I'd like to know who created it and how it managed to infiltrate twice, but more than anything, its purpose. Mister. At that moment one of the guards who had left had returned. Lord Phoenix. Did you find anything? Guard. We didn't find anyone suspicious, but we're still checking every room, just. He hesitated, looking away at the brown-haired boy. Lord Phoenix. Just what? Speak up. Guard. Yes. We found a grenade hidden in Ravel-sama's guard room. We're still verifying what type it is. Lord Phoenix. A grenade. I think it's a smoke screen. Ravel. Issei-sama. She exclaimed upon seeing him sit down before proceeding to hug him. Issei. Our Ravel-sama, please don't do that. He said somewhat nervously upon receiving a hug from the blonde in front of his parents. Lady Phoenix. Ravel, please let me speak. She said, separating her. How do you feel, Issei-kun? She asked him while helping him to stand up. Issei. A little weak, but other than that I'm fine. He replied before turning to look at the guard. Was there a note next to the grenade? Guard. Note. No, there wasn't one. He replied, confused by that question. Lord Phoenix. Do you know something? Issei. I didn't know who it could be before, but with the grenade. Now I know. He said, frowning. Lord Phoenix. Well, you can go now. He said to the guard, an order that he immediately obeyed. This is not the right place, let's go talk somewhere else. With that, the four of them left the dining room and headed for the same sofa room where they had been attacked 2 years ago. Lord and Lady Phoenix sat on a sofa together, while Ravel and Issei sat on another. The brunette became more nervous with each second under Lord Phoenix's fierce gaze. And all thanks to the fact that the whole way from the dining room, Ravel had been hugging one of his arms and, although his face was red, he wouldn't let go even if he asked him to. Lady Phoenix. So Issei-kun, could you tell us what you know? Issei. The day they welcomed me, I told them that I served another family and that I didn't want to talk about them. Do you remember? Lady Phoenix. Of course, that's why we never asked you. But why are you telling us that? Issei. Those I served were the Sitri. The eyes of the four of them widened as soon as they heard that name. Although Lord Phoenix's surprise was stronger than the rest, causing him to stand up. Lord Phoenix. Do you have any connection to the attempted murder? Upon saying that, he received a look of disbelief from his wife. Lady Phoenix. Dear, wait, relating it to that incident, isn't it a bit? She said, knowing what he meant. Ravel. What are you talking about? Ravel. He called her from the side of the room, his index finger on his lips. Understanding that this was not the time for him to speak, he remained silent and continued to listen. Issei. About that. They thought it was me. Lord Phoenix. Did you believe? Issei. Yes, I was the one in charge of bringing the food, and a few seconds after Lord Sitri took some of it. He almost died. Sensing something wrong, he managed to take out a phoenix tear and drink it before losing consciousness. After investigating for a few minutes, they assumed that I was the culprit, which is why they had ordered to capture me. He said while keeping his gaze on the ground. The curious thing is that the day before, a smoke grenade appeared in my room along with a note saying to use it wisely. Lord Phoenix. How did you escape? If you were inside the castle, I doubt you could have gotten out that easily. Issei. And he's right. Lord Sitri's daughter and I were good friends, even though I was just another servant. With her we found a cave, and to make it our secret place we covered the entrance. But when I tried to escape through there, several soldiers were waiting for me. I was young, but at that moment I felt the worst, knowing that my best and only friend had betrayed me and sold her father. In the end I ended up using that smoke bomb, and I was able to go deeper into the cave without the soldiers knowing when I went through them. Lady Phoenix. What happened next? One thing that both adults noticed was that at the moment of asking that, the sadness on the brunette's face changed to one of anger as he clenched his fists tightly. Issei. The exit of the cave, to my surprise, was just outside the Sitri territory. I ran for a long time, but for some reason they never caught me. And the moment I left the cave, someone was waiting for me. Lady Phoenix. Ravel. She called her name, drawing her attention and causing the others to look at her too. What's wrong? You look strange to me. She said, noticing how a few seconds ago she grabbed her clothes tightly and shrugged her shoulders. Ravel. I think I know who it is. Issei. Because I told you a few days ago. He commented, gaining the attention of the adults once again. It's just the person you think. Ravel, that person, was the one to blame for my parents' death and why we came to the underworld. Lady Phoenix covered her mouth in surprise, while her husband remained serious and firm. Issei. That man never said his name, he just greeted me and captured me to take me to his base, I suppose. Lord Phoenix. Why did he love you so much? He asked, sitting back down and trying to think of the right questions. Issei. To begin with, he brought us here because of some sort of contract with some ancestor, who according to him, that ancestor broke the contract, and the punishment was that he would do something to him and his family if he did. But it seems that he decided to attack his future descendants. I have no idea why he waited so long. Lord Phoenix. Maybe he was waiting for something before he did it. He said almost immediately. Maybe he was doing some research, and by the time he got to a certain point he would need test subjects, and since that guy broke the contract, this was just what he needed. Lady Phoenix. But how and where did your parents die so that the Sitri could find them? Issei. I don't know, he just told me what I just told you. He commented, shaking his head. Lord Phoenix. So, how did you get rid of that guy? He asked, returning to the main point. Issei. Due to the inspections of the soldiers who serve the Sitri, it was difficult for him to take me away, so he had no choice but to return to the nearest city and wait for the moment to take me away. He said, showing a smile at the end. Luckily he did not expect that on the third day, I managed to break the ropes that held me, thanks to that, and that it was when he was not present, I was able to escape without him noticing. From that moment on I wandered around various places while learning to control my sacred gear. Being honest, if it weren't for being the Sekirute I would surely have died already. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent, leaving the atmosphere extremely tense. Lord Phoenix. So, based on what you just told us, do you think that guy found you and wants to use the same strategy to get you out? Issei. Yes. I'm really sorry that your daughter has become like this. He apologizes, lowering his head for several seconds. Lord Phoenix. It doesn't matter, we just have to find the culprit, right? Issei. Yes. He answered under the man's no longer serious gaze. Lord Phoenix. Now that we have clarified this matter, let me speak with Issei alone. I wish for him to give me details about that man to search for him better. It is no longer necessary for you two to hear this," he said, staring at his two sons. Lady Phoenix. "Okay kids, let's leave you two alone," she said, standing up and trying to get her children out. Ravel. Huh. But. Lady Phoenix. "Your father wants to talk alone with Issei-kun, and I also want you to accompany me to do some things. Would you do it?" Ravel. "Okay," she said, not very convinced about leaving Issei with his father. Once they left Issei alone with Ravel's father, the place fell into a deathly silence again for long, agonizing seconds. "Lord Phoenix. Is there something you want to say?" he asked with his arms crossed. "Issei. Huh. Weren't you the one who?" He spoke until he stopped when he saw her gaze. I'm scared." "Lord Phoenix. What are you afraid of? Being used as a research subject?" Issei. "No. I fear for Ravel. It's already been 2 times that she was their target in order to get to me, and I'm sure they'll keep trying more things. I don't know if they want me because of the contract or if it's because they knew I'm the Secretary, but if in order to get to me someone close to me ends up hurt or dies, I would never forgive myself." "Lord Phoenix. Where do you want to go?" Issei. "If your daughter. If Ravel ends up involved and another attacker gets hurt, I will leave this place." "Lord Phoenix. Are you sure? If you leave she might start looking for you and continue to get involved in the attacks on you," he said, only to hear a small laugh from the brown-haired boy. Issei. "If she wanted to follow me, I doubt you'd let her. Besides, if I don't remember any connection with you, I doubt you'd keep attacking you to hurt me," he commented, showing him a smile. "Lord Phoenix. I see, so that's what you're planning." Issei. "It would only be in the event that there are more attacks against you," he says with a shrug. "Lord Phoenix. Okay," he declared loudly, standing up. "If you thought of all that in such a short time, I will respect your decision. Until then, I will try to make sure no one hurts my family. In the meantime, you will continue to protect my daughter as you did today." Issei. "Huh. Isn't that weird? Wouldn't it be better to stay away from Ravel even if I'm not a target?" he refuted, not understanding her way of thinking. "Lord Phoenix. HMPH. If you cower over something like that, then you are not worthy of the trust my daughter gives you. Do you want to protect her? Then face the dangers as her protector. After all, that is why I gave you that position, even though you are just a child. We are done," he declared, leaving the room and leaving the brunette in blank shock. With no other choice, Issei guarded Ravel and its surroundings, while Lord Phoenix watched the city in order to put as much pressure as possible on the infiltrators and find them or force them to leave. Issei never let Ravel know his intention to leave that place, or else she might plan to escape with him, and that was something he didn't want. The days passed normally until, a week after the last incident, something new happened. "Ravel. Issei-sama, are you okay?" Issei. "Of course, why do you ask?" Ravel. "It's just that lately I see him more exhausted than usual. Accompanying the blonde all day for her safety and then watching the surroundings would of course tire him out, since he repeats the same thing every day. Now he was accompanying her through the palace's private flower field as he usually does some days. He never understood why she liked to see or smell flowers so much. If they were pretty, he would not spend that much time appreciating them. Issei. MMH. Scanning the group of flowers with his eyes, he found a few pairs of purple flowers next to some red ones, which was strange. At that moment, a head of blonde hair intruded into his vision, awakening him from his stupor. "Ravel. How beautiful these flowers are, I've never seen them before," she commented happily, stretching out her hand to touch one of the purple flowers. The moment he saw those flowers next to a family of red flowers, it made him suspicious. There was no point in whoever planted them putting together 2 types of flowers that did not look good next to each other. But as soon as he saw Ravel's hand approach one of the petals, his chest sank like never before, along with a cold sweat that he only noticed at that moment. Issei. Ravel. Huh. What's wrong? She answers, pleasantly surprised. Because of the unexpected scream, she moved her hand away from the flowers, which relieved him. However, now she had to invent something to justify said scream. Issei. Hey. How about we go back? I think I heard someone calling you, maybe it's Lady Phoenix. He said, extremely nervous since he doesn't lie to anyone, especially her. Ravel. Really? Then I must go, she said, standing up and straightening her dress. Once he got a few meters away, Issei manifested the boosted gear and carefully broke the stem of one of the flowers. As soon as he broke it, he looked at it more closely, but without being able to notice anything strange about it. Then he came up with something risky. He deactivated his sacred gear in order to touch it directly, and at that moment a thorn that he didn't notice before stabbed his finger, causing him to drop the flower to the ground. Issei. A thorn? but you can't see any. He said to himself before bringing his face closer to the stem. These flowers don't have thorns, then. Huh. By the time he realized that everything around him was spinning, his body had lost its balance, and he ended up falling to the ground with no way to gather the strength to get up. Issei. Damn. Diction. Again. Poison. He thought as his vision turned dark with each passing second. The last thing he saw was several people running towards him, along with a small, distant voice that he thought was mentioning his name. Issei woke up 3 days in his room completely elated. The wet cloth falls from her forehead from sitting down suddenly. Seeing the wet cloth fall on her legs made her notice that there was someone beside her. Issei. Ravel. He called her, and when she didn't answer, he reached out to brush a few strands of hair from her face. His heart relaxed like never before when he saw her sleeping soundly, and at the same time, without knowing it, he began to appreciate her face and caress her gently, so as not to wake her. But he stopped as soon as he noticed the small traces of redness in her eyes, clear signs of having cried a lot. Issei. It's my fault. He mentioned, bringing closer the hand with which he took that flower. It was obvious that she was very tired. The bed was empty and she didn't notice any movement, she just stayed asleep with her head and arms on the edge of the bed. Meanwhile, Issei stared at him from the doorway. Issei. I'm sorry Ravel, but I don't want to put you in danger. With that he closed the door leaving the blonde behind. Luckily for Issei, he didn't meet anyone along the way. After a few minutes of walking and keeping his mind clear, he arrived at Lord Phoenix's office. Lord Phoenix. Issei. When did you wake up? He said, surprised to see the brunette suddenly standing. Issei. A few minutes ago, excuse me sir, but. Lord Phoenix. Do you want to do it now? He asked with a serious look. Issei. Yes, the longer it takes, the more opportunities there will be, and I don't want to put her in danger anymore. Her daughter Ravel is too important to me to keep knowing that she can be poisoned. So, please, he said, approaching his desk, please modify my memory. Modify it so that it believes that all this time I was wandering around and never entered your house, your lives. Lord Phoenix. I see, in that case at least spend this day with Ra. Issei. That won't be necessary. He exclaimed, cutting off what he was going to say. I have to go right now. He said, looking at the ground. And please, modify Ravel's memories too. I don't want her to remember the attacks. She's sleeping in my room, it's the perfect time to do it. Lord Phoenix. If I do, everything they talked about will be erased as well. The only thing left will be their relationship before the attacks began. I guess he'll also forget who's responsible. Issei. That's right, I told him as a suspicion after he almost died, and it's better if he forgets that too. I'd rather he forget everything, even me, but that's impossible, he commented with a grimace between sadness and laughter. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand rested on his head. Lord Phoenix. After your memory is modified, you will never be able to remember what you experienced, unlike with a memory wipe, which can be recovered. Are you sure? Issei. Yes. Lord Phoenix. Well, when you wake up you'll be far from Phoenix territory, good luck and don't die. He said with a magic circle in his hand and using his magic to change the memories of the years he was with them and replace them with false memories of him, wandering through other territories or desolate lands. As he finished, Issei's body collapsed and a teleportation circle enveloped him, sending him hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Lord Phoenix. I hope this was for the best, he murmured, letting out a sigh before heading to where his daughter was. Lord Phoenix. From that moment on I have no idea what your life was like, only you will know, he said, finishing the story. Issei. That bastard tried to kill Ravel. He thought the brunette would be surprised and thank him for telling him about his stay at his house. Instead, he only saw him get enraged about Ravel's poisoning, not caring that he was a victim twice over as well. Issei. Thank you very much, sir. Now that I have power, if I meet that guy, rest assured that I will make him suffer for trying to kill Ravel, he declared with enormous murderous intent. Lord Phoenix. If you didn't, I would beat you up myself, he commented with a light laugh. But the topic concluded, Issei leaves and arrives at Ravel and her mother in the living room. Ravel. Issei-sama, what did you talk to my father about? Now that he knew everything that happened because of him and that he didn't know thanks to her request, his decision to protect her became firmer. Issei. We only talked about how you cried when I left, he said, patting his head and ignoring how red his face was. Ravel. I didn't cry. And I wouldn't cry for you either. She exclaimed, embarrassed, turning her face away. Lady Phoenix. Issei-kun, please come here, she called him, suddenly still in an armchair. At his request she sat down next to him, and without finishing sitting down, she took Issei in her arms and pulled him to her chest, causing him to blush when he noticed that he was between those enormous breasts. But the happiness he was feeling vanished as soon as he noticed Ravel's murderous gaze towards him, discovering that he was enjoying it. "Lady Phoenix. With you here it's like I've found a lost son again," she said, surprising and calming both of their moods. "Please don't leave again without saying goodbye, okay?" Issei. "I understand and I'm sorry," he apologized, completely feeling the sadness and relief of his words. Lady Phoenix. "Well then, Ravel dear, please show Issei-kun to his room." Ravel. "Huh? But which room will he stay in?" Lady Phoenix. "Didn't they tell you?" she asked, tilting her head with a smile. "Of course they did in yours," she declared, making both of their eyes widen. 6. Issei. Ravel. "What?" The door opens very slowly, as if a thief were behind it. As soon as it opens completely, those who enter the room are Ravel, with her eyes on the floor and as red as a tomato, and Issei, who followed her from behind. Ravel. "Why did it end up like this?" she muttered over and over again, imagining herself and Issei together in the same bed. Issei. "Hey Ravel," he called her without her noticing. "Can you hear me?" He spoke to her again, noticing that she was still lost in her thoughts. "Do you want me to make everything you're thinking come true right now?" he said in a whisper right in her ear. Thanks to those words, Ravel paid attention to him, but immediately imagined many things that only adults would do in bed. Her imagination was so severe that she almost fell over from how hot her body became. Issei held her body and apologized for what he just said. After that he studied the room to Ravel's embarrassment. Issei. "It's very cute, I didn't know you liked stuffed animals," he commented, seeing several teddy bears on the bed. Ravel. "They're not mine," he shouted, grabbing them all and storing them in his dimensional space. Issei. "Okay. Listen Ravel, even though I can't remember the time I spent here, I want to promise you one thing, something that, even if I forget it again, I will do it again," he said, approaching her and taking one of her hands. Ravel. "Issei Sama, what?" Issei. "No matter what happens, I'm going to protect you," he declared, confusing her a little and making her blush when she saw his face so close. Ravel. "Don't worry Issei Sama, you have always protected me, after all you are my personal guard," she said in a comical tone, remembering the days when she was. Issei. "No, I'm not saying this because I am or have been your personal guard," he continued, this time getting even closer. Ravel took a step back, feeling his heart pounding like never before. Issei. "I didn't tell you this, but your father told me something that cleared up many doubts, leaving my mind clear." Ravel. Issei saw. Issei. "Ravel, I want to protect you, not because it was my job, but because you are special to me, someone irreplaceable," he told her, marveling at the pink tint that appeared on her face with each word, "and in addition to protecting you, I want to stay with you." At this point Ravel thought his heart would burst as he began to understand what the brown-haired boy wanted to tell him, so he began to smile. And the next thing, it made Ravel's heart calm down before it went wild, and her joy erupted throughout her body. Issei barely saw her smile, he lunged forward and crashed his lips against hers. Tears were quick to fall from Ravel's eyes, as one of his greatest dreams finally came true. Using her arms she wrapped her arms around Issei's neck, while he wrapped his around her body, keeping her close at all times. He didn't understand why, but remembering Lord Phoenix's words, the brunette guessed that the reason why his body relaxed so much and a great relief arose was because of the fact that he had finally declared his love to Ravel. Since he met her at the occult club, he always thought she was cute and sweet. When he found out that he had been with her for a few years, he wanted to know more about her. And after Lord Phoenix finally told him exactly what he wanted to forget in order to protect her because he loved her, he allowed him to understand once and for all why he longed to know his life with her. Neither of them separated from the other for a long time, the only thing they separated were their mouths to take a breath before continuing. Issei had an idea. He held Ravel's body tightly and threw himself onto the bed next to her, something that she unknowingly wanted to do as well. The two went wild for long minutes, just exchanging saliva. By the time they decided to rest and separated, they were left with their lips touching and looking into each other's eyes with pure passion and love. Ravel. Issei Sama, I love you, she said instinctively, but without caring. Not after having done what she did a little while ago. Issei. Me too, he replied, resuming the session and closing his eyes like her. Nobody knew what was going on in Ravel's room. Lord Phoenix was in his office, the servants were preparing dinner, and Lady Phoenix was alone in the living room with a smile from ear to ear, with a sphere in her hands, showing the current situation of what was happening in that room. Lady Phoenix. I think I might have grandchildren soon. Oh, but they will have to wait a few more years, they are still very young, she commented with great joy before stopping injecting magic into the sphere, causing it to dim. The sound of the door echoes, drawing your attention. Lady Phoenix. Go ahead, she said, allowing that person to enter. Excuse me, dinner will be ready soon, said a servant, standing at the door. Lady Phoenix. "Thank you, you can go now," she said without moving from the chair, waiting for him to leave. As soon as she got far enough away, the woman's smile faded as a hooded figure dressed in black appeared on his knees with his head bowed behind her. "Lady Phoenix. Go after that servant, I've never seen him and we haven't hired new ones in years," she ordered without receiving any response. The figure disappeared in a black smoke before she stood up and walked towards the dining room. As he reached the dining room door, a magic circle appeared in his ear, informing him that the intruder was incapacitated just before injecting poison into Ravel's drink. She didn't answer and cut off the call without anyone seeing the growing anger in her eyes. If the other servants saw her, they would be so scared that they wouldn't dare to raise their heads for anything in the world. "What are you doing standing there, darling?" "Lady Phoenix. Nothing, I was just wondering what we were going to eat today," she said, turning around and addressing her husband with a sweet expression, as if nothing had happened. "Lord Phoenix. You'll see when you come in," he said with a laugh. Upon entering, they find Issei and Ravel already sitting at the table next to each other, chatting with big smiles, especially Ravel, with an aura overflowing with happiness, catching the attention of Lord Phoenix and drawing a sincere smile of love from his wife. But without him noticing a touch of resentment towards the one who wanted to avoid it. Although they both already showed their feelings for each other, when the time came to sleep in the same bed it made Ravel die of embarrassment. Issei. "Ravel, don't think about it too much. I'm sure your mother did this to bring us closer together. She surely didn't expect us to have already kissed before this. If she knew, she would have surely bothered us during dinner," he told her, finding the blonde's attitude funny. "Ravel. It's true, but sleeping together. It's like we're a real married couple," she commented, turning around and looking at him out of the corner of her eye. "Issei. Did you know that you look devilishly beautiful with your hair down?" "Ravel. What are you saying all of a sudden? As if I care if you like it," she exclaimed, covering herself completely in the sheets. The brunette sighed as he realized that she would continue being at Sundeer, regardless of whether they were a couple or not. Although he also liked that side of her a lot. But what he didn't know was that, by covering herself under the sheets, it was to prevent him from seeing the big goofy smile she was showing. "Ravel. I feel like I'm going to explode with happiness," he said to himself, remembering everything that happened a few hours ago. After a few minutes he heard the brown-haired boy's relaxed and rhythmic breathing, realizing that he had fallen asleep. Taking advantage of that, she took her head out of the sheets and discovered that he was sleeping facing her. She gently caressed his face without letting him see a sweet and beautiful smile that he had never shown before. She carefully approached him, sticking close to him before closing her eyes. As soon as she fell asleep, one of Issei's arms moved and hugged her body, pulling her closer to him, leaving them both asleep completely together in total calm and peace. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle that Ravel and Issei were unaware of, Lady and Lord Phoenix were in a kind of dungeon in front of a man hanging by his arms by chains on his wrists, his body wounded and an exhausted expression. "Lord Phoenix. I propose another option. As long as you comply, I promise not to let you go, and I will not pursue you," he said with a serious tone and a deadly look. As soon as Issei and Ravel left after dinner, his wife told him what had happened. She almost ended up killing the prisoner. "Lord Phoenix. Just tell us where the person responsible is, your boss, the one who sent you here to poison us." "Idiot, as if I were going to tell you, he will never leave the Securite alone, he no longer cares about his family's contract, he only wants him, and you won't be able to prevent him from falling into his hands," he told them while dark spots spread all over his body. "The Securite's corpse will be just the beginning, you won't be able to avoid it," he said with a demented smile, ignoring the blood coming out of his mouth and eyes. Seconds later his head fell limply, making it clear that he had committed suicide by ingesting poison without anyone realizing. "Lord Phoenix. Damn it," he roared, covering himself in fire in anger and helplessness. "Lady Phoenix. We just have to warn the mass and the other lords. Someone chasing Issei-kun for so long and in complete silence is not a good sign." "Lord Phoenix. You're right," he said, calming his anger a little. "Luckily, I sent a letter to Lord Sitri about this matter. With your help, perhaps we can keep Issei safer." "Lady Phoenix. And Ravel," he uttered before sending a small flame the size of a candle into the prisoner's body. As soon as the flame touched his body, it caught fire completely, causing the chains to melt, and before his body fell to the ground, everything disappeared without a trace. "Lady Phoenix. I don't care who it is, whoever dares to hurt my daughter I will send to the realm of the dead," she declared, leaving the place with Lord Phoenix. All while those who were talking slept peacefully, stuck together and enjoying each other's warmth. Until the last moment Issei was with the Phoenix, Ravel has been by his side at all times. The blonde couldn't contain her joy at finally being Issei's girlfriend. The only drawback was that she wasn't his only partner, but she could let that go just to be with him. What neither Issei nor Ravel knew was that during the weekend the brown-haired boy was with them, there were 3 assassination attempts that Lord and Lady Phoenix took care of silently. Ravel's mother tried hard not to explode with rage at having to watch her daughter being targeted as before. To vent her anger, she tortured and interrogated the 2 who attacked them, since the first one had died. Even if they wanted to commit suicide by biting their tongues, the woman would not allow it. Ravel. Issei-sama, please come visit us again soon, she said, holding both of his hands. It's not because I want to see him all the time. My parents would like to see him more often. She said, realizing that she was in front of her parents. Her mother just laughed at the tenderness her daughter showed by not wanting to show her feelings in front of others. Lady Phoenix. Issei-kun, you can come whenever you want, especially if you want to talk about a possible marriage with Ravel, she commented, causing her daughter to start stammering with a red face. Issei. Oh okay, then Ravel, I'll see you tomorrow at school, he said, noticing that Lord Phoenix was going to send him home, but before he did, he moved towards the blonde, planting a kiss on her cheek. So you can rest tonight, he said just before being teleported. Lady Phoenix. Well, daughter. Don't you want to talk about your marriage with Issei-kun with your parents? He asked her, looking at her with her head down so they wouldn't see her red face and her big smile. Lord Phoenix. Let's go inside, he said, turning around and walking several meters before stopping. And Ravel, if you really want it, I won't object, he said, looking at her out of the corner of his eye before entering the building at once. Ravel. Huh. What just happened? Lady Phoenix. Your father agrees with you marrying Issei-kun, isn't that wonderful? Ravel. Who would want to marry him? She exclaimed and then ran away while covering her face with her pigtails. Lady Phoenix. Right now I should just be honest, she said with a sigh. Excuse me, Lady Phoenix. Suddenly, a man's voice behind her stopped her, and she turned around to find an older man in a butler's suit. Lord Sitri personally sent me to deliver a letter to you or the Lord in response to the letter you sent him. He explained his presence by taking a letter out of one of his pockets and handing it into the woman's hands. He also told me to convey these words. Please do not divulge to anyone about the content of the letter. No one knows who might hear it. Now that I have delivered the message, I am leaving, he finished saying, leaving quickly. Lady Phoenix entered the building and took the letter to her husband where, just after making sure that they were completely alone, they read the letter in silence, both of them frowning. On the other hand, without noticing his presence, a hooded person was watching from a distance as Issei appeared at the entrance of his house and entered. That person stayed for several seconds and then left like a ghost without being noticed by anyone. Issei continued his normal life during the week, going to class, talking often with Ravel during breaks, sometimes spending time in the student council helping the girls, and at other times walking through the halls with Ravel and Sona. All of this caused rumors to spread that she was dating both of them, earning the envy of many, including that of Saji, Ria's pawn, for being in love with Sona. On Wednesday, when it was time to leave, Issei found a letter in his shoe locker, asking him to meet him at a certain place in the school. Since everyone was already leaving, no one would be around that place. Issei. A letter to confess. I thought you had already given up, he said to himself, remembering the letters he received during the first days of school. Maybe seeing me with the girls made you think you have a chance. I don't like it, but I'll have to disappoint her. Putting away the letter, he headed to the indicated place. When he arrived, he didn't find anyone, which was normal since she must have been hiding. A few seconds passed until he heard some footsteps coming from the left. What surprised him was that when he turned around, there wasn't a girl waiting for him to confess her feelings. Who was there was Saji with a sour face and a frown. Issei. Saji. The letter was yours. Saji. That's right. Issei. I see. I'm sorry, but I'm not that kind of. He said awkwardly, not knowing how to deal with him. Saji. It's not a love letter. He shouted, embarrassed to be treated like that. Issei. So what do you want? I want to go home, he told her without revealing the part about wanting to go quickly with his beloved Serafall. Saji. How? What did you do to make Kaichu keep you around? Her question caught him completely off guard, but thanks to that he was able to understand her true intentions. Issei. Seriously? Do you like Sona? Saji. Kaichu. Address her with respect. He barked, his frown deepening. Only one person can call her by her name, and it will be me. Only I can be her boyfriend and husband. But those last words, Issei frowned slightly, along with a slight displeasure in his eyes. Saji. Only I can be with my dear Sona. He exclaimed, walking menacingly towards the brown-haired boy. However, even though he thought he would intimidate him, he only managed to infuriate Issei even more with that expression when referring to Sona. In a quick movement that Saji couldn't see at all, Issei grabbed his neck and slammed him against the wall. Issei. My Sona. You don't even deserve to be in the same room as her, and you declare that she belongs to you. Just because you have a sacred gear you think you can get close to her, right? The reality is very different, idiot. No matter how strong you are, she will never notice someone as pathetic as you. He told her, very annoyed since he tried to take possession of the brunette. Saji. Don't think it's such a big deal. He said, materializing his absorption line. The kind of tongue came out of what looked like a bracelet or glove on his hand with a strange appearance. The tongue surrounded Issei's wrist, and in less than a second, he noticed the loss of strength taking him by surprise and allowing the blonde to escape from his grip. Saji. You're not so tough anymore, huh? He said with a big smile. Issei. Excuse me. Is this the only thing you do? He questioned, looking at the tongue on his arm. It was obvious that the function of his sacred gear is to drain the enemy's strength. By doing so one can only use magic by exerting a lot of concentration, while those who attack with their fists must get rid of it quickly. That would be the normal plan in this type of situations. Saji. My absorption line drains your strength and grants it to me. Unless you have gigantic strength you won't be able to get rid of it. At any moment you will lose even the strength to stand, he explained with great emotion. Gaining distance, you have no way to win. Issei. Seriously, you're pathetic, he commented, taking his tongue with his left hand. Braig's gauntlet materialized and with a seemingly simple movement, the absorption line broke, followed by a jerk that sent Saji flying towards him. By the time Saji reacted, Issei's fist was colliding with his face with such force that the first thing to hit the ground was his head. Saji was instantly knocked unconscious with a large red mark on his cheek and blood coming out of his mouth. Issei. Did I break a tooth? HMPH, never mind, that will teach him to stay away from Sona, he said, retreating from the place and then staying still. Now that I think about it. Why did I get so upset? He asked himself, deciding to stop thinking about it. Since the event with Saji wasn't something of such importance, she didn't tell Serafall about it. She considered it ridiculous that Saji was so infatuated with Sona when he was always with Ria's Gremory and Akeno Himejima, two of the great idols of the school, but compared to Serafall, they were just girls with big breasts. With the light assaulting the room, Issei's eyes were forced to open several times until he adjusted to it. He moved his arm across the bed only to feel an empty space. When he was finally able to open his eyes properly, he saw that Serafall was really not there. Issei. I didn't feel her get up. He muttered, sitting up, seeing that there was an hour left until classes. What is this? He wondered, seeing a box next to the bed. Please give this to Sotan for me, I trust she will love it. There is something for you too, but I want you to watch it with her. Love, your dear magical girl. Reading the note he couldn't help but laugh. Issei. I guess I'll give it to him privately, he muttered while putting away the box. Unfortunately, finding a time when Sona was free was quite complicated due to her duties as student council president. Since she couldn't give him the box and let them see the contents together at school, she had no choice but to go to his residence. Since he knew the address, he had no need to speak to her. After going home he changed and took the box to Sona and Tsubaki's apartment. On the way he thought about the day Saji attacked him and how upset he felt for several hours. He thought about his current relationship with Sona. He didn't hate her since he left the past behind, and lately they even started getting along better. Since it was Friday, he had no problem taking his time to see what Serafall left for the two of them, so he was in no rush to go home. Once he rang the bell he waited until Tsubaki came out to be pleasantly surprised to see him. Issei. Excuse me Shinra-senpai, is Sona here? Tsubaki. Yes, do you want to come in? Issei. Thank you. The brunette left it a little blank when she saw him appear out of nowhere, without giving them any notice that he was coming. She stood at the door for a while watching the brunette enter the apartment. Suddenly, she remembered something in the kitchen that made her extremely nervous, so she went after him with the intention of getting his attention. He heard sounds coming from the kitchen, so he left the box on the table and immediately entered the kitchen to talk to Sona. However, what he found there left him with his mouth open and a massive blush. Sona. Who was Tsubaki? Issei. Sona. Sona. Issei. What are you doing here? She quickly placed a bowl of cream on the counter and proceeded to squat down, trusting that the apron would cover her. To her mistake, that act only allowed Issei to see her cleavage in the precise shape of her butt, turning his face as red as a tomato. Sona. Turn around now. She exclaimed, embarrassed that he had just seen her with so little clothing. Issei. I'm sorry. He shouted, leaving the kitchen. Tsubaki. I'm sorry Sona, I forgot you were preparing the cake, she said, pitying her friend in her mind. Sona. He saw me, he saw me, he saw me, he saw me in my underwear. She repeated over and over, wanting to cry. Tsubaki. Sona, how about you change your clothes? Sona. Issei, close your eyes and don't open them until I tell you. She shouted as she carefully approached the living room. There she saw Issei with his back to the kitchen, but to go to his room, he must pass almost next to her, and if his eyes are open, he will see her again in her underwear. Issei. I have my eyes closed, what's wrong? With his words it was time for her to run to her room, but the fact that she was going to open her eyes at the worst moment scared her. Sona. Don't you dare open your eyes. Issei. I won't. Hesitating for a few more seconds, she gathered her courage and hurried to her room. Minutes later Sona returned to the living room wearing a light blue blouse and black pants. She saw that the brunette still had his eyes closed, but she didn't tell him that he could open them. She approached his face, staring at him with a red face, ignoring that Tsubaki was looking at her with great intrigue as to whether she would really dare to do what she was thinking. To his disappointment, Sona tapped the brunette's forehead with her finger. Issei. Why are you hitting me? He asked excitedly, not expecting a blow out of nowhere. Sona. You deserve it for seeing me in. Either way, you deserve it. She said, sitting down with a frown and a red face. What have you come for? She asked, trying to change the subject of conversation as quickly as possible. Issei. For a gift from Serafall. She revealed the large box on the table in front of her. She asked me to give it to you personally, and that you would like its contents. Sona. I just hope it's nothing bad. She said with a sigh, remembering the blue magical girl costume he gave her a while ago. Tsubaki. Sona, I'll be leaving for a few hours, she said suddenly, looking at the time. Sona. I forgot, are you going to tutor Ruruko at this time? Tsubaki. Apparently he's in serious trouble in several subjects. Sona. Then stay there and sleep. If it gets too late, Issei will cook me something. Issei. What, me? He asked with doubts about whether he heard correctly. But without saying it again, Tsubaki walked away, leaving them alone. Sona held the box in her hands, tore the tape open, and found several small black folders. She was relieved that they didn't seem to be anything bad, pulling out one of the notebook-sized folders, and seeing its contents made her eyes widen and her gaze petrified. Issei. Sona. What's inside? He asked, leaning over, looking at the black folders. Curious, he opened one, finding many photos on each page. These things, he said slowly, looking up at the brunette. Sona. Weren't they burned? She asked herself, turning page by page, finding many photos of her childhood with Issei. A soft, small smile slowly appeared on Sona's face, making Issei happy. Sona. Issei, look at this. She said, showing him several photos of the two of them covered in dirt. I remember this day. My father scolded us a lot for getting so dirty, she told him with a big smile. Previously she was barely showing a smile, but out of nowhere, a huge smile appeared, followed by an unprecedented excitement as she looked at each photo in the first and second folder. Issei was happy and surprised that she could show such expressions. Even now she was carrying a slight image of her sister on her, but if he let that go, it would dampen her enthusiasm. Looking inside the box, he found another black folder, but with a paper stuck to it with his name on it, so he assumed that was what Serafall meant by it being for him. If he also had photos from when he was a child, he was curious which particular photos were meant to be just for him. Sona's joy at seeing the photos she thought were destroyed had lightened the tense atmosphere from before and even caused a certain calm and relaxation that the brunette felt when he was with Serafall. Issei. She really looks cute when she smiles like that, he thought before realizing and being relieved that he hadn't said it by hiding his face with a new folder in his hands. She quickly opened the folder, hiding her embarrassment, and as she did so, she was shocked after seeing the photos on each page. Photos where he was playing with Sona, learning to do various tasks as a servant, cutting ingredients poorly. At the end of the folder, with the last photo, Issei's smile was erased as he stared at the photo taken from afar. Apparently, he was putting a flower on Sona's head, who had tear marks on her cheeks with a stuffed animal on the ground. From the surroundings he assumed it was one of the flower fields. In one photo he was placing the flower on a sad Sona, who knows why, while in the second photo on the last page, Sona was smiling next to him, clearly with the plan to cheer her up, having been a success. Issei. I don't remember this, he thought while looking at the previous photos several times. I don't remember any of these photos. One would think it would be reasonable to forget certain moments at such a young age, considering most children begin to remember things by the age of 4 or 5. However, Issei could remember every single moment from the photos in the other folders, with only these being the exception. Although he looked younger than the others, he was sure he should remember at least some of those moments, especially since the main ones were from when he was in training for his duties. Trying to remember those days, only then did he realize that he couldn't remember his first days of training at the Sitri mansion. The memories appeared when he already knew everything, and he was already very familiar with Sona, knowing several things about her, although she had never told him. Issei. Are there more lost memories? He wondered, terrified by this revelation. Unconsciously his gaze turned to Sona, and a thought that frightened him arose in his mind. What if you forget more moments? First Ravel, now Sona, will there come a time when she forgets something about Serafall? What if she forgets something about any of the three again? Or worse? Issei. What if I forget someone? He muttered without being heard, fortunately for him. Forgetting a certain part of his life with Ravel hurt him a lot. If the same thing happened with Serafall it would be devastating, and regarding Sona, thinking about forgetting another special moment or maybe forgetting her made him realize that he didn't want to forget her. Sona. What have you been looking at? You've been looking at that folder for a while now. She said, drawing his attention. What's wrong with you? You look like you saw a ghost. She commented, surprised by the brown-haired boy's gaze. What is that photo? Why is it here? She exclaimed as she identified the photos of her crying and smiling with the flower in her hair. He took the folder from her hands and proceeded to look at the others. Sona. I remember some of these, PFF, I almost forgot how much it cost you to learn to cook, she commented without knowing that she was causing a lot of pressure on the chestnut. Issei. Do you remember everything you see in the photos? Sona. Well, I wouldn't say everything. Some I have a feeling of familiarity with, others I have vague memories of, and others I remember clearly. Why do I ask? Don't you remember some of these? Don't worry, we were little, it's normal not to remember some. Issei. But it's definitely weird not to remember more than 40 of them. He thought, knowing that he couldn't tell her. Besides not having that feeling of familiarity at all, I had completely forgotten everything. Sona. How nice, I never thought I'd see them again, I'd like to know where One-sama got them from. She commented, leaving the folder on the table. Issei. I was making a cake, I still have to make the meringue, are you going to want some? Issei. He took a few steps towards the kitchen when a hand grabbed his tightly. Issei. I don't want to. Sona. What are you saying? I didn't hear you. She said without understanding why he suddenly held her hand. She called out to him once more before he stood up and walked towards her. Sona was confused as she received no response, unable to get him to let go of her hand, and with the seriousness on his face, she retreated step by step until she could no longer back up the wall any further. Issei. I don't want to, he said, repeating it again, leaving her confused about what he meant. Sona. Issei. Are you okay? She asked him when suddenly the other hand of the brunette crashed into the wall next to her head. What's wrong with you? She asked with her heart beating 1,000 times an hour. Issei. I don't want to forget you. Sona. What are you talking about? Without letting her finish speaking, he crashed his mouth against hers, making her open her eyes once again as wide as possible. Sona. Wait. She tried to stop him, even though she herself wanted to continue, just to know why he acted like that. She was new to kissing, so Issei completely dominated her, leaving small spaces for her to breathe. Sona. Issei. Wait a moment, she asked him with a soft voice, while catching her breath. What's wrong? Issei. I just realized that I want you by my side, was the only thing he said before attacking her again. Sona. Wait. Was the last thing she said before this time, feeling the brown-haired boy's tongue invade her mouth. Resisting was useless, she couldn't outdo him, she even longed to surrender and give herself into the brown-haired boy's arms. They spent long minutes just kissing, without realizing it she found herself sitting on the floor without knowing when her legs had lost strength. Issei. If you hate this I'll stop now, he said, appreciating the cloudy vision and the blush of the brunette. Sona. It doesn't matter anymore, she said after feeling sad about the separation from the brown-haired boy. Wrapping her arms around the brunette's neck, she gave herself over to being hugged by him. She no longer cared about the reason for Issei's attitude, now she would just enjoy that her efforts had finally worked. So Issei-san and Kaichu are alone. Please Ruruko, pay attention and do the calculation. Ruruko. Please Shinra-senpai. Something will definitely happen between the two of us. Exclaimed the brunette with pigtails. Tsubaki. If something like that happens then I will be happy for Sona. Now, I have permission to stay as long as possible, so that you learn mathematics. I will not let you sleep until you solve the 10 problems I gave you, he said mercilessly, making her almost cry. Ruruko. I would also like to be with Issei-san. She mentioned with a pout while writing the calculation. Tsubaki. Bad, again, he replied, saddening her. Just as she had said, and with Ruruko's permission, Tsubaki stayed overnight at the brunette's house. Of course she forgave her, since she was able to solve at least 5 of the problems, before allowing her to laze around, eat snacks and play. Later, Momo and Meguri arrived, turning the night into a sleepover, where they talked about what could have happened between Issei and Sona while they were alone in the apartment. To Ruruko, Tsubaki, and Meguri's surprise, Momo mentioned that she understood why Sona liked Issei. He had said so many good things about Issei that Tsubaki, by saying a few words, made him realize that she liked the brunette. Momo tried to deny it, but even Ruruko claimed that she liked him, since she felt everything he said about Issei. Tsubaki arrived at the apartment at 9 in the morning, a little sleepy. After all, they went to sleep very late thanks to the gossip and Momo's love discovery. Tsubaki. I wonder what happened to him last night, she said to herself, remembering the box. He opened the door and found the interior dark. Tsubaki. That's weird, Sona is awake at this hour. He turned on the lights before opening the window, allowing the light to enter the place and illuminate every corner. Things were the same as last night, with the box on the table, so when she took one of the folders and saw its contents, she couldn't help but let out a little laugh when she saw little Sona crying and another one where she was full of dirt and mud. Putting aside the various folders, he wondered where his friend was. She wasn't answering her phone, so the last option was that she actually fell asleep, something that seemed very strange to him. Tsubaki. Sona, are you there? He asked, knocking on her bedroom door without receiving an answer. Sona. He called her again, getting the same answer. Even when she sometimes fell asleep, she would respond when he knocked and speak through the door, so he assumed she had gone out, but to be sure, he took the doorknob and slowly entered the room. Everything was dark, but being a demon he could see better in the darkness, which meant he could see that there was a person resting in the bed. Tsubaki. Sona, wake up, it's late, she commented in a low voice, taking 2 steps inside. The light illuminated something in the room, eliciting a moan from the sleeping brunette. Sona. Tsubaki. She mentioned confusedly as she sat down, what time is it? After asking her the question, he didn't hear anything. He turned his head towards her, finding her standing next to the door, completely silent, with her eyes and mouth open. Tsubaki was completely speechless, without the ability to say or think anything. She never expected to find her friend without a shred of clothing as soon as she sat on the bed, but that wasn't the most important thing. What was truly important was that another figure stood up next to her, his torso bare, revealing muscles that, although they were not the kind that would make women drool, it was a shock for her to see. The chill ran through Sona's body as her companion hugged her naked body, waking her up and making her aware of the situation. Issei. Good morning, Tsubaki. He greeted her by hugging Sona with one arm, while with the other he covered her body with the sheets. I'm sorry, if you came out we could change since. We are, you know, he told her, causing the queen to blush massively. Slamming the door, he left the room and went to the bathroom to wash his face with cold water. Hi. Wait, Issei. Sona's sudden and unexpected scream caused his mind to remain in a mess for even longer. To clear his head, he stared out the window for a few long minutes until he heard footsteps. When he turned around, he found Sona walking timidly and Issei with a slight smile at her side, but the special thing was that they were both holding hands. Tsubaki. Sona. Sona. Please don't say anything, he asked her, which she accepted without any problem. Tsubaki. I'll make breakfast, she said, getting up from her chair. After entering the kitchen, heating the water and being about to put it in the cups, she looked out into the living room and to her disbelief, she came across the scene of Sona giving Issei a quick kiss, and when she noticed that she saw her, she immediately cringed. She brought the cups, something to eat, and sat next to her king. Tsubaki. Oh, I forgot, Issei-san, can you please get the pudding? I left it in the kitchen next to the empty tea box. Issei. Sure. With that he got up and went to the kitchen, however, he didn't find any empty tea boxes or pudding. While the brunette was wondering where he was, Tsubaki approached Sona to speak to her in a low voice. Tsubaki. Congratulations, Sona, you finally made it. Sona. Tsubaki. Tsubaki. I won't tell anyone, I promise. Seriously, I'm glad you made it, she said with a smile, although next time, let me know so I don't find them looking like that. I don't want to show up and see them in the middle of the act, okay? Sona. Oh, okay, she said with a red face, but understanding his point. She would also feel weird if she found her and her partner naked. Issei. Tsubaki-san, I can't find the pudding. He said sadly. Tsubaki. In that case I'll look for it, don't worry, I should have saved it. She said, going to look for it and appearing with it a few seconds later. The three of them had breakfast and chatted a bit until Issei had to leave, but not before planting a kiss on Sona's cheek. What happened with Sona reached Serafall's ears through Issei himself. Upon finding out that they had sex, she first stood in shock for several seconds with her mouth open, followed by hugging him in excitement, surprising the brunette a little, until finally, she teleported away, not without telling him that she would go with Sona. She didn't give him a chance to say a word and went off, presumably, to celebrate with her sister about her success. Being alone, he made lunch, relieved that Serafall was gone, because when he entered the kitchen, he found all the ingredients needed for the curry, making him swallow a large mouthful of saliva. Since he had no idea what Serafall would do with Sona, he spent several hours alone in the house in a deep silence and calm. That allowed him to remember the fact of his new lost memories again. It was normal not to remember so many things when one is young, but not remembering how he started to get his servant skills in the Sitri mansion really made his hair stand on end. While he was in deep meditation, the doorbell rang, waking him up and allowing him to see a letter slip under the door. The strange thing was that it didn't take him long to open the door to see who left the letter, but as strange as it was, he didn't see anyone. Even going out to see if he was hiding, he didn't find anyone. He frowned at the odd thing. He walked over to the letter, and as he opened it, his grip on the letter caused the paper to wrinkle. There were only 2 words, but those simple words were enough to set off all of his alarms. "I found you." Only one person came to mind as he read the writing. Gritting his teeth in anger, he crumpled the sheet of paper into a ball before beginning to tear it up. He turned around, looking around, trying to find a person who might be hiding. Issei. He must already know my strength. He knows it, and yet he still tries to capture me. He said to himself as he entered the house slowly. He stayed inside in the darkness until nightfall, leaving the place in semi-darkness without deactivating the boosted gear in case an attack arises. By the time Serafall arrived, the first thing she was puzzled by was that the lights were off, and the second was to be scared to find Issei sitting in a corner of the living room, with his boosted gear activated with a cold and sharp gaze, like that of a beast waiting for its prey. "Serafall. Issei." She named him very nervously. She had never seen him like this, so he caught her off guard. She doesn't know why he was so alert, she even doubted whether to approach him or not. "Serafall. Issei-kun." She called him again, taking a few steps closer, making his eyes focus on her. "Issei. Will it be?" When he mentioned her by her nickname, he looked clearly surprised and confused to see her in front of him. It only took a few more seconds for his cautious look to fade along with the boosted gear. "Issei. Sarah. When did you come back?" he asked, getting up from the floor. "Serafall. Just now, but that doesn't matter. What were you doing sitting on the floor?" She asked him very curiously just to see him make a face and look away. "Issei. Issei. I'm sorry Sarah, but I can't tell you." "Serafall. Why not?" "Issei-kun, you scared me a little earlier, you look like you were waiting for prey." Hearing his beloved's description sent a ripple through his chest, but he couldn't tell her about the letter. He couldn't tell her that someone was watching him, even though she was one of the most powerful demons. He didn't want to involve her in this matter, in case he would get her into trouble or hurt her. "Issei. It's nothing Sarah, really, sorry for scaring you," he said, hugging her so she wouldn't see his face. "I'll fix it myself, no one should get involved, I can do it," he thought, remembering the fact of the poisons towards Ravel. The fear of involving a loved one would never go away, which was why he couldn't involve Serafall in his problem. "Issei. Oh, look at the time. I'll make dinner, sit down and wait a few minutes," he said, changing the subject and escaping to the kitchen, leaving the brunette looking at him full of worry and helplessness. Something was bothering him, and he didn't seem to trust her enough to tell her. That hurt her a lot, especially that look she had never seen him give, which made her remember that he spent several years wandering through the underworld, going through who knows what he had to go through to survive on his own for so long. He couldn't get anything out of her despite insisting so much to his frustration, so he had to resign himself and go to work the next day. Thanks to Serafall's presence, Issei wasn't waiting for any evil sign like last night. Being Sunday, he stayed at home thinking about 1,000 things. When noon came, Sona appeared at the door, let her in, and they sat in chairs with a somewhat tense atmosphere that made the brunette uncomfortable. "Sona. Are you okay Issei?" "Issei. Sure, it's okay, what did you come for?" "Sona. Can't I visit you without a reason?" "Issei. Of course you can, but I have a feeling you have a special reason." "Sona. Okay, you got it right," she said, taking out an envelope from her dimensional pocket. "This is an invitation to a banquet that will be held tonight for the young demons," she said, giving him the envelope to read the contents of what was an invitation card. "We are not obligated to go, but no one would be so foolish as to miss this event that always takes place from time to time. In this meeting, if one has enough skill, one is able to establish a relationship with some of the pillar clans or other strong demons. It also serves to measure the level of power that others have. Speaking of which, it is possible that some will try to provoke you, so that a fight arises, you must not fall into their games." "Issei. Why? Wouldn't it be better if I showed them some of my strength? That way they would avoid us." "Sona. Many know that you're the Securitate. What they don't know is what the limits of your power are, so they will try to find out. That's why I tell you to ignore the provocations." "Issei. Okay, by the way, why are you just now telling me about the meeting? I don't have any suitable clothes for such an event." "Sona. Don't worry, I already have your clothes ready," she said, taking out a dark blue suit from her dimensional pocket. "Since you are my pawn, you will have to wear something blue, I hope you don't mind." "Issei. How much did this cost you? It looks too expensive." "Sona. I was actually surprised at how cheap it was." "Issei. How much did it cost?" he asked again with some fear. "Sona. 5 million. she said simply, causing the brunette to hold the suit very carefully. What's wrong with you? Is there a problem? If you want, I can buy you a better quality one. I suppose the limit would be a 30 million suit. Issei. I'm fine like this. I'm perfect. He exclaimed, terrified by Sona's lack of interest in money. Sona. Then I'll come pick you up at 7:30 at night, half an hour before the meeting starts. See you later. She said goodbye, planting a kiss on his lips with a red face and escaping as soon as possible. As there were still several hours left until the party, Issei began to think about himself. Thanks to what happened yesterday and Sona's words, he realized that he really acted like a fool by worrying Serafall so much. After lunch, she went out for a walk to distract herself. She arrived at the center of the city and stopped when she saw a store. Seeing what they were selling, the idea of buying something for Serafall for worrying her so much crossed her mind. With that in mind, she entered the store and didn't come out for a while with a bag in her hands. Issei. I hope you like it. He said to himself with some nervousness when he saw the contents of the bag. At the appointed time, Sona appeared at Issei's door. Since he wasn't used to it, Sona had to help him put on his tie. At that, Sona noticed a bag with a pink bow on the brunette's bed. When she asked him about the bag, he replied that it was a gift for Serafall. Once they finished getting ready, they teleported to the underworld, more specifically to a room in the place where the party would take place and where the rest of her peerage was waiting. The moment they arrived, Haruko approached him and hugged his arm, staying close to him. Sona. Haruko, what are you doing? She asked with a twitch in her eye. Haruko. Kaichu, you already had it, can't I be together with Issei-san? Sona. If Issei doesn't mind, go ahead. She said, letting out a sigh to move away a few meters before turning around again with an expression of total surprise. Momo. Like Sona, Issei was also surprised that Momo had approached and hugged his other arm, hiding her red face. Although the brunette couldn't care less when he noticed the softness and pressure his arm received thanks to Momo. Tsubaki. In the study session 2 nights ago, Haruko discovered that Momo liked Issei. She explained after getting close to his ear. Sona. What? She exclaimed, turning to look at the trio again. Forget it, we'll talk about that another time. Listen up everyone. She spoke loudly, causing everyone to look at her. I'll tell you again, be careful not to provoke or accept a fight. I don't want you to show your skills before the ratings game starts, understood? Yes. They all said, then left the room and walked for several minutes through the long, luxurious hallways until they stopped at the entrance of a huge hall. Multiple tables on the sides with drinks, different types of food and a large number of young-looking demons, unlike certain individuals who were separated from the rest. Sona. Another reason I ask you not to fight is because the Formas are here and it could be bad if you were in their disapproval. She explained, watching her sister greet her from a distance while standing with the other 3 kings. It was obvious that Serafall wanted to go to her sister and her boyfriend, but Surziches and Ajuka avoided it. Sona. Enjoy the party, make friends if you can and fill your stomachs, the food is free. She said, allowing them to roam freely, something they did not waste. Almost all the girls went to the food table. After all, it's not every day that they get to eat noble food. As for Tsubaki and Issei, they both stayed with Sona. The meeting of young devils went on normally. Rias and her peerage arrived a few minutes after Sona arrived. Several devils of various nobility talked among themselves, others looked at each other with enmity, as in the case of Sakara Agares and Zephyr Glaciolabolas, who at one point almost started a fight. After they stopped due to the presence of the demon kings in the distance, the place returned to its stable state. At that, Serafall was finally able to approach Sona to hug her, both her and Issei. Even though Issei is her boyfriend, Serafall was not prevented from being around Sona, so Issei took the opportunity to go out to the balcony to get some air. He reached the edge of the balcony, leaning on his arms with the city lights in front of his eyes. He turned his head to the right when he saw someone standing next to him. Issei. I'm surprised to see you here, Ravel. He said with a smile. Ravel. Even though my brother doesn't want to come, it doesn't mean I won't, the food at the party is delicious. She commented with her cheeks slightly red. Issei. What a pity, and I thought you were here for me. He said, seeming disappointed and noticing out of the corner of his eye an expression of extreme nervousness on the phoenix. Ravel. Well. He stammered, not knowing whether to confess the truth or not. But suddenly Issei starts laughing, making her understand that he was just teasing her. Ravel. Issei-sama can't bother me like that. She scolded him, trying to get him to stop laughing. Ravel tried to get him to stop laughing, but instead of him doing it because she ordered him to, Issei stopped laughing by stealing her lips in a swift movement that caught her completely off guard. She tried to back away, but Issei stepped forward to catch her again, and with one arm he hugged her waist and moving her body, he left her against the balcony railing, leaving her with no chance of escaping from his clutches. Ravel. Issei-sama. She named him between gasps as she took a breath only for the brown-haired boy to ignore her and continue. No one at the party noticed the intimate moment the Sekiryu shared with the only daughter of the Phoenix. Only after long minutes did they both separate, staring at each other with their faces red. Issei. Ravel, you are really beautiful. He said, suddenly causing her to blush massively. Ravel. What are you saying? Issei. Is it okay if I tell the others about us? Ravel. Are you referring to Sona-sama and Leviathan-sama? She asked, receiving a nod. I don't think it's a bad thing, after all I'm his girlfriend too. She commented with great pride. Although, after kissing me he had no choice but to take responsibility. She said, remembering with great shame that day when they kissed in bed. Issei. Perfect, then I'll tell them later. Ravel. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot to tell you that I found a very delicious drink, I'll go get you some. He said, retreating into the party. Issei. Ha. I really am very lucky. He said, looking up at the fake night sky. Sona, Serafall, Ravel. I almost forgot, Haruko too. Should I talk to her about our relationship after the party? She's pretty and nice, I wonder if there's someone else besides her who likes me. Damn, I think I've become very conceited. He said to himself, laughing at the end. You are certainly too conceited. A sharp feeling of danger ran down Issei's back as he heard the words of the man behind him, whose presence he hadn't noticed even though he was so close. As he turned around as quickly as possible, the only thing he could see was a green hair, followed by a slight mist around him, which when he inhaled it unintentionally, instantly caused his vision to distort terribly, bringing one of his knees to the ground. You have really been a nuisance to my father, but now, the moment of your destiny has finally arrived. He said as he arrived in front of the chestnut tree. Issei gritted his teeth as he tried to get up, but to no avail. He couldn't even lift his head to see who was attacking him. More green mist appeared and this time, although he didn't breathe it in, it entered through his ears and eyes. Moments later, his body fell down followed by being enveloped by a green magic circle before disappearing. A minute later, Ravel appears with 2 drinks only to find the balcony empty. Thinking that maybe the brunette had entered, she returned inside, only to get really nervous as the meeting of young demons was coming to an end and even Sona couldn't find him, not even with the ability to locate her pieces. An hour after the meeting had ended and the castle had been searched down to its foundations, it was officially declared that there were traces of magic on the balcony and that it was very possible that someone had kidnapped Issei. With the confirmation of the unexpected kidnapping of Issei during a party where the 4 demon kings were present, it put many in the underworld on alert. Not counting Serafall's altered state pacing back and forth in her office in the presence of Sona and her peerage. Sona. One-sama, please calm down now. Serafall. I can't calm down. Issei-kun was kidnapped, in fact, I want to know why you're so calm. Sona. Because getting upset won't solve anything. I'm worried about Issei too. The best thing I can do in this situation is to think reasonably so as not to do something stupid, something you should also do. You're a demon queen, and if you get hysterical other demons will too. She told him, making him fall into his chair and rest his face on the table. Serafall. Issei-kun comes back, sniff. He commented, starting to cry, causing his sister a headache. Sona. It's a girl. She said, massaging her eyebrows. Fortunately, a knock on the door sounded, followed by the entrance of Riaz, along with her peerage. Sona. Riaz, any news? She asked, ignoring her sister who raised her head with her eyes wide open. Riaz. Nothing new, we sense translation magic, but we can't tell who used it. My brother is helping with the investigation as best he can, but I don't think anything can be done. She explained, hearing the dark-haired girl's head thud against the table once more. Sona. Ignore her. He told her without turning to look at her. Riaz. Okay. Well, in any case, we just have to wait. Sona. I don't agree. I think someone I know has some information that could help us. Baruko. Who is Kaichu? If it's true then talk to him. She asked with a face full of worry and fear. Sona. I can't tell you, I'll go talk to him and you'll accompany me, One-sama. She declared, standing in front of him. Serafall. What about me? He asked, turning his head without taking it off the table to look at her. Sona. You want information about Issei's whereabouts, right? Then you'll come with me. I said it again, taking her by the arm. If you see Ravel, tell her to consult this with her parents, all the help possible is better than none. Saying that a magic circle appears under her feet. I'm sorry girls, you guys stay here. With that, he teleported with Serafall to a destination that left everyone with many questions. Akeno. Okay, since they're gone, that means we should head back. Riaz. I'd like to know who might know where Haidu is. They all left Serafall's office and walked together through the halls of the building until they reached a room where Serziches was talking to his father. Zeodicus. Oh, Riaz, have you talked to Sona yet? Riaz? Yes, he went with Serafall Sona to look for someone who can help. Serziches? Really? To whom? Riaz? I have no idea, he didn't want to say. She said, shaking her head. Serziches? Well, if you think it will be of help, we should just wait for your news. I'm leaving, although I would like to investigate on my own, I have other tasks to fulfill. But that he left, followed by his father, leaving the rest alone once again. Tsubaki. What will Riaz-san do now? Riaz? There's nothing, so I'll go back home, but first I'll contact Ravel to pass on Sona's message. What will you do? Tsubaki. This place is the tower of the Demon King Leviathan, we will wait here until Sona and Serafall Sona return. Baruko. I really wish I could stand in front of the person who kidnapped Issei-kun to kick him in his precious area and leave him breathless. She cursed helplessly. Asia. Nomura-san shouldn't talk like that. She said in a low voice, embarrassed when she understood what he meant. Baruko. I'm sorry, Asia, I'm anxious about Issei-kun's kidnapping, I hope he's okay. Riaz. Okay, you better calm down, we have to think positive, you better think about what you will do when we find him. She told him, making a magic circle appear under her feet. So Tsubaki-san, when Sona comes back, please quickly share everything you know. Saji. TCH, they give him too much importance, maybe he just ran away with a lover. He muttered, quite annoyed by all the attention all the girls were giving him because of the brown-haired boy. Momo. Saji-san. She spoke to him, standing in front of him with a beautiful smile, making him blush. Please shut your mouth. She said before kneeing him in the crotch, sending him to his knees on the ground. Humph. Riaz. You asked for it. She said, shaking her head, disappointed with her pawn. Seeing that the situation had become tense thanks to the blonde, Riaz decided not to say anything else and to leave as soon as possible. The magic circle covered her feet, Akenos, Kibas, Kanekos and Asia's. What they didn't count on, nor did they notice, was an imperceptible thread that surrounded Asia's waist and pushed her out of the translation circle just in time, thanks to the fact that she was behind the rest. No one noticed that Asia had left, so they left, leaving the girls of Sona's nobility and Asia even more confused. Asia. A thread. She wondered, feeling the thread and untying it from her body, very confused. Tsubaki. What happened, Asia? Asia. I don't know, suddenly I felt something pulling me and I found this thread tied to me. She said, showing the thread to the others. Momo. Did someone push you with a thread just in time before you teleported? She asked, sending a chill down Tsubaki's neck. The brunette quickly tried to contact Riaz, however, her magic circle broke almost instantly, making her fear come true. Tsubaki. This is bad. Someone is hiding. Ria. Asia-san. The brown-haired girl shouted the blonde's name, causing everyone to see a dark figure rising from the ground and stretching out a hand trying to grab her. Baruko lunged forward with a kick, only for the hand to grab her ankle and send her flying roughly into the wall. Please don't get involved when I'm so close to achieving my goal. The voice of a young man came from that dark mass until it finally changed, revealing the appearance of a green-haired man with an unfriendly smile. Tsubaki. Diodora Astereth, what does this mean? She asked, covering Asia, but worried to the core about her presence. Even a fool could deduce that Diodora tried to kidnap Asia by taking the opportunity to separate her from Riaz and the others just in time. Diodora. Get out of the way. Tsubaki. No. Diodora. As you wish. She said, sending out magic attacks without hesitation. With a quick thought, as he had expected, he manifested his sacred gear, managing to reflect his attack. Unfortunately, the green-haired man countered his own attack with a stronger one. Diodora. That mirror won't be able to protect you all the time. She said, sending more magic attacks against everyone. The mirror tried to counter the attacks, but there were so many that the explosions that occurred when the attacks returned destabilized her, and the smoke prevented her from seeing another attack that hit her, leaving her injured. Amo. Tsubaki-san. The girls approached the brunette without taking their eyes off the green-haired man. Diodora. Anyone else wanna face me? Baruko. You were the one who took Issei-kun, right? She said, standing up, although her entire back hurt. Diodora. The Sekiryuite. It was too easy to knock him out. He revealed without caring. Hearing him confess that it was him, Haruko became so angry that she threw herself down once more, gathering strength in her legs. Diodora. You're in the way. She said, creating 4 magic circles from which magic rays came out that hit her squarely and knocked her out against the wall. Momo. Give Issei-kun back. She exclaimed while casting magic. He was surprised to see a barrier around Diodora that denied his attacks, bringing a sinister smile to his part. The other girls decided to attack together, but in just 2 minutes, they were all lying on the ground with their eyes closed and with some injuries. Tsubaki. I won't let you. Take you. to Asia. She said, trying to stand up. Diodora. Useless efforts, you can hardly stand up, you will not avoid it. Saying that, he walked towards a terrified Asia. Diodora pulled her hair, making her moan in pain. Meanwhile, a twisted smile appeared on the green-haired boy's face. Without saying a word, he teleported, disappearing with Asia in front of Tsubaki's eyes, who was grinding her teeth in hatred. Still. His body felt hard as a rock, without any strength to move, his nose wrinkled at the smell of steel without understanding what was causing it. His consciousness came and went, always making it impossible to open his eyes. He doesn't know how much time passed until, finally, after dozens of attempts, he was able to slowly open his eyes. However, as soon as he opened them, he wanted to close them again. His body suspended several meters above the ground, or rather, from a red pond that gave off a nauseating smell of steel. When he turned his gaze, he noticed the reason for his inability to move. Tubes of something strange had his arms up to his elbows and his legs hidden up to his knees. Issei. What is this? He asked himself, alarmed and afraid as he thought about what those things were. Is all this meat? It was so horrible that the flesh holding him in the air was extremely long, the flesh on his arms disappeared into the darkness of the ceiling, and the flesh on his legs disappeared into the pool of what would be blood. An abominable amount of blood forming a pool in front of his eyes made the brown-haired boy want to vomit. I see you're finally awake. Pulling him out of his thoughts, hatred filled his entire body as he recognized the man who made his presence felt. What do you think of the place? Do you like it? Issei. You unhappy bastard. How many have you killed to do all this? He roared, moving his body forward as much as possible, then suddenly he felt an intense pain in his limbs that made him scream in pain. I recommend you don't go crazy. If you try to escape, what's holding you will start to draw blood from you in a very painful way. Hey, don't even try to use the boosted gear, it would be a shame if you end up losing an arm. Issei. I'm going to kill you. He cursed in a low voice. About your previous question, I have no idea. I've been at this for thousands of years, sometimes it was one human a day, sometimes more than one. Anyway, after all this time it's impossible for one to keep track, don't you think? Issei. Are you going to kill me too? What? No, of course not, you are the most important piece in this project. If you die I will have to find a specimen of your level or better, which would be impossible. I went through a lot of trouble to get you here once and for all. Issei. Heh, don't think I'll let you do whatever you want with me. He replied with a smile, ready to escape. You can try if you want, it's just a matter of time before you fulfill your destiny. If you want to blame someone, blame that idiot ancestor of yours for breaking the contract with me so long ago. The tension in the atmosphere was extremely heavy, with both looking into each other's eyes without fear of the other, but said tension was broken the moment a woman's moan of pain and the presence of a green-haired man were heard. Issei. What? Asia. He shouted her name when he saw her appear, pulling her hair and with tears running down her face. Diodora. I'm back, father, it was easier than I thought. He said, looking at the blonde out of the corner of his eye. Diodora. Okay, now go and lock her up. Diodora. Lock her up? Can't I have fun with her right now? He asked, a little annoyed by the order. Diodora. Normally I wouldn't tell you anything, but it would be a problem if she tries to escape and ends up dying, just because you wanted to save her. She spoke with her gaze fixed on the brown-haired boy. Issei. That won't stop me from breaking free. He exclaimed, feeling his body weaker thanks to his blood being sucked out. He hadn't gotten to know Asia much, only knowing that Ria's reincarnated her after several problems involving fallen angels. Although they weren't close, he knows that Asia is too pure and kind a person to end up as a toy under Diodora's clutches. Diodora. He's just a dirty dragon, he should just stay still and die. He grumbled with hatred for having to postpone his fun. Diodora left the room and reached a cell, where he threw Asia inside, locking her in. Asia. What will they do to Issei-san? She asked, scared by the terrifying sight of where she was. Diodora. That's none of your business. Asia. Then why did you bring me here? Diodora. Asia, my dear Asia, I've wanted to have you for a long time, you have no idea how much my heart hurts every day when you weren't by my side. She said, putting on a sad expression for a few seconds before changing it to a huge smile. But now that I finally have you, I can play with your body all I want. Asia. What? She asked, trembling with fear. Diodora. You see, my beloved Asia, my nobility is made up of nuns and saints that have caught my attention a lot, but none compared to you. Someone so pure, so full of kindness and with such great faith that even being a demon, you still want to pray to the biblical God. You are perfect. You have no idea how much I have dreamed for this moment. I will finally be able to corrupt you, desecrate you, drive you crazy to the point where you cannot live without me. It's wonderful. She said all this with a twisted smile that would make anyone's hair stand on end, and Asia was no exception, being confined in a corner with a look of horror. "Excuse me, when I get excited I lose my composure. I hope I haven't shown you anything ugly." She apologized as if everything she said was not terrible. "Enjoy your stay, once the experiment is over we can be together, and no one will separate us." She finished, leaving the blonde in a state of terrible emotions. A few hours later, the Astaroth clan residence was visited by several important figures such as Serafall, Lord Sitri, and a few members of the council. Sona's destiny was her father. She remembered the letter he wanted her to give to Ravel's father, plus her father had never stopped investigating who tried to kill him. It wasn't hard at all for him to admit that he knew who the culprit was and that they would soon come to his house for answers. As soon as Sona learned that the culprit was most likely the current leader of the Astaroth clan, the thought that the hateful Diodora was also involved crossed her mind. Said thought became a reality when Tsubaki contacted her to tell about the attack by the green-haired boy and the kidnapping of Asia. Following that, Rias along with the rest had returned only to find the room in a mess and Tsubaki helping Momo sit the bodies of her companions against the wall. While her brother went to the Astaroth clan, Rias wanted to torture the green-haired boy in the worst way possible. All the members and servants of the Astaroth clan were incredibly stiff before the enormous baleful aura that Serafall emitted, something they never thought they would feel, since she is always smiling or flirting. Now they realized why she is a demon queen. It only took 5 minutes for Serafall to freeze half of Castle Astaroth in a fit of rage, terrifying everyone and making them curse their leader. "Serafall." I'll repeat it once more. "Where is it?" She walked towards an older woman, a young woman and 2 old men lying on the ground trembling as if their lives depended on it. "We don't know, I swear," said the young Laisha Astaroth, trembling with fear. "Serafall. It seems that they really want to die," she said, creating hundreds of icicles in an instant as sharp as a dragon's fangs. "Serziches. Serafall, stop it, if they knew something they would have said it already," he commented, getting her to undo the icicles. "At this very moment they will inform us of all of their leaders' actions in recent years, any hidden residences and who he has seen in secret. Elders. Of course Lucifer Sama." Gritting her teeth in rage, Serafall caused all the ice that covered half of the castle to shatter, taking the walls and floors with it. "Serafall. I won't forgive that old man in a million years." "Serziches. This is all we can." He spoke before being cut off by a call that left him speechless. Suddenly, the aura of destruction erupted and some rubble began to disappear, further terrifying the entire staff. "Serziches. Diodora Astaroth kidnapped Asia," he revealed, surprising everyone and making those from the aforementioned clan curse the idiots of father and son. "If you are not able to give us really useful information, you can continue dreaming that you will not receive a punishment." He spoke extremely angry. As soon as they left, the Astaroth clan began a deep investigation into the whereabouts of their current head and his son, turning the foundations of the clan upside down. If they fail, they don't know what Serziches or Serafall will do to them. 3 days flew by, and the nerves in several cities were so palpable that no one was calm. The news of the kidnapping of the Securitate by Lord Azrador and his son became public, causing many to say that they were both crazy, especially when the rumor spread that the Leviathan demon queen was dating the brunette. On Issei's side, the situation was getting worse. 3 days of not eating or drinking anything left him extremely weak, his blood was drained from time to time, and on the 3rd day his left eye had red tones, causing a slight burning sensation that was very annoying because he couldn't rub it. Since the day he saw Asia he hasn't heard from her, in fact, no one has visited him, so he also had no idea what they will do with him. The feeling of anemia was at its highest, and if they continued to draw blood from him, he was sure he would end up dying in 1 or 2 more times. The sound of footsteps echoed in the darkness until it revealed Diodora's father with a serious demeanor. "Diodora. Seeing your condition, tomorrow I will achieve the goal that I have pursued for thousands of years," he said more to himself with a smile. "Issei. I'm going to kill you," he said in a low voice. "Diodora. You say that now, tomorrow you won't even act against me," she commented, turning around, leaving him alone once again. An intense and hellish pain ran through his body as a sign that his blood was being sucked again, sending him to the dream world for the 4th time, and without seeing what was happening to him, suddenly the tubes of flesh that held him expanded over his body until they completely enveloped him and cut him, causing him to fall into the pool of blood, which entered the interior of the sphere of flesh and enveloped the brown-haired man in the blood of thousands of humans. As Lord Astaroth left, he ended up passing by the cell where his son's new toy was. He saw her locked in a corner hugging her knees while she trembled and looked at him in fear. Just as he turned to leave, he heard her speak. "Asia. What will he do to Issei-san?" "Diodora. You'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow will be an unforgettable day for the underworld." With those words he left her alone in that dark cold cell. Asia's mental state was at a very low point. Not only did she have to endure the almost eternal darkness and the piercing cold, she also had to endure Diodora's visits and his vulgar comments and glances towards her body. Even the food he gave her was just a piece of bread, perhaps so that when the time comes, she won't even have the strength to resist. At that thought, tears always ended up flowing as she imagined herself being defiled by the green-haired boy in the worst possible way. Amidst tears, she finally succumbed to exhaustion and slept deeply, something she had not managed to do in 3 nights. As a result of a powerful tremor, Asia woke up. Seconds later there were more tremors followed by some screams in the distance and a person running out in front of her cell with terrified faces. "Please save me." The cry for help surprised her and made her excited at the thought that someone had come to save her. An explosion shook the whole place with more cries for help. He intended to approach the steel bars, but stopped when he saw Diodora appear with a wound that ran all the way down his right arm, staining it with blood, and one on his left leg, not letting him walk quickly. His hair was a mess, and his clothes were torn or burned. "Diodora. Asia. Heal me," he begged as he entered the cell. Seeing her in the corner with no intention of healing him made him angry. "Damn it, heal me, bitch. I'm your owner. If I tell you to heal me, you'll do it without hesitation and with a desire to stay safe," he roared, grabbing her by the hair and then slapping her face, cutting her lip a little. "Heal me." Afraid that he will hit her again, Asia manifests her sacred gear to heal him. "Diodora. Hurry. We have to get out of here right now," she shouted at him, about to slap him again. "Baruko. I really wish I could stand in front of the person who kidnapped Issei-kun and kick him in his precious area and leave him breathless." The words Raruko said a few days ago appeared as if they were telling her what to do. As if it was already planned, he closed his eyes and sent a kick to Diodora's crotch, and once he started, due to nervousness and fear, he ended up launching 3 more kicks, leaving him with wide eyes, with silent groans of pain. Crawling away from him, she made it out of the cell, locking it behind her. Her legs were shaking so much that she could barely stand, but she still found the strength to run out. Since he didn't know which way to go, it took him several minutes to find some stairs going up. Following the path he came to a trapdoor that led to a room with a table, chairs, a kitchen, a normal house it seemed, and most importantly, the exit door. As he crossed the door, practically throwing himself on it, he happened to bump into some people wearing uniforms with the Sitri logo. Hey, are you okay? What happened to you?" she asked, noticing the blood on his lip and his weak state. "Wait, isn't Shiria's Gremory's bishop who was kidnapped by the Asterith?" said the second man, recognizing her from the drawings that were distributed between Asia and Issei. But if it's true then," he said with his gaze fixed on where he had come from. "Damn. They were hiding right under our noses. Quick, report this to Leviathan Sama," he said to his companion while helping the blonde to get up. His partner was about to contact his boss, but suddenly, they both stopped as they felt a presence filled with bloodlust enveloping them in a state of terror. Turning their gaze they found a person, a man with skin almost like smooth red rock, almost looking like some kind of armor, with no sign of eyes on his head, only a mouth. "What's that?" asked the one helping Asia, taking steps back. Because of his movement, the humanoid looked at him, and without being able to follow it, he received a punch that sent him flying through the wall of a house, raising a cloud of dust. "Asia. Issei-san," she named him, feeling that the thing in front of her was the brown-haired boy. But right now there was no sign of it being him, rather he looked like a demonic creature that would kill at the first opportunity. Lowering his head he looked at the blonde, moving a hand he was about to grab her by the neck, but fortunately, the other Sitri guard hit him with magic, took her in his arms and ran out of there. "Sir. Quick, send help to Sector 7, we found Ria's Gremory's bishop and a strange humanoid entity with great strength and speed. I won't be able to do anything to him, please send help quickly," he said, contacting his superior just in time before being hit and sent crashing into a wall, knocking him out of combat. The now Issei growled, taking slow steps towards the blonde, allowing her to only back away while on the ground. Issei's mouth opens, showing his fangs instead of teeth with clear intentions of sinking them in. "Asia. Issei-san, it's me, please stop," she asked him, knowing that it was impossible to escape. Before he could touch her, a magic attack hit him full force, creating a cloud of dust that, when it vanished, made Issei roar towards the new enemies. "Neutralize that thing quickly and get Asia Argento to safety," instructed the superior of all the soldiers. Growling, showing his claws and fangs, he runs towards everyone, ignoring the attacks that fell on his body, causing various injuries. To the surprise and disbelief of all the soldiers, Issei's wounds healed almost instantly. The soldiers split up so they wouldn't all be caught together. They continued to cast magic, while others drew swords in order to face him directly. Issei's wounds healed almost instantly after it happened, but as soon as he saw that they surrounded him and separated, he became quite annoyed. He raised his arms and hit them with all his strength, causing the ground to sink, forming a crater, followed by a tremor and a shock wave. The soldier, caught off guard, felt his face grabbed by the creature's claws for a moment before everything spun around him, and he ended up crashing into his comrades. Those who tried to fight him with swords saw him take a great leap in the direction of where more soldiers were gathered in one place. They tried to let them know to retreat, but Issei arrived before they understood the screams and began to hit and injure many. There were more than 50 demons against a single individual, and they ended up losing in less than 5 minutes and even ended up destroying several buildings. In the chaos of the fight, Asia was able to escape. Meanwhile, the sounds and explosions of the fight could be heard. He had no idea how long he was running around the city. What he did know was that the fight against Issei was outrageous. Asia. Hearing a familiar voice, he turns to the right to see Haruko. Haruko. For God's sake, what did that guy do to you? She said, noticing how her legs were shaking uncontrollably with an expression of pure tiredness. I'll take you quickly to Kaichu. Asia. No. She gasped for air, exhausted. Without listening to her, Haruko teleported with Asia to a room where Sona, Ria's Tsubaki and Akeno were. Ria's? Asia. She cried out in surprise at her sudden appearance. Asia. But you. Issei-san. She said without forming sentences before falling unconscious. Sona. Take her to my family hospital, it seems she hasn't eaten well these days. She advised her, seeing how pale she was. Tsubaki. Haruko, where did you find her? Haruko. When Kaichu told us to check on the invader, as I was running through the streets I found her running in the opposite direction of the fighting zone. Akeno. Could it be possible that they've been hiding in the city all this time? Sona. That would explain why they found him outside the city with his dead parents. They've been hiding in the only place we wouldn't search thoroughly the whole time. Haruko. That means Issei-kun might have escaped too, right? Sona. I will notify my sister of this immediately. She said, stopping when she received a message. A humanoid creature. Understood, send all possible troops to hold it off long enough for someone to arrive who can safely stop it. She informed the person who called her. It seems there is a demon or human with a very powerful sacred gear out of control in the center of the city. He must have gone after Asia. It was lucky he was able to escape. Let's move quickly, the longer we take, the more danger Issei will be in. She finished leaving with her queen and pawn to get her sister, while Rias went with Akeno to the hospital to treat Asia. The center of the city was a complete battlefield. It was a miracle that no one died, thanks to the great cooperation of the soldiers. However, the situation was getting worse with each passing minute. Issei was so strong that he only needed a hit or two to get rid of one, and his regeneration was too overwhelming, healing him from any wound in a matter of seconds, while seeming like he didn't feel any fatigue. The fight was one of attrition, either Issei fell first or the soldiers did, but if they endured long enough they would be saved by a Mayu at best. Issei roared towards the sky with his body beginning to glow slightly. Get ready. Your power will increase again. He warned loudly, recognizing the glow he was using for the 4th time. Indeed, his speed increased, putting double the pressure on anyone who became his target. Only this time, due to the increase in speed and strength, a demon saw his sword break like paper before his claws. Retreat quickly. The captain of the squadron shouted, sensing death was near. I can't do it. He thought, closing his eyes in regret. In that moment, a scarlet fireball hits him with such force that it separates him a few meters, leaving the flesh on his face somewhat burned, at least for a few moments. Stay back, if he comes close, bomb him altogether, that way no one will die. The figure of a girl wrapped in fire appeared between the row of demons giving orders, so that chaos never took hold, keeping everyone's minds firm as steel. Serafall Sona, what are you doing here? I appreciate you coming to help, but not even you can help us defeat that thing. No matter how badly we hurt it, it heals instantly. On the contrary, our forces are the only ones that have been affected. He recounted the events with a serious look. Serafall. I know, I'm just here to help buy time. What's that supposed to be anyway? We have no idea. It appeared from the same place where Ria's Grimory's bishop escaped from. Serafall. Asia. Asia escaped. She asked, not knowing that information. Then Issei-sama. We still don't know its whereabouts. We haven't been able to enter the site because of it. He commented, looking at the creature with apprehension. Serafall. In that case we must subdue him as soon as possible and rescue Issei-sama. She declared, sending her fire in waves in the hope of overwhelming him. The sounds of pain were clear, at least for a few seconds, as all the fire dispersed with a surge of energy that covered the creature. Be careful, Serafall Sona, that glow means your power is increasing. Serafall. I noticed it already. She thought, easily perceiving the increase in power. But it's strange, it seems familiar to me. With Ravel's instructions, it was easier for them to stay safe from his attacks, even as his power increased again. But despite all that, Ravel was very familiar with this increase in strength and fighting techniques. Issei. Grrrr. Boost. After several minutes, he had finally spoken. The difference was that now he spoke when he activated his strength increase. Ravel. Boost. Did he say boost? She wondered, alarmed. Thinking about that familiar feeling when she saw him fight, and the phrase he said caused her to understand what it was due to. It's Issei Sama. She exclaimed in her mind with horror. How horrible, what did they do to him? She wondered, losing all attention. Ravel Sama, be careful. Shouted the captain, blocking an attack that caused long wounds all over his torso. The captain's body collapsed, raising doubts about whether he was still alive. Meanwhile, since Issei was so close to Ravel, no one tried to cast magic because they knew they would hit her. Thanks to that, Issei was free to grab Ravel's neck with extreme force. Ravel. Ugh. Sama, please. React. She asked him, feeling her feet leave the ground, making her situation worse. Issei's mouth opens, revealing his sharp fangs with a great desire to bite her and eat her. Ravel. Issei Sama. React. Please, you. Are not. Like that. She spoke as best she could, placing one of her hands on the brown-haired boy's cheek. Please. Come back. She asked, shedding a tear. To his surprise, the grip on his neck softens, and he feels like he can touch the ground again. The brunette's expression had previously been a smile showing his fangs, but now, it revealed an expression of doubt. At least for a moment, before he suddenly lifts her up once more with more force than before, preventing her from saying a word. The force he used was too much, so it was obvious that Ravel was suffering from being strangled. He revealed a large fanged grin as he raised his other hand, his claws lengthening a few inches. Everyone attack. He's going to kill Ravel Sama. But the scream of a demon that couldn't take it anymore, everyone was ready to cast magic in hopes of saving Ravel, but even if they attacked, their attacks wouldn't arrive in time. Ravel's death was inevitable and imminent if it weren't for the fact that the arm with which he was going to stab her was frozen, with a jet of compressed water that caught him off guard, separating him from the blonde. Ravel. Cough cough. He coughed wildly, using his regeneration ability to be able to speak again, which was impossible at the moment. Turning his gaze around, he visualized the one who had frozen him finding two black-haired girls in the air, with one of them with a frozen expression. Serafall Sona, take Ravel-chan to safety, I'll take care of this thing. She said, slowly descending with a frown. A sacred gear? No way, it's impossible for the biblical god to create something so horrible. She said, remembering the message she was given about a possible sacred gear user who was causing disasters in the city. Growling and dropping ropes of saliva, he gave a powerful roar before running towards the black-haired girl. Serafall. You're just a mindless beast. She said, raising her arm. Immediately afterwards, ice spikes rose from the ground in a straight line. Ravel widened her eyes, fearing that Serafall would end up killing him without knowing that he was Issei. If she found out once she finished him off, she was sure she would break down in pain. Issei covered himself with his right arm, letting the ice spikes pierce it and end up tearing off his arm due to the force and quantity they were, but to everyone's surprise, the lost arm regenerated at great speed, leaving it as good as new. Is this a joke? If he can get an arm back, then we were just tickling him. Said a demon, losing hope of having exhausted him enough. Serafall. Everyone stay back if you don't want to die. She spoke, taking calm steps with her surroundings freezing. Immediately everyone retreated dozens of meters so as not to get hurt, leaving an area empty of rubble between the brunette and Issei. Ravel. See. Cough spee. Cough cough. At this point she was internally cursing herself for being so bad with her inherent regeneration ability, unlike other members of her clan. Issei's body glowed slightly for a few seconds before disappearing and reappearing with his mouth open, trying to take a bite out of Serafall's neck. Just when everyone who saw that thought he had succeeded, they heard a groan of pain, followed by seeing Issei step back, as his fanged teeth were either cracked or broken courtesy of a block of ice on the queen's soft skin. Bearing the pain of breaking his teeth, he lowers his head, noticing his legs slowly freezing, and as he tries to break the ice with a punch to the ground, more ice spikes and icicles become embedded in his body and arms, preventing him from doing so. We had so many problems and she handles it like it's nothing. It's nothing strange, there's a reason he has the title of Demon King Leviathan. Ignoring the many murmurs from the soldiers watching in awe, Serafall noticed how the creature's body once again glowed from its left arm. Cutting off his thoughts, Issei opened his mouth, manifesting a red sphere that was shot towards the ground, raising an immense cloud of dust. Raya. A shrill scream echoed through the dust. As some of the dust dispersed, Serafall used ice to stop any blows that might come her way and returned them by cutting them in different ways. Slashing, stabbing, cutting off his arm, cutting off his legs, Serafall hurt him in every way possible, but he always ended up healing in seconds. She didn't put any pressure on him, but it was annoying and stressful that no matter what he did, he would always regenerate. What he was most curious about was the glow that increased his power originating in his left arm. He tried many times to cut it off, but no matter how hard he tried, he always protected that arm. Serafall. Let's try something new. She muttered, suddenly running. A shower of icicles fell upon Issei, with ice spikes rising from the ground and the ground freezing his feet, preventing him from moving. Anyone who faced all that would end up seriously injured or dead. As expected, it protects his left arm from any serious harm, just what he wanted. Aiming a magic circle from which another shower of ice was pouring out towards his right side, he gained his full attention. Moving at high speed, he conjured an ice sword and with a clean slash, severed his left arm. Two completely red eyes appear the moment he loses his left arm. Unlike the past times, things like tentacles from the area of his lost arm extended to connect and recover his arm. I saw. Me. Like. Out of nowhere, a broken voice reached Serafall's ears. The strangest thing was that it was a familiar voice, only she didn't remember who it was. Issei. He pushed his thoughts aside as he engaged in another deadly fight. Bravo. So. Nah. Sama. Sona. Don't talk, focus on healing your throat. She told him, looking at the deep marks on his neck. Bravo. No. Please. Stop. Serafall. Sama. She spoke as best she could, coughing between some words. That thing. Sona. Don't worry, she can win. It's not for nothing that she won the title of Demon King. He comforted her, misinterpreting her words. Bravo. No. She said, getting anxious. That thing is. It's Issei Sama. She said as loudly as possible, trying very hard to be heard clearly. Serafall Sama, we have secured the place. There is no one except Diodora Astaroth unconscious in a cell and with large wounds. Issei stood in front of a pool of blood in silence when one of his subordinates came to report on the inspection of the place. We have found all the information about the experiment carried out by the ancient Lord Astaroth and Serafall. So what? He asked, looking at him out of the corner of his eye. I informed you earlier that we found only Diodora Astaroth, but we also found his father. Only. Serafall. He's dead, I see. He commented, letting out a sigh of disappointment. I would have liked to put him in prison, but the fact that his own experiment ended his life is also a good punishment. Show me everything about what he was doing. He instructed, turning around to receive several papers. As he turned the pages, his calm expression hardened, turning to surprise and finally anger. Serafall. So that's why they took him, lock Diodora in prison with his magic sealed, and get out of here everyone. He ordered, looking back at the bloody pond. But the aura of destruction surrounding his body, the subordinate was scared to the core, so he retreated at full speed to inform the rest that they must escape. As soon as Diodora, he had already been thrown into prison with magic nullifying shackles. Serafall. I'll finish this quickly before Serafall finishes killing Issei-kun. He declared, infusing his power into the entire structure of the place. As the intensity increased, the walls, ceiling, and floor began to disintegrate, while the pond and the remains of flesh lasted longer. The last two disgusted him, so he concentrated 90% of his power to make them disappear. The blood evaporated, revealing corpses of different sizes after 5 meters. Serafall. Despicable trash. He cursed in anger, recognizing several corpses of children and babies. All for wanting to produce a super demon that will obey his orders. What you have created is not even something that deserves to be called a demon. The subordinates who accompanied the retreat and retreated felt an explosion of power from the destruction inside the cave. With an explosion, it was obvious that the cave was collapsing, and the retreat emerged without a speck of dust on his clothes. Sir, Leviathan Sama is fighting the creature, but it is healing from any wounds you inflict on it. Serafall. Make sure no one comes close. He ordered, taking out his wings and flying towards the fight zone. Sona. One Sama, if you don't attack it will never stop. After Ravel revealed that he was Issei, Serafall had stopped hurting him and ended up being pressured by the incessant attacks. Serafall. I can't. If I do, I might end up killing him. She yelled, covering herself in a sphere. Sona. I don't want that either. But if you just defend yourself. Speaking up to that point, the ice sphere protecting her cracked. The glow from Issei's body that they already recognized as boost caused the sphere to break with the next blow. Serafall's calm had already been broken a while ago. As soon as the sphere broke, she didn't know how to react, putting her in extreme danger. Unable to hold on any longer, Sona used a compressed water jet that sent him flying, seriously injuring him. "Sona. One-sama, react," she exclaimed as she reached her side. "Serafall. But it's Issei. Sona. I don't want to hurt or kill him either, but there's no other way to stop him," she screamed, shedding tears. "Serziches. I'm not sure about that," he spoke, arriving to the surprise of both. "There is someone who can help us recover Issei-kun," he said, fixing his gaze on Issei with an expression of pity. "Serafall. Who? Please don't lie, Serziches. Serziches. I have read the investigation on what they required Issei-kun. The only thing that could be of help is that the Securite, that is Drag, helps us." Serafall. "Ah. So it was Drag's voice," she said, remembering that strangely familiar voice. "But how are we going to get him to help us?" "Serziches. Wait a moment," he said, moving his hands to create a barrier around Issei made of the power of destruction. "Ready, that will keep him busy." The experiment consisted of turning Issei-kun into an immortal entity with a strength that progresses over time, thanks to the boosted gear. Normally he could not use so many increases, and at the end of each fight, he has to remove all the ones he uses, but with this, the idea was that his body would get used to it, thus increasing his power little by little, and that over time he would become a super demon that would rival or surpass us. What they did not count on is that, with the method they used, Issei became a ferocious beast, full of bloody intentions that would not follow anyone's orders, that is, the tomb of Lord Asterith. "Sona. The Asterith is dead. Serziches. I was where he was held and my subordinates found his destroyed corpse." "Serafall. Wait, Serz-chan, what did they do to make him heal from any wounds? It's not normal for him to regenerate arms or legs without having to use magic or an item like Phoenix Tears." "Serziches. I didn't want to say it," he commented, shaking his head. "Where he was imprisoned there was a pool of blood that I don't even know how deep it was, and inside there were hundreds of thousands of human skeletons. So, Issei's regenerative abilities are due to the blood and bodies of the deceased that are on and inside him," he explained, horrifying the two black-haired girls. "Serafall. And how does Drake get in here?" "Serziches. Drake might be able to destroy every trace of the contaminated blood from within. Right now Issei-kun is like an avatar of the vengeance of hundreds of thousands of humans." "Sona. What do you suggest we do then?" "Serziches. Attack relentlessly. If he can recover lost limbs then do so, that way Drake could find a time to contact us or do his own thing without us telling him." Finishing speaking, he undid the barrier, releasing the brown-haired boy. As soon as he released him, part of the barrier's energy moved to his right arm, and with a simple thought, the entire arm disappeared. "Issei. Raya," he roars, making another arm appear only for it to be destroyed by ice. "Serziches. Sona, you better retreat, protect Ravel or someone else if they try to change their target," he asked her, destroying both of her legs. Sona. Understood. She accepted the request, knowing that it would be impossible for her to do all that to Issei. Thinking about that, she worries about how her sister could stand doing that to her, now that she knew he was her beloved. Sona arrived at where Ravel was until recently, when she was able to locate her, along with the other demon soldiers. The Sitri, a barrier covered the place. The one side was a squad providing magic to keep the three inside the barrier and prevent anyone from entering or leaving. "Ravel. Sona-sama, are you okay?" he asked her when he saw her arrive. "Sona. I should say that, you're completely pale." "Ravel. It's nothing, it's just that I got scared when Serziches-sama arrived. I thought he would exterminate Issei-sama." "Sona. He knows it's Issei. Right now they trust that the more they make him heal, the more chance Drake has to help him from within." "Ravel. Yes, that is a good idea, please. I hope you succeed," he implored with his heart full of supplications. Serzich's strategy seemed pointless, and many did not understand why he did not eliminate him at once, when with his power he could do it easily. Even the Redeed, after an hour of hurting Issei, was beginning to wonder if there was really a way to save him. They only needed the cooperation of him and Serafall, so that after an hour of effort, the glow that symbolized the increase in power lasted for a few seconds in the hand, seeming to bother Issei. "Serafall. Serziches. Serziches. Increase the intensity of your attacks." Except for his left arm and head, Issei's entire body was injured, causing his previous divine regeneration to now be slow as a turtle. Feeling that he was healing slowly, Issei tried to escape. When he collided with the barrier, he tried to break it using force, but Serafall created chains that tied to the brunette's feet, but she didn't count on the fact that when she pulled him away from the barrier, he took advantage of the push to shoot out like a bullet towards her. Unconsciously, feeling the danger, Serafall manifested ice spikes like a wall that ended up embedding themselves in her entire torso, throat, and both arms. "Cover your ears." The sudden voice surprised them both, but they obeyed instantly. 5 eyes appeared on Issei's face where the pupils moved wildly, a scream, or rather, a shriek traveled through the place, causing some to have their eardrums bleeding. Beams of energy shot out from its mouth, destroying ice peaks or crashing into buildings. Serafall. What's going on? She screamed, but not even she could hear herself. The scream lasted for a whole minute, leaving the place in complete silence, which was very strange after everything that had happened. Thanks to his left arm being cut off earlier, Drake was able to regain his sight of the outside world, but things inside Issei were terrible, so he could barely convey a few words that were of no use. The reason why they wanted Issei so much to be the core to create such a creature was to plant the core that would provide infinite energy inside the boosted gear. That is why they never let him get hurt on his left arm. When he got hurt, the barrier that protects him became weak. Drake had no way to get rid of the gigantic sphere of black, or rather, of a deep red bordering on black. He couldn't contact those outside, but after his arm was cut off he could hear them, and in fact, Serzich's plan was exactly what he had wanted to tell Serafall earlier. But so many injuries in such a short time, the sphere shrank considerably in size, and when Serafall defended herself, what she thought was a mistake in hurting her left arm was actually the key. The barrier that prevented Drake from getting involved was broken, and sending a quick message to everyone, he entered the sphere. The interior was completely black, with a very heavy feeling of gravity. He traveled in the darkness in a straight line for a long time, until he found Issei's body floating with a lost look. Even if he spoke to him, he did not respond, which was why his body was a beast. His human consciousness was disconnected, and what controlled his body was the resentment of those who died combined with his demon part. Drake. That guy really created something incredibly twisted. Luckily you bit his neck off. He said, remembering the look of terror when he knew he was going to die because of his creation. He held the chestnut's body in his claws and turned around to get out of there. In the same time it took him to locate him, he reached the edge of the sphere. What he didn't count on was that when he began to take him out, hands appeared wrapping around his body to get him back inside. Drake. Oh no, they won't. He declared, expelling a flame. Normally, being a soul, his fire wouldn't hurt anyone, but within that space, his strength as a celestial dragon was more present than ever. Thanks to the fire he manages to get Issei out, but notices that there were 5 threads connected to the back of his head, and taking advantage of the threads, the blood hand snaked through those threads, only to be burned by another flame. Drake. What is this? He wondered doubtfully, noticing that they didn't break with fire, so he used his claws to break one. He immediately regretted having done so, as the sphere trembled and spectral screams came from it, along with hundreds of hands wanting to retrieve the brunette. And it wasn't just the hands. Drake, being linked to Issei's body, noticed that as soon as he broke the thread, something else had broken. No matter how far he flew, in that space, the hands would chase him until they achieved their goal. Seeing that it was useless, a look of determination appeared in Drake's eyes. He turned around and headed towards the sphere. Stopping in front of her, he stared at the body of his bearer. Drake. I'm sorry, there is no other way. As if predicting what he would do, the screams of souls shrieked out, drawing thousands of hands out of the sphere in hopes of retrieving Issei. But they were slow. Grabbing the remaining threads connected to the chestnut's head, he pulled them so hard that he pulled them out as if it were simple, but they were attached so deeply that it would be impossible for another, unless he cut them. Issei's body remained still for 5 minutes, worrying the rest of the demons in case he would get back up. If 2 demon kings couldn't finish that thing off, it would truly be an immortal beast. Suddenly, the body shook, putting everyone on guard. The next thing that happened left everyone in shock, with their hearts almost stopped and their eyes wide open. Since the scream of pain, 5 eyes remained on his face, but now, eyes began to appear all over his body, with pupils moving wildly. Serafall. This is bad. Right? She asked, no one in particular, taking 2 steps back. Unexpectedly, a shockwave appeared, sending everyone to the ground, followed by a black mass like miasma coming out from between the eyes. Everything that came out floated above Issei's body, leaving everyone who saw it speechless. Faces of people appeared in the black mass, emitting screams of suffering. When nothing else came out, a barrier of power of destruction from Serzich's covered the whole thing, and within seconds it disappeared. When it finally disappeared completely, everyone's eyes closed and the blood-red color of Issei's body turned gray with several cracks, as if it had dried up. Serafall ran to his side, unsure of what to do. She touched his hand gently, causing it to break, revealing ordinary skin underneath. He quickly realized what to do and began to remove what would be like a shell, ending up revealing the usual appearance of the brown-haired boy, without declaring victory. Once he finished, he put his head against his chest, reaching to hear his heartbeat. Serafall. What a relief, really what a relief. She said, starting to cry profusely while hugging the brown-haired boy's body. Bravo. Issei-sama. she shouted, arriving next to Sona, who was also shedding a few tears, with Serafall and Ravel being the ones who cried the most. A deep and pleasant sleep. That was the first thing he thought for some reason when he opened his eyes with difficulty. He found himself lying on a bed with light blue sheet somewhere with white walls and some devices connected to his arm, and to one side a window through which sunlight and the singing of birds entered. He wakes up from his stupor when he hears the door open. When he sees who came in, he only sees some petrified girls with tears suddenly falling down their faces. The brunette with pigtails runs out to hug him, filled with relief. Serafall. Issei. Issei, Issei. I'm so glad you're awake. He said, putting his face between her breasts, causing her to blush deeply. Successfully managing to separate himself with some effort, he uttered a few simple words. Issei. Wait. Managing to separate himself successfully with some effort, he let out a few simple words. Who are you? Serafall. Huh? What do you mean? Issei. Who are you? He asked, turning to see Sona and Ravel, who were scared from the joy of seeing him wake up. Greg. I can explain what's going on. Issei. Who spoke? He asked, turning to look from left to right. Does my hand shine? He wondered, watching the back of his hand shine. Greg. Nice to meet you. Hi to Issei, my name is Dreg. Issei. Okay, this is too weird. He said, grabbing his head. Serafall. Dreg. What's happening? She asked, starting to panic. Dreg. It was inevitable, there was no other way. He said, confusing the brown-haired boy as he did not understand why a voice was coming out of his left hand and who those women were. Ravel. Dreg Sama, this is just temporary, right? Dreg. I'm sorry to say it, but no. To separate him from those souls for good, I had to cut 5 threads. If I didn't, they would never be separated from him, and by separating each thread from him, his memories were being destroyed, it's impossible to recover them. He finished explaining, causing Ravel to lose the strength in her legs and fall. Ravel. It can't be. I finally got Issei Sama back and now he's gone once again. She said, lamenting on the ground with her heart crying. Sona was holding back her urge to cry, just as Serafall was holding back her tears. Meanwhile, the aforementioned man looked at all this very confused. Now he understood why they knew him, but he knew nothing about them. Among them, seeing the 3 of them so sad caused him a pain in his chest. After all, no decent man would like to see girls like them cry. Extending his arm, Ravel was surprised to feel the touch of his hand, wiping away the tears that were falling incessantly. Issei. I don't understand well, but please don't cry. He commented with a grimace, not knowing if they would be bothered by taking so much familiarity. Out of her beliefs, Ravel cried harder, jumping to hug his neck and cry on his shoulder. Issei just stood there not knowing what to do, looking at the other 2 with eyes that asked for help. Serafall immediately let out a small laugh when she saw that the brunette had hardly changed, although she didn't remember who they were. Serafall. My name is Serafall Sitri. She said, introducing herself with a smile, wiping away her tears. And I am your future first wife. She declared, moving forward and kissing him to his enormous surprise, causing Ravel to turn to look at her and exclaim, screaming. Ravel. Serafall Sama, that's not fair. This is not the time to do that. Serafall. Why not? He just lost his memory, so we'll just have to create more memories together. Just because he doesn't remember me doesn't mean he shouldn't take responsibility for claiming my body so many nights. She said flirtatiously, giving the brown-haired boy a small lick, leaving him red as a tomato. Ravel. In that case. Me too. She said, enduring the embarrassment of being seen, and proceeded to kiss the brunette whose mind was already blank. I'm also his future wife. Although we haven't done it yet. She said the last thing in a whisper. Issei. Wait. Future wives. Aren't I only supposed to marry one? Serafall. If you were a normal human and it was in the human world, yes, but since we are demons, polygamy is allowed, and wouldn't you rather have 3 beautiful girls all to yourself? For your information, Sotan and I are sisters. She said, pointing at her sister, who was bright red without moving from embarrassment at how shameless her sister could be. Issei. Of. Demons. Are they demons? Sona. You are too. She told him, quickly raising her hand before he spoke. From what I can understand, your memories of everything supernatural were eliminated. It's a lot of information to say at once. Issei. I understand. In that case, I want to clarify something first. He said, looking at each one. Am I dating all 3 of them? The fight in the center of the capital city of the Sitri territory caused enormous damage with miraculously no deaths, at least on the part of the devils under the command of the Sitri clan, the vast majority of devils who participated in the human kidnappings and the twisted experiment died under the hands of Issei. All the rest were found and sent to prison for the rest of their lives, with no hope of them seeing the light of the sun again. It was shocking to hear the news that Issei didn't remember anything, and it was even more shocking when they ended up meeting a gentle Issei and not someone who looked at them with a harsh look. But it all made sense. That personality had emerged from his life of survival through the underworld, betrayal, harassment and guilt. Although he didn't remember anything about his experiences with the people he loved, he had also forgotten everything bad that happened to him, which everyone saw as something better. The girls took it easy with their relationship with Issei, not wanting to overwhelm him. What they were thankful for was when he freaked out when he found out that Haruko and Momo were also his girlfriends, but moments later they both confessed to him that they were joking, but that if possible they wanted to be in the future, and that desire had increased once he became someone kind and innocent. Since he had no memories, he did not return to school in the human world, so he would not understand anything, but he did return home. After several months, 2 years passed since Issei's memory loss. Issei stood on the roof of his house at night, staring at the night sky for several minutes with complex thoughts. His relationship with the girls had advanced quite a bit in those 2 years, but it was obvious that he didn't know if he was at the same point with them as before or not. Issei? Turning his head slightly, he found Serafall walking fearlessly behind him across the roof until she sat next to him. Serafall. I've been looking for you, what are you doing here? Were you talking to Drake? She asked, resting her cheek on her knees and looking at him with a tender smile. The brown-haired boy just stared at her face in silence for a few seconds before looking back at the night sky. Issei. Sarah. He called her by her nickname after being silent for a while. Are you disappointed? He asked her, confusing her. Are you disappointed that I can't remember our relationship before I lose my memory? Serafall. Of course I am. She said with a pout. But you being here with me is the best I could ask for. Like I said that day 2 years ago, even though you didn't remember us, we just had to make more memories together. She said, resting her head on the brown-haired boy's shoulder. These 2 years have been very peaceful, and I'm grateful for it. Thanks to the fact that no other huge problem arose, I've been able to spend as much time as possible with you. Issei remained silent throughout her explanation until the two of them stood in silence for several minutes, just enjoying each other's company. Thanks to the girls' efforts, Issei had managed to grow deeply fond of each of them, including Haruko and Momo, but he never told any of them the most important words they wanted to hear. Issei. It will be. Serafall. Huh? Issei. A while ago I found something among my belongings with your name on it. Serafall. I hope it's not my underwear. She commented with a blush, making him laugh. Issei. No, it's not, it's something else. He said, turning his head to see his face. Serafall. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked, embarrassed and longing, having not seen that look in a long time. Issei. I never mentioned it since I wanted to get to know them better, and I think I've already decided. He said, taking a small square black box from his pocket, which, when he opened it, the brunette's gaze and mouth opened wide. Will you marry me? Serafall. You skipped several steps. She commented, starting to cry profusely, remembering that she never said the word I love you to him since her memory loss. Issei. Is that a yes? He asked with a smile. Serafall. Yes. I do. She accepted, proceeding to kiss him for the first time since that day at the hospital. Issei. Sarah, are you ready yet? He asked out loud while fixing his tie in the mirror. Serafall. Ready. She said, entering the room in a luxurious dress that highlighted her curves, breasts and butt, making anyone drool, not to mention the majestic makeup work that made her look like a goddess. Issei. Perfect, then let's go, the others must already be waiting at the party. He commented, linking his arm with his wife's. Finishing speaking, Serafall teleported them outside a mansion where there were many people in expensive outfits like theirs arriving and entering. They finally here. I've been waiting for them for 10 minutes. Issei. Isn't 10 minutes a little short, Sona? Sona. They are if it weren't for the fact that you are the administrator of this party. She reprimanded him, crossing her arms. Issei. It's okay, sorry, I had a problem with my tie. He apologized, appreciating her figure in her light blue dress, suddenly taking her by the waist and kissing her on the lips. Sona. You. I have lipstick on, you'll stain it. She exclaimed, not knowing how to defend herself. Issei. It doesn't matter. He commented while licking his lips. As long as I can taste your lips. Sona. Why you? That part of you hasn't changed at all. She declared, turning extremely red in embarrassment, but staying by his side. Issei. Are the others inside? Sona. Yes, they are attending to the guests while you arrive. Issei. Then let's go in. After entering the mansion, many people, or rather high-ranking demons, greeted Issei, Serafall and Sona, to which they greeted them with smiles. Bravo. Issei-sama finally arrives. Issei. You look gorgeous in that dress. Bravo. You think so? I chose it with the help of Serafall Sona. Serafall. I told her you'd love to see her in it and she bought it almost immediately. Ravel. Oh, of course not. It's just that I really like the design, I didn't choose it specifically for Issei Sama. She said, looking around and speaking increasingly quietly. Issei. Either way, it looks beautiful on you, just like a fairy. He said after laughing at her tsundere attitude despite being husband and wife for so long. Ravel. By the way, who's looking after Sora? Serafall. Of course my father, whenever we want to go out, takes the opportunity to take care of his grandson. Ravel. I can imagine it. He said with a melodious laugh. And to think that he is already 4 months old, how time flies. Serafall. Don't worry Ravel-chan, if you want one you have to keep trying, it's not for nothing that I got pregnant just 5 years after we got married. Ravel. But Serafall Sama. Sona. Not everyone is like you who can afford to put off work just to slack off, in fact, you shouldn't do that, you must finish all your work. Serafall. But that way I wouldn't spend any time alone with Issei-kun. She said with a pout, hugging the brown-haired boy's arm between her big breasts. Sona. You're hopeless. She says, shaking her head. But the fun atmosphere Issei separated from them to talk to other demons and ended up with a microphone in his hands. Issei. I'm glad and thank you for being able to come tonight, these weeks were difficult for everyone, but thanks to everyone's efforts, we were able to completely control the Chaos Brigade that had caused so many headaches. He recounted receiving a round of applause. As the husband of the Demon Queen Leviathan, I couldn't not throw a party to celebrate this event, so I invite you to enjoy the food and drinks, and if you have anything to ask me regarding said organization I'm all ears, thank you. Ravel. Issei Sama became a full-fledged adult despite being only 24 years old. Sona. Well, with everything that's happened, even though she lost her memories she still has the experience, even if she doesn't remember. Serafall. In fact, he's asked me several times if I think his old self would take the same actions. Issei. Didn't I do it when I took the 3 of you as my wives? He asked, just as he heard what the brunette said. Serafall. Although you also made the dwarf your wife. She said, looking away. Issei. I will never understand how you and Ruruko can get along like that, it even surprises me that Ruruko treats you almost without respect, as if you were a rival. He commented knowing that she would never understand it. By the way, where are Ruruko and Momo? Ravel. They must be nearby, I saw them a while ago. Excuse me Issei Sama. At the sudden voice, the 4 of them turned to see a boy of approximately 10 years old, playing with his fingers due to shyness. Issei. What's your name? He asked, getting to his level. Furio. Furio Agares. Issei. Well Furio, what do you want from me? Furio. I want to know. He said half-heartedly, looking at the 3 goddesses behind him. I wanted to know how I can be as good with women as you. Sona. Oh. That's a good question. She says waiting with amusement for the brunette's answer. Issei. Well, I think the first thing you should do is always be nice to them. Furio. Friendly. But. Issei. If you are kind and good-hearted, a great woman will notice you, or even a very dear childhood friend and who knows. He explained, glancing sideways at Sona. Maybe she will feel the same way too. He finished saying, seeing how the brunette turned her gaze elsewhere. Furio. Friend. Hey, I. She stammered a few times until she ran away. Serafall. What was that? Issei. Just someone who wanted to know how to advance to the next step of friends, anyway, isn't he too young to think about having a girlfriend? Ravel. In fact, there are many boys your age who have already had more than 2 girlfriends. She informs him, surprising him. Sona. I find it funny how he asks for advice from someone who found himself caught between 5 women trying to win him over and only decided to act 2 years later. Issei. It's very cruel if you put it that way. He said, ashamed of not having acted until 2 years later. Sona. I'll forgive you if. Issei. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Sona. I said I'll forgive you if you give me a baby too. She revealed, burning with shame, only to be kissed by the brunette seconds later, a kiss she didn't reject in any way. Issei. If that's what you wish, I'll do it. Sona. I won't forgive you if you delay. The brown-haired boy turned his gaze towards Ravel, who was pulling his jacket with a slight blush and an embarrassed look. Issei. Don't think that I don't want to have a child with you Ravel-chan, I promise that I will give you all the children you want. He promised, hugging her and claiming her lips, making her extremely happy to hear those words. The party lasted for several hours, with Serziches present, along with his wife Grafia and his son Milikas. Riaz was also present with her peerage, with Aridid watching her friend flirt with her husband from a distance with a slight smile. Akeno. Jealous. Riaz. No, I'm just happy for Sona. I only met Issei once when I was little and we didn't talk much, that must be why he never caught my attention. From the beginning I always tried to distance myself from him. She explained, letting out a sigh of resignation. After everything ended, Issei found himself in his bed under the sheets, having 5 women around him, his 3 wives, Serafall, Sona and Ravel, and his 2 girlfriends, Raruko and Momo, whom he has yet to propose to. Getting up, careful not to wake them, he put on a robe and entered a room across from where he sleeps, where there was a small baby in a crib sleeping soundly. Serafall, can't you sleep? She asked, arriving with a smile as she saw him looking at the baby. Issei. Something, I just thought about the boy's request at the party. I must have really done a lot in the past to make 5 beautiful women fall in love with me and be willing to be with me, even if I don't remember anything about them. Serafall. That's obvious, fool, you made us love you with all our hearts, we couldn't change you even if we wanted to, and this is just proof of that. She said, covering Sora better. Issei sat down on a chair that was next to the crib and Sarah sat on him. Minutes passed and the 2 fell asleep right there. When they noticed the sun hitting their faces for who knows how long, a little boy was watching them from his crib while laughing and shaking a rattle. Serafall. I really love the life you gave me. She confesses, giving him a kiss. They got up and played with the baby until it was time for the whole family to have breakfast. That's it guys. We've reached the end. Hopefully you all enjoyed it. With that, take care.